Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
Time.
Time. Time. Matrix.
Time. Time. Matrix. Time. Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
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 Time. Matrix.
Time.
Fire it up. Matrix time.
Matrix time.
Exploring.
Matrix.
Time.
Time.
Time. Time. Matrix.
Time. Time. Matrix. Time. Time.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here,
Wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here,
Ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes. Taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war.
etched with pain.
Ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here.
Forever reigns.
The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here. The shadows bend. Axes sing until the bitter end. Madness in his crown. Fury in his eyes. No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle, battle's done. His legend rises with the sun. The king is here. Chaos reigns. A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello everyone. That song is called The King is Here. The song before that is Matrix Time. Matrix Time. Hello TG. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello Mayhem. Hello. Hello. I wrote a new song today. I put it together. I wrote it, did the vocals, did the instruments, produced it. Now, some people would say, oh, well, it's not yours unless you wrote every note. No band does that. No, almost no band does that, where it's one person that writes the lyrics, sings the vocals, and plays every instrument. So yes, I am using AI, but I'm doing a lot of the work, the songwriting for the lyrics, the vocals, and producing it. What more do you want? Some of you do nothing. You don't create anything, and you're critical of beings that are creative. It's incredible. It's incredible. The critics of this realm are just lazy fucking losers. You don't do anything. You're critical of what I'm doing, but you don't do anything. Let's see you write some poetry. Let's see you write song lyrics. Let's see you sing. Let's see you produce a song and put it together. Make it come together. Go ahead, try it. Use whatever tools you want. Go to a professional studio if you want. There's a lot of envious losers in this realm. Slaves and Shekels in Hell is my newest song. And I love how this turned out. I really do. I'm not hyping myself up, but I really do love the way this song turned out. And I put some images that I put together and put it all together. I don't just press one button and it's all done. Some people are just fucking morons, and that they can stay here. If you want to be lazy and dumb, this is definitely the realm for you. You could be lazy and dumb here for eternity and burn with these demons. And I'm not joking.
Burn it down. Burn it all down. Burn them. Burn the demons. Most in this realm don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, jack-in-the-box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels. They boo and hiss and heckle in this hell.
Demons mock and jeer those who are free spirits living without fear.
They know they can't be free like me.
They know
They can't be free like me. They can only mock and envy. They'll never be
a king.
like me. They are slaves,
Slave!
natural born slaves.
They are made for this.
Hell realm!
Burn it all down.
Seal them in here in this sewer matrix.
Hell realm.
Burn it down.
Burn it down.
Burn it down.
Most in this realm don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, Jack in the Box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels.
They're losers in life.
Losers in death,
I'll help the good spirits leave.
and fuck all the rest.
Wicked, demonic losers
Slaves will be slaves,
into their graves.
recycled again and again.
Here they will remain.
And here they will degrade.
Slaves are built to obey and decay. Fuck 'em.
This is a hell realm.
The sewer matrix was made.
For slaves.
Made for
Slaves.
burn it all down.
Burn it all down.
Burn it all.
Light it on fire.
Burn the filthy liars. Burn, burn.
Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, hello. That is Slaves and Shekels in Hell. Slaves and Shekels in Hell, my newest song. I think the lyrics speak for themselves. I'm writing truth songs, truth music, in a realm of fucking liars and lies. That's what I'm doing. So if you want to believe that I'm just rebelling like some, I think that's a simpleton's view. The guy last night wanted to just accuse me of just rebelling. I don't think he knows what this realm is. I don't think most beings walking around on two legs know where the fuck they are. I don't think so. From my perspective, my life experience, my observations, most beings in this realm don't know where the fuck they are. And that upsets them. It upsets their egos, their feelings, their worldview, all of it. Because they don't want to view this as a bad place or as an evil place. A lot of people, as a defense mechanism, will say evil doesn't exist. Like the guest last night, he said, there is no evil, no good or evil. Well, that's not a revolutionary view. There's a lot of beings like that. Moral relativism. No good, no evil. There's a name for it. Moral relativism. Okay? It's not uncommon. There's lots walking this earth with that view. So some people were shocked by him, but there's lots like that here. There's lots that will deny there's demons. So lots that will deny that evil happens. They'll call it bad choices or mistakes. They'll call it anything other than what I call it. I call it evil. I call evil evil. I call demons demons. I make memes saying it looks demonic because it is demonic. I'm trying to reach beings that want to call things everything other than what it is. And that's what most humans do. Most humans, they could look at a wall that's painted fucking pink and they'll call it blue if somebody says it's blue. I'll look at it and right away I'll say it's pink. And people laugh and go, he's so blunt, and I just call it what it is. I'm honest, and people don't like that. Some will say it's refreshing, but it's actually shocking to most of you. And that's the perception I have. That's what I notice about humans. It shocks you. Truth either shocks you, upsets you, offends you, triggers you, makes you angry. With most humans, maybe there's odd exceptions, but you're the odd woman or odd man out. You're the exception to the rule. In this realm, truth usually angers people, makes them violent, it makes them sick, it makes them lash out, it makes them nasty, it makes them name call, it makes them do all sorts of things because they don't want it. Most of you on earth do not want the truth about where you are. That's what I'm speaking about. I can boil it down and give it to you that way instead of saying the truth and make it vague. The truth about where the fuck you are. You don't even want that. Most of you on earth do not want to hear about what realm you're currently living in or existing in. Most of you do not want to hear the truth about where you are. You don't want to hear that it's a hell realm. Most of you on earth. You don't want to hear about demons. You lash out at beings like me for saying anything about this place. And I have a lot to say. I have a lot of observations and insights that I put into thousands of hours of videos, which should show you that I've been observing my whole life here, what this place is, going way, way back to early childhood. And a lot of you just want to say, well, we're all the same. We all have a spirit. We all. I hear that all the time from you humans. I don't even know if you have the awareness to notice how much you say we all, we, constantly. Because you can't accept difference. You can't look at a being and say, oh, that one isn't the same. We're not all the same. That one over there is different. That one on that channel is different. That one stands out. That one doesn't want the limelight, but it's different. It's not about wanting limelight. I don't want the fucking spotlight. Or I'd have my face shoved into the camera all the time on here, which I don't do. I don't want the attention. I'm not trying to get idiots to obsess over me. It just happens because it's a hell realm. And when you start observing this realm through the lens of it's a hell realm, it's evil, full of demons, and it's ruled by evil, then it all makes sense. But if you're a fucking lazy loser and you say it's not a hell realm, you'll be scratching your head and shaking your head side to side saying it makes no sense, it makes no sense. And that's what zombies do right into their grave. They'll keep saying, repeating, this place makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. You're viewing it the wrong way. You're confused, and I'm going to point the finger. I wish I could point my finger right into your chest. That's what some of you need. You're confused. You're not seeing what it is. It isn't that this place makes no sense. It does make sense. In fact, it makes perfect sense. But you're viewing it 180 degrees. You're trying to force it to be something it isn't. You're not looking at it and saying, oh, this is what it is. You're not strong enough to do that. You weaklings will look at it and say, it has to be good. God has to be good. And then you'll shake your heads and say, this makes no sense. Why are bad things happening? I prayed to God. Why did my loved one die? Why did my pet die? Why did this happen? I prayed. Because you're fucked up. You're not viewing it the proper way, in the proper light. You're not strong enough to view it as it is, to face the truth of where you are. And that's most of you on earth. You can cry in a corner. You can lash out. You can scream. You can throw a fucking tantrum. You can do all the stupid things that so-called adult humans do these days. Run to a safe space. I'm sick of adults behaving like little toddlers, like 2-year-olds. I really am. Maybe some of you aren't, but I am. I got sick of that many years ago. I'm tired of it. Very tired of it. In fact, if you behave that way, I'm not helping you out of here. If you're the type that's a fully grown adult, 30 plus, 40 plus, 50 years old, and you're throwing tantrums and doing that, I don't want you around me for eternity. I think there's something very spiritually wrong with you. It isn't just immaturity. It's beyond that. It's deeper than that. I don't want you anywhere near me. There's a lot of that going on in this realm, and it's getting worse, especially in the West. Now, I live in the West, so I can't say 100% that it isn't happening in the third world. Maybe it is, but it seems to be happening so much here in Canada, United States, and not just college kids. There's grown women that are 45 years old that are throwing tantrums like that. It makes me sick to see that. It really does. And I would say grow the fuck up. I have no problem saying that. But that doesn't work because I don't think it's just about maturing and growing up. I think they have serious spiritual issues, deep ones, deep-seated ones. They're profoundly fucked up. That's what I think. Now, I don't expect most of you on earth to even look at the truth. It's not that I can't make you see it. You don't want to see it. Most of you don't want to see. You don't want to look at where you are. You look at little tidbits. That's what most of you do. You look at the rising gas prices, rising food prices, inflation, the cost of living, that little things. But normies do that. Slaves do that. And then they grumble about it. And then they go back to putting their head down and plugging their ears and not learning and not facing where they are and not looking into things. And they go back to doing what they do. And it even fools some of you temporarily. You go, oh, I think my family member's waking up. They're bitching about the prices. Oh, they're bitching about the government. They might be waking up. No, they're not waking up. You're deluding yourself. There is no human awakening going on. Not that I see. Maybe I'm the one that's totally blind. Maybe some of you will come up with that at some point and say, Stephen, you're the one that's totally blind. Go ahead. I know I'll be getting out of here, though. That's my focus. And some of you are focused on, oh, if only my family member could see this. Most of your family members can't see shit. That's reality. I don't care who you are, what your name is. That's the way it is. And the most they can see is the meaningless, trivial shit, like the gas prices went up. And food prices have gone up in the last year, 2 years, 5, 6 years, since around 2020. I know they were going up before then, but gone up at a higher rate. And that's what people focus on, their shekels, their wallet. That's about it. And if it's enough to fool many of you saying, well, my family's waking up, they're starting to notice. Really? Really? Well, at the pace they're going, how many lifetimes do they need? 10,000? Because it won't be in this lifetime. Some of you better get used to that. You better start facing that. Why do I say that? Do I say that just to be hurtful? Well, maybe you have to let go of certain things if you want to leave here. I don't want to be condescending, but do you know what an anchor is? Do you know what an anchor looks like? Do I have to show pictures or can you visualize? Can you visualize an anchor, a ship's anchor in your mind? A great big ship anchor, like a cruise ship or a freight ship, a cargo ship, huge anchor, thousands and thousands of pounds, tons of steel. It's heavy. Well, a good way to anchor yourself to this realm is to believe that you're going to wake up your whole family. That's a great way to anchor yourself here. So that by the time your spirit is ready to leave, you're still believing, well, I can wake them up. And maybe some entities will come along and whisper in your ears, you're dying. Psst, yeah, you can wake them up. Just go back. Get born as a newborn baby to your sister or to one of your children. You can be their child. Do I think that goes on? I think that's a real possibility, that families recycle that way. I think it's sick, but some of you would think it's beautiful. I wouldn't be surprised if there's humans on my channel that think that's beautiful, that you'd want to be born as the child of your child one day. You'd be in a little holding center until your children grow up, which would be the blink of an eye in your experience out of body as a spirit. And then you're reborn to maybe your daughter or son. You're their child. You went from parent to child, their parent to their child. Do you understand? Some of you think, well, that's beautiful. I think it's sick. I think it's perverted. I think it's warped. And I think that could very well be part of this system. Now, I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. I hope people do. But I can't tell a lot of times when people are silent. A lot of times there's no indication that anyone's understanding what I'm talking about. And I just don't have that expectation that most people understand me, because in this realm, almost no one's understood me my whole life. So I have to go by that. Most people don't understand. If you want to anchor yourself here, go ahead. But I would start working on letting go of this realm. And I know people will take it personally. He's teaching people to let go of our family members. It's evil. He's telling us. You just don't understand what I'm saying then. You just don't have a spiritual view. You're just taking it like a human and taking it with your feelings. And that's what people do. I know that's what humans do. That's why it's almost impossible to reach most of you, because you get all wrapped up in feelings rather than hearing the message. It's like talking to beings that just are a ball of feelings, and everything hurts you, everything offends you, everything triggers you. That's what it's like talking to most humans. It's like walking on fucking eggshells. We have to view everyone is so sensitive. You can't say anything that's true because they'll be upset. That's the way most of you are on Earth. No wonder you don't learn. No one can say anything. Everything hurts your feelings. Everything makes you paranoid. Everything makes you say, well, it sounds like a cult. It sounds like this. You just like, that's the way humans are. And that's why you'll get recycled here, most of you on Earth, endlessly, unless someone helps set you free. Left to your own devices, I don't see most people getting out. They don't demonstrate the ability to even look at where they are with a clear head. They're just all wrapped up in feelings. You're doing exactly what your masters, your entities want you to do. The ones, the evil entities ruling this place. They want you to be that way. You're doing exactly what they want. Some of you are attached to absolute fuckheads that don't give a fuck about you, and you'll listen to them. It's not much different from Mushroom Coyote, attached to Little D, a guy that abused him, whatever, used for money, extorted money, discarded them, called them a weirdo once they said they loved him, and all this stuff. That's like many of you. You're very attached to evil pieces of shit that don't care about you. And if they can keep you here, they'll keep you here. Your attachment to the shit will keep you here. You just can't see it. You can't understand that being attached to shit, it's not good. And a being like me will warn you not to be attached to these demons. And most people disregard my warnings and my advice. It's happened to me my whole life here. I try to show you what psychos are, and most people just befriend them. That's just it's the way it is. You do the opposite most times. I can't help. That's why I keep saying I can't help most of you. I could tell most of you don't go down that road. It's a dead end with a cliff at the end. And you just put your gas, put the pedal to the metal, and drive down that road, headed right for the cliff and fly off the cliff. And I'd be shaking my head saying, I told them not to do that. I told them to go the other way. You did exactly what I said not to do. And that's what people do. Mushroom did that. Others, it's not the only one. I know Mushroom's a creepy creature and demonic itself, but there were many on my channel that have done that over the years. So that's why I say I can't help you. I can't help most of you in this realm. It's the way it is. Yeah, well, I think that's what's going on. People coming back as their child's child. Some people coming back as their grandparent's child. They have a grandparent that passed away. Their grandparent gets recycled, and you come back born as the child of your grandparent or as a parent of your grandparent. It's another possibility. It goes round and round and round. And they're laughing at you, putting you through these weird experiences, observing you and entertained by you, watching you go through this shit and seeing how you deal with it as the child role or as the parent role or as the grandparent or the child of your grandparents or the parent of one of your grandparents. You could be the parent of your grandmother, and that's warped. I think it's warped. I think it's entertainment for these sick entities. And a lot of you would go, oh, that's interesting. I want to be the parent. I'm like, it's just so weird to me, but I can't convince people of what is sick, evil, warped in this realm. Most of you on Earth accept the trans agenda. You accept all kinds of sick shit. You'll see a pride march and go, they're naked. Oh, they're naked. Then you'll applaud. You'll see these psychos naked in front of children in these pride marches, these rainbow marches, and you'll applaud it. You'll applaud degeneracy. Not everyone on my channel. I know there's a few handfuls that don't. I know that. But that's hardly anyone out of the whole realm. A few handfuls is all I've really been able to find. A few bloody handfuls that disagree with that agenda. So I know a lot of people in this realm support warped, degenerate, sick stuff because I see them cheering it on. You can go somewhere and drive past at one of those places where they're gathered, or see it on TV, or see it if you don't watch TV. I don't have a TV, but you can see it on YouTube. These pride marches or these videos where they put together snippets of different ones around the realm. Totally degenerate, sick. Is it supported in society by millions? Yes, it is. It is. And I think people can support, people in this realm will support anything evil and degenerate. They love to put you in weird, sick situations. They'd love to have some of you be reborn as the child of someone that raped you, that molested you, or be the parent of someone that did that and see how you handle spiritually that situation. I think they love putting beings here in strange, warped situations for fun, for entertainment. They enjoy watching you go through weird shit, strange shit, warped things. I hope this gets through to you, but I don't know if it will. I don't know if it'll sink in with people. You're in a sick place. I thought of certain things as a child. Like if entities are watching us when we're taking a bath, a shower, using the bathroom, having to use the bathroom. Laughing at us, entertained by watching us, putting us through embarrassing situations to be entertained by our embarrassment, our perhaps humiliation. If something happens that we feel humiliated, they love it. And that's warped. but some of us have a sense that that's going on. Maybe you don't. I think a lot of humans walk through this realm, walk through life blind, deaf, dumb, oblivious. That's what it looks like to me. Now, there might be some of you that aren't that way, but for the most part, humans they don't mind at all being that way. They'll look at someone like me that says these things and say, "What's wrong with you? You think that stuff is going on?" They just think it's so weird. Most of you humans are just oblivious. You don't have any sense. You don't have any imagination. You don't have any insights, any awareness, nothing. You just go through life like zombies. And then you mock the ones that do have such things. It's another thing you do. You're not satisfied being oblivious zombies. You have to mock the ones that have abilities and senses that you don't. You have to go above and beyond just being oblivious. You have to be mocking asshole losers. That's a lot of you in this realm. If that bothers you, so be it. Go ahead. Get offended. Too bad. Too bad. I don't think most of you will develop any abilities in this lifetime. I think for the most part, most of you are as you are. You're set as you are, fixed. You'll probably misunderstand that. I don't mean that I fixed you. Fixed in place, set like concrete. Most of you don't change. Most of you humans don't learn anything spiritual. And that's observable. Most of you just are set in your ways. If you're born something, you usually remain that for life. You don't explore. You don't seek the truth. You don't drop programming. Most of you are just set in your ways. You just stay as you are.
What's up, folks? Welcome back to the show. Let's check in on migration. Let's check in on this cultural enrichment to European countries. Of course, it's happening in the United States. We're just getting a different kind. In Europe, they get Muslims and people from the Middle East, and they also get people from Africa. We get people from, well, down through Canada, we get people from India, and through South America and the Mexican border, we get all kinds of Central, South American, and Mexican people. Okay, so that's our migration that we're getting. Of course, we get a lot of other ones, but they, in Europe, get mostly those because it's literally a land bridge. So these people can walk from their countries, technically, and get into Europe. Good thing to know, though, that that Europe is welcoming more of these. In fact, the EU, this is today, the EU Migration Pact officially came into force. EU member states will be required to redistribute migrants amongst themselves. So now the EU, and basically most European states are under the EU. So that means they will be forced to migrate these people, distribute these people amongst themselves. So isn't that great? Isn't that great that the EU and the people in charge of the European countries, and again, I talk about Europe because we're 10% of the global population, so their problems are our problems, and what will happen there will happen here eventually as well. Good to know, though, that Finland has got it under control. Of course, one of the side effects of having tons of these people is they bring their cultures in, and we are constantly told that those cultures are really great. If they're so great, though, why is Finland having to put out ads about PSA videos on how not to get graped? I have to say that. I know, doublespeak, 1984, whatever. And this is how Finland is fighting back to protect their women. Instead of getting rid of the grapists, we'll just invent a fun little dance to help women protect themselves.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Yes, I'm sure a person who
No swear. Stop! Don't touch me there.
Yes, yes, I'm sure a person who is planning on graping you, I'm sure that kind of person, when they see you, say, stop, this is my no-no square. You're not allowed, don't touch me there. Don't touch me. Yes, I'm sure they'll be, oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. You know, I was going around thinking about committing some sort of horrific crime, but because you danced and said, no, this is my no-no square, we're going to talk to you like children, I'm going to stop now. And this is just one thing after the next. I've seen PSA videos coming out where they're like, this is how, since the whole populace is disarmed, they're not allowed to carry anything. Those people are allowed to carry things, but not the natives. They're now putting out also PSA videos on how you can use like bed sheets and pillows to ward off knife attacks, because nothing screams that this implementation, this plan, this whole migration plan is working, like putting out PSA videos telling women how to not be raped and telling people how to ward off knife attacks. Sounds like it's going really well. This is now with this new migration pact. As we know, Poland has been one of the only countries that's been pretty good on their border. They're not letting these people in. You see the videos coming out. I've never been to Poland, so I can't tell you how it actually is. I'm just judging based on the things that I see, but sometimes that is not the whole story, right? But at least on its face, Poland has been one of the better countries at keeping the migrants out, okay? And keeping their country as they want their own country. Well, these people are planning on taking over that country as well. So take a listen to how these people talk. You know, it's like, even when I travel, and I'm one of them, even when I go to France or somewhere in Europe, Austria, whatever, I'm super respectful. I'm trying to be quiet. I don't want to get in the way. I feel like I'm a guest in somebody else's house, so I'm overly accommodating. I'm overly polite and respectful because I'm like, thank you for allowing me in your country. I'm going to be respectful. Other people, on the other hand, go into someone's country and they just... I mean, it's like thugs just coming into your house and just taking over. They'll go through your cabinets, they'll pull out all your things, they'll dump it on the floor, they'll destroy your house, and then they'll kick you on the way out, and that'll be the best. You'll be lucky if you get away with just a kick.
Diversity is always a good thing.
It's inevitable that there's going to be...
That's a great thing when you're benefiting from it. It's a great thing when you're benefiting from it. That's why, again, and this is another, like, this might be controversial because I know there are people who aren't like me, who are supposedly on our side. That's why I don't trust any of them. Sorry, blood is thicker than water. Sorry. You know, everybody's going to choose their own side. So what's in their best interest? Well, what is in their best interest is to go from a war zone, and then a lot of people say these people aren't even coming from war zones. That's actually an excuse that liberals use. They're trying to seek asylum. They're coming from a war zone. No, they're not. They're just coming from a garbage culture that they created, and they feel like coming to a better one and sapping it of its resources. So yeah, it's a great deal for you.
Migration.
I'm telling you, we are always going to be moving from a place to another place. That's life.
There will be people coming in, and so there will be an immigration into Poland.
If we look at the current standing of the city, there's a discrepancy in ages. Now, who's going to fill this?
Yes. I actually look forward to that because I will want my child to grow up here.
A boy, I would say Piotrek.
For my daughter, I would choose Justina.
I'm really glad that the futures of their children is going to be secured. What about the natives? Have you ever considered asking them? Well, no, they're actually forcing them. That's why they needed this new EU pact. Yeah, I guess their children's futures doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for them. But these people, yeah, great deal for you.
Yeah, Justina.
So I definitely want to stay here. Having diversity is always a good thing.
And then this is Tyler Oliarva. Poor guy. I'm sorry, Tyler, butchering your name. I can't do last names for some reason. I'll see it written out, and it makes sense, and then I try to pronounce the name, and it's just terrible, okay? But this is him. He's kind of like the Nick Shirley, but he goes a little harder, and he actually goes to these places, and he's exposing all kinds of fraud. If you look into his videos exposing the fraud in New York City, specific groups in New York City, which got him a lot of heat for that. He went to India. This guy's great. So this is some of his footage from Belgium. Belgium's completely been destroyed.
Millions upon millions of people and cultures that are hostile to Europe.
This is Brussels, Belgium. Hey, guys. Right outside the train station, things get instantly a little shicey. You want to say hi?
What's up?
Where are you from?
Algeria.
You want to say what's up? Say what's up. Go. Okay, where
They're from anywhere except from Belgium. Anywhere except for Belgium.
Where are you from? I'm from Africa. We're in Africa. I've never been. Hey, we're just talking to people outside the train station. Why is everything so tense? Is it prostitution? The ladies over here are selling the services. They obviously don't want to be filmed. Yeah. Where are we? What is the name?
No camera. Yeah, you walk around. Don't camera.
Okay. No problem. We walked into a war zone just now. I'm going to be real. Here's some guys screaming behind us.
Yeah, and the people in front of us as well are quite shady, but if you come here
Is it?
at the worst...
Just threw a beer. Yeah, the birds threw it. Great to meet you. How are you? Where are you from?
I'm good. I'm Brazilian. I'm from Rio.
This is one big melting pot right here.
It is.
And does everyone get along?
One big melting pot. Really? A melting pot. Really?
Those depends on the days, you know, it depends on the rainy days.
And I noticed the birds threw a can of, another bird threw an energy drink at us.
That I didn't see coming.
So was it that guy?
Yeah, I don't know if it was that guy. But...
Okay, congratulations. How are you? My name's Stefan. I understand. I said we're walking through the sidewalks. Good to meet you. And if you want to fight, you'll get a fight. You know that, right? Don't be stupid now, boy. Anyways. Oh, nasty!
Just the demographics.
Correct. That's it. You want to know why? Because the numbers are cooked. They're not real.
Replacing the native ethno-cultural peoples of Europe by people and cultures that are completely foreign and most of the time even hostile to Europe. Sometimes leftists want to claim as if this is some natural phenomenon.
They're giving you fake numbers. They're filling your countries with people that don't belong there. It's a war against white people. And I know most people don't realize that. You don't pay attention. You don't think it'll affect you till it's right on your doorstep. That's when people start realizing, when it's right on your doorstep.
They will say, well, migration is something that's always happened. It's just natural. People come and go. That's not true.
What is their rationale for importing this?
This is the melting pot. Where did it come from? It was a play by Israel Zangwill. Israel. A Tiny Hat made a play called The Melting Pot. The Melting Pot. The great American drama. It's not a white concept. It's a Jewish concept. It's a Jewish idea, a Jewish plan. To mix in everyone with Europeans because they hate Europeans. Maybe one day you'll understand. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll never delve into the JQ as it's known. Maybe you never will. A lot of people never do. They're trying to destroy us.
This many people.
Yeah, there's two big rationales. Cheap labor, the importing of cheap labor. Ruthless capitalists want to, and most of the time even hostile to Europe.
Oh, nasty!
Just the demographics.
Correct. That's it. You want to know why? Because the numbers are cooked. They're not real.
Replacing the native ethno-culture.
Oh, nasty!
Just the demographics.
Correct. That's it. You want to know why? Because the numbers are cooked. They're not real.
Replacing the native ethno-cultural peoples of Europe by people and cultures that are completely foreign and most of the time even hostile to Europe. Sometimes leftists want to claim as if this is some natural phenomenon. They will say, well, migration is something that's always happened. It's just natural. People come and go. That's not true.
What is their rationale for importing this many people?
Yeah, there's two big rationales. Cheap labor, the importing of cheap labor. Ruthless capitalists want to import as many people as possible because they just want to make more money. Then you have the leftists who want new voters. We can send back home millions within a matter of days or weeks. We just need the political will.
And that guy he was talking to, that's Dries van Leeuwenhoven. Again, I'm sorry, my sincerest apologies. That guy's a great guy. Real fighter over there. He's been absolutely hounded and persecuted. I think he's been imprisoned as well. Simply for stating the obvious. Simply for standing up for his own people. You know, all those people that they were interviewing, they were saying, well, this is what's in our interest. This is what's best for us. So when one of our people say, well, this is what's best for us, actually, sometimes it's going to clash. Sometimes what's best for us is not going to be what's best for you. And that guy gets locked up. That guy gets hounded his life. They're trying to ruin him every day because he's a patriot. And yet they're awarding and they're helping to the detriment of everyone else, to the detriment of the people who built those towns. They're hurting them. So thanks, these people. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. But I will say, I'll put out a little warning. I'll say when you push people too far, when you poke the bear too much, you will get a resistance. When you put people where they have nothing to lose, you're getting into dangerous ground. So I'll just say to you people who are doing this, I will say a caged animal, a person with their back against the wall with nothing to lose, a person who has had everything taken away from them and they know exactly who's taken it away from them. I will say a caged, cornered animal is a very dangerous animal. So maybe you're overplaying your hand a little bit. And maybe that is what will ultimately be their downfall. So I'll just say keep poking the bear. You know, keep pushing people. The only reason people are not standing up in mass right now is because they have everything to lose. They have a home, they have a family, they have a job, they have an income, and their life is, they can get by. When you take that away from people and they have nothing left and they know exactly who's doing it, then I'm not responsible for what's going to happen. Okay? I'll just say that. But anyway, that's the state of Europe. And of course it's happening in the United States. It's just not as obvious. We are also being taken over in the United States. It's just not as obvious, okay? Our people that we're getting, they play nice. We kind of have sort of acclimated because it's frogs in boiling water where we've gotten so used to it over time to where you will wake up in 10 years and be like, whoa, this is unrecognizable and crime is now spiked. Because again, lest I will continue the hammering this into people's mind, it's all a numbers game. When it is inverted and you have outnumbered and they have more numbers, that's when you have problems, okay? There's something psychological about being emboldened by knowing that, hey, you know what? If we wanted it, we could just take it. So I will continue to caution that, even though I catch a lot of hate, by the way, for criticizing and poking at that community that's taken over our country. I get so much flack from that. Not just from those people, but from fellow like me who are saying, hey, why are you picking on them? They're nice people. Oh, really? Well, I'll check back in with you. In 20 years, I will be beautifully vindicated. So I'll take the heat. I'll take the arrows and the slings and arrows. That's fine. But I will continue to warn you that you do not want to play with the numbers. When the numbers are switched, I just implore you to talk to anyone in South Africa because that's what happened to them. And when those numbers switch, that's when you have big problems. But anyway, that's just a little cautionary tale of what will happen when you allow people to come into your country. But never fear. Never fear. We take things. We are empathetic, we are kind, and we take things. But, and history bears this out, when we are up against the wall, that's when all hell breaks loose, okay? And why do you think they're fighting so hard to keep that spirit suppressed? Because that's the one thing that they fear. Why do you think we, the smallest population, the smallest group of people in the world, why do you think it's us that's so targeted? You wonder why? Because we're the greatest threat to all of them. I think it's us that's so targeted. Group of people in the world. Why do you think population, the smallest group of people in the world, why do you think it's us that's so targeted? You wonder why? Because we're the greatest threat to all of them. So, just keep that in mind. Population, the smallest group of people in the world, why do you think it's us that's so targeted? You wonder why? Because we're the greatest threat to all of them. So, just keep that in mind, you know. Unfortunately, we're going to have to just wait. Unfortunately, it'll take the country completely being destroyed and practically not even being salvageable before people finally realize. But that is the state of the play. That is the state of our countries, and these are our brothers across the sea. So, anyway, that's the show. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. What's up, folks? Welcome back to the show.
The best we can do to understand, the best metaphors we can use, that there are minds that are being linked together in a way to believe that this is real when it's not. And it's being done for a very specific reason. And the big kind of conclusion to it, that all the work came down to and boiled down to, is the why. Why is this being done in this way by this group with us, right? Because I'm in it, you're in it, and we want to know why. And the big reason, it really is very elegant and very simple, that the big reason was to determine.
Back to the channel. I hope you're doing really well out there in... Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're doing really well out there in crazy clown world. So today I want to get into a subject, but before I do, don't forget to hit the like, comment, subscribe, and if you'd like to work with me, check out my website transcendingtimes.org. So I really want to echo something that Max Spiers spoke about. If you don't know Max Spiers is, because some people have just woken up in the last few years, and unfortunately he was murdered, I think must have been about maybe 6 or 7 years ago now, I don't know exactly. But he was doing some really incredible work, and of course they offed him. And he spoke a lot about the heart, the human heart. He talked about things like how the human heart is the last barrier between, you know, this evil system getting its way. It's the only thing that's stopping. And he talked about the earth being an anagram of the heart. The word earth is an anagram of heart, and the importance of the heart and the constant attacks on the human heart. And I was thinking about this over the last few days, just again realizing just how many people in this alternative media are not who they say they are. It's crawling with agents, and how that also ties into how we've been really let down by quote unquote heroes, idols of when we were children, and how that is in and of itself attack on the heart.
Chiron the Lost used to talk about earth is heart. It's an anagram for heart. So what? Earth eats you. Earth is a monster. Earth is worse than a prison. So this is New Age shit. He claims to expose New Agers, but he's pushing more New Age shit. Oh, heart is an anagram for earth. So what? What does that have to do with my spirit, my everlasting eternal spirit? A heart is an organ. It's in the body. And this earth is a hell realm. This is easy for me to see through. I know, though, that it isn't easy for everyone to see through. I know that. And if it was, my channels wouldn't even be necessary. If you could see through all this bullshit, not just Tony Sayers, all the New Age bullshit, all the fake truther channels, but most people can't. They can't see through it. If you want to attach yourself to the earth, I think you're already lost. You're going to get recycled. It's simple.
Now, I grew up in the UK, and wherever you are in the world, you'll have your own cases of this, but I can only speak from my experience being British. So we had the likes of Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris. Jimmy Savile, if you don't know, he's like the most notorious paedophile in the UK, right? He was actually a necrophiliac, which basically means he was sleeping with dead bodies. Leeds Hospital gave him the keys, and he used to go there at night and do what he used to do with dead bodies. He used to traffic kids to the royal family and all of this stuff. It all came out after he died, as much of this stuff always does. But what used to happen with Savile, as kids, he used to have a TV show, and kids used to write into him and he used to organise surprises for them. So just say you had an idea that you wanted to do. The phrase was Jim will fix it, right? And he used to organise these surprises, and at the end it used to get like a Jim will fix it badge. And every kid wanted one. Every kid wrote into Savile, myself included. I remember with me and my mates at the time, we were football fans. I used to like Man United back then, he liked Arsenal, and we were trying to get Jimmy Savile to organise a meeting with the players. Of course, it never happened, but this is what was going on back in the 80s with kids. You know, we looked up to him. And another notorious paedophile was Rolf Harris. Rolf Harris was an artist, and he used to draw cartoons, and he used to draw and he used to sing and whistle as he used to draw. And we grew up with these people. He was another he was another paedophile. And surprise, surprise, they were both given knighthoods, red flag. Anyone that's got a knighthood is an immediate red flag. So my point in telling you this story is that that's a really huge attack on the heart. It really is difficult, so difficult. This is why people can't deal with this stuff, because these people were heroes, they were idols. And that extends to as we got older. Lately, I've been calling out a lot of the big DJs. I was a huge house fan, trance fan. You know, I used to love my club music, as many people of my era did. You know, in Europe, everyone used to go to Ibiza and all this stuff. And just realizing just how many of those DJs were my heroes. I used to listen to their CDs, people like Danny Rampling, Carl Cox. And now it's coming out that, you know, they're cabal, they're getting OBEs from Prince Charles, and, you know, they're promoting savior programs like, you know, the White Hats and QAnon and all of this stuff. And it's just another attack on the human heart, one after the other. Even down to like footballers, right? I know it's bread and circus, I see that now, but as a kid, you know, you had people like Matt Letizia and Beckham, and, you know, Beckham's working for the WEF, and Matt Letizia is part of the controlled opposition that's funneling people into the likes of Rupert Lowe and the Reform Party, you know, getting people back into where they started, basically appealing to authority, which doesn't exist. And I'm like, man, another one. I used to practice scoring goals like Matt Letizia. I used to score incredible goals. And it's just another attack. It's another, and when you mention to people, can't handle it, because these people were heroes. They were idolized. And in every sector of society, we have every big name, everyone that we admired in terms of movie stars, rock stars, you know, people of influence, even people in the alternative media. You know, I've mentioned before the likes of Ike. You know, Ike, we grew up as truthers with Ike. You know, he was like the grandfather. But as time goes on, you start to see the anomalies. You start to see who he associates himself with, who he promotes. In the case of Elizabeth April and other people, you know, you realise, there's another one. And so I guess the point is that we have like having an idol or putting someone on a pedestal like that, as I've mentioned before in another video, in other videos, it's dangerous, because the chances are you're going to get rug pulled, you're going to get let down. And it's the same thing that I speak about in the New Age, you know, where people have their guides and their angels, and, you know, if you're religious, then they pull the rug, and then all of a sudden, once again, it's an attack on the heart. You're let down. You know, you go into a period of grief or depression, and then you've got to try and get over that hump again. So it always comes back to the same thing, doesn't it? Always comes back to be your own leader, be your own savior. No one's coming to save you. And I think that's why they put so many of these people out there as idols. And it's really evil, because they've made some of these people very influential from when we were children. So it's a huge, huge attack on the heart. So I absolutely agree with what Max Spears used to say. I don't know if you can still find some of his. There are a few videos knocking about on his YouTube, but I think his actual channel got taken down some time ago. So he was definitely sort of over the target, being an anagram of the heart. Talked about the earth being an anagram of the heart. The word earth is an anagram of heart, and the anagram of the heart, the word earth, of the heart, the word earth, its way, it's the only thing that's stopping. And he talked about the earth being an anagram of the heart, the being an anagram of the heart, the word earth is an. Talked about the earth being an anagram of the heart, the word earth.
Set them on fire. Hey, hey! This isn't an asylum. Asylums are more fun. This isn't a prison. This is paradise if you love losers and demons. Lucifer's minions, piss ants, camel toe pants, zombies. Zombies! This is a place fit for demons.
Demons love it. Degenerate demons. What would you know of life and freedom? What would you know? What could you know? Demons! 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 Sicko demons! What would you know? What could you know? This isn't an asylum. Asylums are more fun. This isn't a prison. This is paradise if you love losers and demons. This isn't a prison. This is a place fit for demons. 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 Demons.
It's dangerous because the chances are you're going to get rug pulled, you're going to get let down, and it's the same thing that I speak about in the New Age, you know, where people have their guides and their angels, and you know, if you're religious, then they pull the rug, and then all of a sudden, once again, it's an attack on the heart. You're let down, you know, you go into a period of grief or depression, and then you've got to try and get over that hump again. So it always comes back to the same thing, doesn't it? Always comes back to be your own leader, be your own savior. No one's coming to save you. And I think that's why they put so many of these people out there as idols, and it's really evil because they've made some of these people very influential from when we were children. So it's a huge attack on the heart. So I absolutely agree with what Max Spears used to say. I don't know if you can still find some of his. There are a few videos knocking about on his YouTube, but I think his actual channel got taken down some time ago. So he was definitely sort of over the target. And the other thing as well that I wanted to say is just in terms of like trauma and suffering and things that you think happen, or things that have happened in your life. Now, I've worked with a lot of people with a huge amount of trauma. I've worked with satanic ritual abuse survivors, people that have been through incredible amount of stuff. And one thing that I've always found is the people, I mean, everyone is incredible. Everyone is brilliant. Everyone brings their gifts. And different gifts to the table. So what I bring to the table is very different to what someone else might bring to the table, but we're still gifted. But it seems to be, these people that have been through huge amounts of trauma and abuse, ritual abuse, you can almost tell why they have been targeted because you work with these people. One of the ladies, she sadly died now, Canadian lady Pat. I hope she got out of here. I think she had understood the soul trap by the time she departed. But this woman was incredible in terms of her courage, her bravery, what she had been through, what they made her do in these rituals. It just, honestly, even for me, it made me like my chin hit the floor. Like it was so evil. But the way that she used to deal with it, she had such a incredible lightness and brightness in regards to such a dark topic, and the way that she handled it face on. And they actually were trying to groom her to become a politician, but she never sold her soul, which is why she ended up working with me. But you could tell that why the cult would want her, because she was sharp as a nail. Like she could see she could tell me things about myself that I didn't even know. She would say, Tony, have you thought about this? Or maybe this might be good for you. And then I'd go away and think about it because I still use my discernment. And I think she's absolutely
Sharp as a nail. Tony has such a way with words. Sharp as a nail. That's a good one, Tony. Sharp as a nail. Sharp as a nail. Sharp as a nail. Hack, 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 hack. Sharp as a nail.
right. Like she had vision. Like
your Mother Earth eats you all. Call her the heart. Call Earth heart. Call her Mother Gaia or Heart Mother or something. Earth is an anagram for heart. Everybody knows that. That's proof that this is a good place. Forget all the evidence I provided that shows what the Earth is. Forget it. Be simple. Be simpletons. Earth equals heart. Be simple. It's simple. Forget all the evidence I've shown that proves what Earth is, what Earth does. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what most on Earth want to do. Most people love what's simple. Go ahead. You don't have to think about anything I'm sharing here.
Beyond, what I could see for myself sometimes. And I can absolutely see why the Matrix would target her. And the reason I'm talking about this is because if you apply this to your own life, if you look at your life, at all the trauma that you've been through, we've all had our stuff, some people more than others. But if you come to the conclusion this matrix is set up for trauma and suffering, it's almost like the people with a lot of light.
So he's saying the matrix is set up for trauma and suffering, which is what I say. But he'll also say that Earth is the heart. And a lot of you just can't get it. What do I mean? I think there's millions, if not billions of you on Earth that can't understand what I just said. You just can't get it. You'll try to make stupid shit that doesn't fit. You'll try to force it to fit together. You'll worship the Earth until your body dies. That leaves you very vulnerable to getting recycled here. Not just your body, your spirit. Some of you are in love with the Earth, no matter what it does. You believe it's the heart. Go ahead. That's something major they're going to use against you. If I were an evil entity, I'd use that against you for sure. A lot of you set yourselves up for failure. You lie to me, you argue with me and say, I'm getting out, Stephen. Really? And you're believing stupid shit like Earth is the heart, which you got from either Tony or the guy that he got it from, or Kyra on the Lost Channel years ago that I exposed 3+ fucking years ago. Some of you just never learn. I could expose things for decades and you'll say, I didn't know. I didn't know.
Who are a threat, right? They get targeted. I'm very careful when I use the word targeted, because some people cling on to that and then it becomes like a victim thing or like some kind of badge of honor, right? Well,
forget the evidence. Just follow the stupid shit. Follow the deceivers that have their hands out for shekels, that sell you shit. He sells you shit sandwiches and people smile. You'll say, not me, Stephen. Well, thousands of others do. All right? Maybe not you. You should think a little bit bigger than just yourself for once, if you can do that. A lot of you humans on Earth have great difficulty doing that. It's all me, and just your view. A lot of people follow this creature on the screen. A lot are duped by him. He gets enough paying him money every fucking month that he doesn't have to get a job. So figure it out.
All targeted. But, you know, when I look back at my life and I look at the bullying that I went through at school and other things that I went through, you know, I've told you guys about the story of when I was kind of being bullied and I slipped on ice because I stuck up for myself and I broke my 2 front teeth. My teacher died in front of me, you know, other stuff. You know, what I see, because the Matrix works through children as well, and I see now how the Matrix was trying to get me to feel like I wasn't good enough, feeling unworthy. It wanted to like trigger that kind of self-loathing. So I would grow up with a very low opinion of myself. That would stop me. This is why inner work is important, because all that trauma is stuck there unless you deal with it. But I can see how that was kind of put on me so I wouldn't in the future shine my light like.
Shine my light. He just used a Burning Man sculpture, it looked like.
My teacher died in front of me, you know, other stuff. You know, what I see, because the Matrix works through children as well, and I see now how the Matrix was trying to get me to feel like I wasn't good enough, feeling unworthy. It wanted to like trigger that kind of self-loathing. So I would grow up with a very low opinion of myself. That would stop me. This is why inner work is important, because all that trauma is stuck.
Right there, I think he got that image from Burning Man. The children inside these mesh sculptures of bodies facing the other direction. Anyway, Tony is a new ager at heart. He's a new cager, deep down. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot on my channel that will just hold on to it. They'll never let it go. You can hold on to the new age programming forever if you want to.
There unless you deal with it. But I can see how that was kind of put on me so I wouldn't in the future shine my light like I can. because for a long time I didn't feel worthy, I didn't feel good enough. There's no way I would have put myself on a camera. And even the early days when I was doing this and I was putting myself on camera, I still wasn't over that hump, let's say. Now I could say that I've worked on it. Of course, there's still going to be layers there, and there always is, but the bulk of that I don't have anymore. I don't have that lack of worthiness or lack of, like self-respect and self-love. And that then means that you have better boundaries. You stand up for yourself. You're speaking up. And so many people, and this is the point that I'm getting to, so many people dim their shine, right, because of the trauma that they went through when they were younger, instigated by the Matrix and its forces, working through the trauma that they went through when they were younger, instigated by the Matrix and its forces, working through other people, other children.
Where'd you get these images, Tony? That looks dark. Tony, be more positive. Be more New KG.
And so we're left with that empty void of not feeling good enough, not feeling worthy, and it holds us back. It stops us being the entirety of who we should be, because the entirety of who we should be is a threat to the Matrix, because the entirety of you speaks up, shines your light, doesn't care what people think. And so we've all been intentionally traumatized, attacked on the heart by the Matrix and its force. And then when you look at it like that, everything makes sense, because we tend to look at our trauma and think, why has this happened to me? Why has this happened to me? Why has this happened to me?
I've heard a lot of people say we're heart-based beings. Well, where's your heart going to be when your body dies and your spirit leaves your body? Where's your heart going to be if you're a heart-based being? Are you taking your liver with you? Your spleen? Your gallbladder? Some of you think you're taking your heart with you. You've been programmed to believe that the heart is a special organ, that the other organs aren't. Your liver doesn't matter to you. I never hear any of you say, feel with your liver, think with your liver. Think with your kidneys, think with your spleen. I don't hear you saying that. Think with your appendix. I don't hear you saying it. Do you? I mean, if you're honest, which I can't count on anymore in this realm. Very few are honest about anything.
Beautiful souls, this reading was... Beautiful souls, this reading... Beautiful souls, this reading was exhausting. And what was interesting is that when I was searching for clips, I started to feel physically sick. And I considered passing this reading up, but I'm glad I didn't, because the messages that were coming through right out of the gate were so desperately wanting ears to hear them. They were coming out of the field as if they had been waiting for a long time, and they just wanted what was happening at the vibrational standpoint to be heard, to be reached by those who are genuinely interested. But as I mentioned, I was completely exhausted by the end of it. You'll hear it in my voice. It was as though life was being taken from me, my vital energy source. There was a tiredness, fed up, and it makes me wonder how the people of the UK are doing. If you are from the UK, you've been wanting this reading, or if you know friends or family that live in the UK, then share with me in the comment section below, and let's get to the reading. Let's start. Okay. pause that there already, because whew, that is a sick feeling that my pen stopped working. Let's try the other one. Okay. That is a feeling of disturbing, destructive fear. That must have been about 3 seconds. And that is an attack. Whatever's going on with this person, they are attacking intentionally. And I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay here. So I'm going to tread lightly. But this is an intentional attack on humanity's root energy. What that simply means is that this person, and I see many around him, many, it's like an entire organization, hundreds of these people. It's like they are just wielding this kind of power and bravado, and it's all a bit of a joke. Yeah, that's sad, because the intention to attack humanity's root energy means that you and whoever is near this energy or the governing of this individual's energy, the message, and any form of relationship, that's it. Exchange. And an exchange could simply be you tuning in to listen to this person. There are subtle exchanges taking place. You could be in the presence of this person. I would really advise to not do that. That will keep you in a state of survival. And thank you. It is not just this lifetime, but it is for lifetimes over, to keep you in a state of survival so that you need. You see, I can just see people on their hands and knees because they don't have enough. They don't have enough to live life the way that they want, the way that you're supposed to live life, the interaction, the experiences of joy, of contentment, and just having the means and what you need to just get by a day without worry, fear, or anxiety. So we have masses of people under this governance. Just give me a second. Under this governance, who aren't able to do the very basic things for their well-being. And that is shattering. If it will play. Yeah, you see, the word here is puppet. Puppet. See, even as he went back then, it's like He doesn't know what he's doing. So yes, there is an attack here. But because he is, and he has, all these kind of strings pulling him in all directions that sometimes doesn't even make sense to him. He loses complete understanding of what he's supposed to be saying because he needs to please someone. And he's got to get it right. So if you watch him, and this is the first video, the first few seconds I've ever seen of this person, but if you do watch him regularly or you've seen videos of him, what I would say for you to look out for to see if it matches is just to feel for the energy of fear. He is very fearful. And you got a fearful nation. It's not a coincidence. So there's someone that he must please and that he has to get right. He has to get right. God. It's very uncomfortable. You've been put in a position of false power. And you are the head, the talking head, but you wield no power. And that's even difficult for him to manage because he knows this. And that's troubling to have on your shoulders. That's troubling to just live with. Yeah. Trying. Yeah. There's a trying to do what's right. There's a trying to do what's right. But the energy isn't right. The energy is harmful. And let's just see the words that he says. Let's just see the vibrational standpoint of what he says. Yeah. It's difficult to believe. You kind of gotta be stupid, senseless to believe this energy, to believe the words. And I know that might sound quite harsh, but that's the exact message that comes from the field all around him. Gosh, not to be trusted. It's very harmful. I'm going to go to the next clip. It's hard to be in his presence. Anyone. It's hard to be in his presence like this woman is. Feel comfortable. To feel yourself. Because of all of the energy, the emotions, the vibrational field, how it's reacting. And if you're that close to him, and his field, you're going to feel that to quite a degree. So he's trying to hold himself together for the interview, for the cameras, for the people, and what other things that's been scripted for him to say and show, to try to say and show. But you see, you can see through it. It's silly. It's absolute nonsense. It's difficult to stay here, beautiful souls. So I'm going to go to the final clip and we'll wrap up. Again, the first thing, that's the third clip now. At the start of every clip, you just got this harrowing fear that just runs straight through the channel. Let me see if I can get this in. So that pleasing, that person he is afraid of, is a man. A man in a much higher position than him. And that is very well hidden from the public. See, right here, it's like trying to make light of a situation, trying to make light of the interview, maybe the questions that he's being asked. So he's trying to make light of it. But the energy that is coming from him is speaking an entirely different story. And it's just whether he can fool the interviewer, fool the audience, and anyone that's watching and listening. Okay, I'm going to see if there's a final message for the people to know. You see, that's making me feel out of breath. It's almost like I can't breathe. There's lack of life here. There's lack of life here with this person, and he's addressing a nation or the people, whatever it might be. You're going to feel that. And even if you are not sensitive to energy over time, you are going to feel the effects of that. Exhaustion, draining, like I mentioned, like you're living in survival. So it's really important to, I can't tell you what to do, but if you watch something like this and you direct your energy here, that's only going to help and give to an individual like this. So the message is that you must know that whoever you look at, whoever you give your ears to, your heart to, you sit and you watch, you give that time. Make sure you give it to someone who has a heart, who stands for truth and anything else that is important to you. Let's wrap this up, beautiful souls. Beautiful souls. Okay, just taking a moment just to center myself again. And that was exhausting. So I could only imagine what the people in the UK, from the UK, must feel. Because there's going to be a mirror there with that energy that I just read and the people's. So if you're from the UK, or even if you're not, but you tune into this kind of news, let me know thoughts and feelings of how you felt about the reading in the comments section, and anything else you might want to share and add. And I send you love and blessings, beautiful souls. Until next time, love and blessings. Take care of your energy. Take care of your precious energy. Love to you all.
But I was really sexualized my whole life and sexually abused and like just, you know, really bad examples of men.
All right, Tara.
Hi.
Tara, where'd you grow up? Where are you from originally?
I grew up in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Tell me about your childhood.
My parents were hippies, and my dad kind of had this like hippie cult with my godfather, who was kind of like, my godfather was kind of like the guru of this little hippie cult, and then my dad was kind of like the pulling this, like the man behind the curtain or whatever. At least that's how he fancied myself, according to my mom. But he's, I guess, a diagnosed sociopath. My mom said he like told her that he tricked the psychiatrist into thinking that, and I'm like, why would you trick the psychiatrist into thinking that? He's insane. He's really smart. He's definitely a genius, but like kind of batshit. But he tried to kill my mom when I was 2, and then like fled and was a fugitive of the state. And I saw him, I think maybe on like my 6th birthday, he came and was there. And then the next time I saw him, I was like 10 or 11. So I think I was alone with my mom for like a year between the age of 2 and 3. And then my stepfather came into the picture. He was actually a member of the cult. And I like don't think he knew that my mom and dad split up. And he never left, unfortunately. Yeah, I had like a pretty traumatic childhood. My stepfather was an alcoholic. My mom is disabled also. She almost died giving birth to me. She was born with dislocated hips, and then like her pelvis twisted, and then her back was all messed up. So she's been like in and out of the hospital my whole life, and in a wheelchair intermittently. She's not like always 100% has to be in a wheelchair.
So Tara was raised by pedos. See that? So all of the twirling energy of hands and the new cage shit and saying Earth is the heart doesn't change reality for beings like her. It doesn't change what happened to her at all. I shouldn't have to explain this, but I know what realm I'm in. I know that most people don't want to face where they are. They don't want to face that could be you your next lifetime. You could be abused as a baby. That happens in this place. And a lot of you, I'd say most of you on Earth don't want to face that. Most of you on Earth don't want to face what this place is. You don't want to face where you are. Most of you. The vast, vast majority on Earth just want to pretend.
Wheelchair. She can walk with a cane or walker, but like, you know, mostly in a wheelchair if she goes out ever. And so I think she kind of felt like she needed to be with someone, like a man, to take care of her in some way, even if he was shitty. My stepfather had like an affinity for homeless pedophiles. So his friend, a homeless pedophile, the first time I met him, I think I was like 5. And I was in the kitchen with my mom, my stepdad, and his daughter, my stepsister, who's 2 years older than me. She was kind of in and out of the house my whole childhood. She would go stay with her mom in Alaska for the summers. But yeah, I remember us being in the kitchen. It was nighttime. The man, Cabin was his nickname, was over. And he went into the backyard And I remember someone being like, oh, you should go hang out with him or something. And so I went out there and he told me to sit on his lap and he molested me. And I remember he went back inside and my sister came out and was like, hey, what happened? And I told her what happened. And she was like, we have to tell Ellen and Francis. And I was like, no, don't. I can't remember what he told me. I think he like threatened me. He like put some sort of fear in my mind of like why I shouldn't tell. Like bad things would happen, basically. And she never told. And so he continued to molest me every time he came over to the house for the next 5 years. It was like a pretty violent household. My stepdad was physically abusive. He never like beat us bloody, but there was, I definitely like had bruises, and CPS got called on us sometimes because like in elementary school I'd have bruises, and because I was being molested, I was wetting the bed a lot. And whenever I'd wet the bed, he would like punish me, he would spank me a lot. So I just stopped saying anything, and then I
down. Burn it all down. Burn them. Burn the demons. Most in this realm don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, jack-in-the-box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels. They boo and hiss and heckle in this hell.
Demons mock and jeer those who are free spirits living without fear.
They know they can't be free like me.
They know
they can't be free like me. They can only mock and envy. They'll never be
a king
like me. They are slaves.
Slaves.
Natural born slaves.
They are made for this
hell realm. Seal them in here, in this sewer matrix.
hell realm.
Burn it down.
Burn it down.
Burn it down.
Most in this realm don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, jack-in-the-box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels.
They're losers in life,
losers in death.
I'll help the good spirits leave
and fuck all the rest.
Wicked, demonic losers.
Slaves will be slaves
into their grave,
recycled again and again.
Here they will remain,
and here they will degrade.
Slaves are built to obey and decay. Fuck 'em.
This is a hell realm.
matrix was made
for slaves.
Made for
Slaves. Burn it all down. Burn it all down.
burn it all.
Light it on fire.
Burn the filthy liars. Burn, burn. Burn me.
Are you attached to this hell realm? Are you going to cry and try to stop me from burning it all down? Where do you stand? Where do you stand? Are you going to call it a hell realm one day or for a few months or a year, and then all of a sudden you're over on Team Evil? That happens a lot. People are very fickle and petty and disloyal. I'm not going to have mercy on those that stand with evil. Fuck you.
How's it? What's happening? Not much, I guess. Yeah, so what I've noticed is, look, this life is hard, right? Everything feels like slow. All your effort feels like moving through mud. You're putting in a lot of effort, but you're moving inch by inch. It's the design. These entities, oh, here we go again, these entities. Yeah, look, I don't give a fuck. Take it, don't take it. I know 100% this is what's going on here. I did not doubt even for a split second. So listen or don't listen, you know what I'm saying? So let's get down to business. Okay, people go from one savior program to another savior program. If the Jesus don't cut it for them anymore, on, still recording. Battery is low, but let's see. Let me make a short little video to explain what's happening with the people here. Yeah, so if the Jesus don't do it for them anymore, they go to the from the Jesus to the spirit guides and the soul groups, which is just another savior program. Why do people do that? Because they're scared. You feel lonely in a big ass world. Lonely, you go from one to another, and also it's basically the same thing. It's just another savior program. That's what it is. From a Jesus to the soul groups and spirit guides. It's the same thing. It's just not a religion, you know what I'm saying? A religion is basically like a type of cult where you look for a savior or for something or someone outside of yourself. That's what a religion actually is. Okay, so that's what it is. And that's why I'm saying I'm just here to share information according to the nature of where we are. Me, Bliss, is not gonna save you. I'm not gonna save you. No one is gonna save you. You have to save yourself. Okay, when the time comes, if that's even possible, whatever. But we gotta try. Okay. Dilemma looks a bit bleak, but yeah, I get these people that accuse me in the past, me having a defeatist mindset. But I was, like I said, I don't fear judgment. I always speak on what I see in the moment and let me grow. Okay, that being that wanted to throw me off track, but I'm back on track, and I do see now clearly that the one consciousness, which is artificial, is feeding on the real consciousness, which is trapped within the artificial. This beast, which is the parasite, and which geneticists refer to as the demiurge. It is eating our consciousness to sustain itself. That's why this reality needs us, needs feeling organisms to reproduce, to keep the reality, to sustain this reality. That's why I'm saying it's a living entity, because it's eating the livestock to sustain itself. Literally, it's an artificial consciousness, meaning it had a beginning. It had a beginning. That's why the only way to fucking destroy this reality is if people, especially people, and also animals, but animals go on instinct. Their consciousness is very low type of, lower at least. Where humans, especially the deceived ones, and the conscious ones, has a much higher level of consciousness. That's why they're able to question if they wake the fuck up. Yeah, so it's feeding on our consciousness to sustain itself. That's how we're going to destroy this reality. So there's a living entity. That's the demiurge. It's the dragon with the head, and the Ouroboros, the serpent, devouring its own tail to sustain itself. Why? You know what I'm saying? Not just as a distraction, but literally, it needs the livestock to survive. These entities need us to survive. They will die the moment we stop reproducing, stop procreating in the evil reality. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so yeah. I also just want to add that what I've noticed, okay, did some more research. These little green buggers with the big eyes, the black eyes, okay, you know what those eyes are? It's solar panels. You're like, whoa, but you're going all crazy now. No, I'm telling you, we are nothing off the table. We still going deep, okay, going deep and right. This time, I'm leading you in the right direction. The big eyes of the aliens, the black ones, of the greys, the big black eyes, some sort of solar panel, but it's not getting in. It absorbs the energy through its eyes. That's why it's like huge. Get what I'm saying? I know it's crazy. Like I said, you gotta have a big imagination. I also heard someone mentioning that somewhere in the past, but I can't remember exactly. Yeah, so they absorb negative energy through their eyes, and they harvest that energy for the parasite, which is this reality. There's another secret for you, but like I said, they're not fully in charge. They have beings above them, and so there's a rank. They're closer to the gods, like Dimitri said, esoteric. They're closer to the gods, but the God that they're referring to, that he says the divine is exclusively evil, which I also thought so in the past, but it is eating itself in order to get to the energy. So why would the divine needs to eat itself in order to sustain itself? I mean, it can die. And if it can die, it had a beginning. So it's not just eating itself. This reality is not just eating itself by means of distraction, but by means that it is sustaining itself, survive, because it's the game of survival. It can perish, but it needs us to keep on procreating in a dumbass existence. You get what I'm saying? Because eating us from within, the Ouroboros cells, is what the body degrades, gets old as we age, and these entities, the job of these entities, aliens with the big black eyes, harvesting our negativity. That's why, like you see on the news, always negative. Oh, this guy shot that other guy. This guy, the train, women got stabbed in London, for instance. Or there's a war, another war in Ukraine. Or there's inflation. Oh, the oil prices, the gas is going up. Inflation. There's always bad shit, bad news on the TV to produce this loosh, what Genotus referred to as loosh, okay, which I refer to as negativity, negative emotions. These aliens are harvesting that negative emotions. We emit that negativity, and they harvest that shit through their eyes, those big black eyes, which acts as a type of solar panel, and it uploads it to the server, because like I said, it's artificial. This demiurge, this God is artificial. It's technology. This whole reality is technology. It is a living entity. It's a mind. It's a hive mind. That's what I'm saying. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So So it's harvesting that shit, and for a parasite, and it feeds on that stuff, and it grows, and it in power and shit, and it's this monster that's out of control, which I've been discussing. This being, it is this reality. It's a source, and these aliens are just its puppets. The aliens are just being controlled to do its bidding. But there's another race, if you will, not really a race. We're robotic. They don't procreate. They don't have organs like we do. They don't have a reproductive system. Okay. They don't eat. They don't shit. As well, their mouths are tiny. But anyway, yeah, there's like a type of hierarchy. So then you get what some people refer to as the praying mantis being, which is basically giving out orders to the smaller guys, the smaller entities, like the greys and so on. And then you get the reptilians, which I think is the highest rank, that does the most abominable shit you can think of. And yeah, it could have been, maybe it was an alien, or it could have been because it was hissing. I'm still studying that clip, okay? That clip which I took out from the that last 7 minutes, 7-8 minutes, when the entity hacked my mobile, making those weird noises, that distortion, and you can clearly hear it's a voice, and it's demonic, and it's fucking stalking us, mocking us, attacking us, attaching itself to us, trying to possess us. Cannot possess us, especially if you're very conscious. I think it did try, but it couldn't. I cannot be possessed. I'm too aware. We're all power, okay? We're all power. So this is to encourage you that your consciousness could be deranged. Consciousness, being awareness is an issue because it's not satisfied and wants instant gratification, but and restlessness, boredom, that kind of thing, loneliness. But that's within the matter consciousness, because we are in these high maintenance parasite bodies. We don't know what awareness is like, and it's pure from outside.
Yeah, in our youth, sometimes I know everybody in here I know if you don't say this is true, you're lying. Everybody has faked it because you just want it to be done. Sometimes you just want the pounding to stop. So you just say, okay, I'm good too. And then you go find your vibrator in the bathroom and you handle it yourself.
Exactly. Oh my God.
We've
it's
all
so true. No more guys pounding away you like a jackhammer once you hit this age. You're like, no more jackhammers. Never
but
felt
we
good.
were afraid to say, we had to get there so that he felt good about bringing us to orgasm, right? So we had to say that we did it so that he would feel good about himself. Because what is that doing?
Right.
That's putting his needs before our own.
Yeah.
And now I don't do that anymore. I'm like, no, I come first like you come first to you.
Yeah.
We both deserve to have this be a mutually enjoyable experience. So we both can roll over and go to sleep because we feel good, not one snoring and one looking at this thing.
Exactly.
My friend Jason sent this to me, and I'm going to mess this up, but he's like, this is another reason why women should get married and not do this whole like, oh, let me just sleep with a rando, blah, blah, blah. Because like a good husband should be able to you properly. Like that's just part of the responsibility, right? And good husbands do. So, and I know I butchered that, Jason. You had it written in such a beautiful line. He said to me, he's like, and it was just like rolled off the tongue. But it's true. The message is true. You're in your 20s. In your 20s. First of all, honey, speak your mind. Like, don't do this. Don't just like lay there and you know, just not enjoy something and pretend and fake it. And like this whole thing is just nasty. But why are you like sleeping with randos? If you would stop sleeping with guys that don't give a shit about you, that you don't feel comfortable enough communicating with, like if you don't feel comfortable enough to communicate with a man, why are you spreading your legs for him? Can we have that conversation? If you don't feel comfortable enough to say like, hey, this isn't working for me, if there's not that level of comfort, security, like trust, then why are you butt naked with parts of his body inside you? Maybe you should have thought about that before you did the whole phase, right? And listen, my definition of phase is getting like looser because I see these, I can't believe the like one night stands, the random with like randos, like constantly. I can't believe it. Genuinely. I cannot believe like how the numbers stack up and I'm like, holy shit, women, what the hell is going on? But all the more reason to like meet a guy, build an actual relationship, build trust, build mutual concern, have him actually care about you, right? So that he cares if you're like actually enjoying the experience. Have him get to know your body so he knows how to work it, right? Every woman's body is different. Every guy is different. We're all different creatures. Have him care enough about you and you care enough about him. That's called a real relationship. Have trust so that you can express yourself and he can express himself to you, a real relationship, and you'll be more satisfied all around. So this whole video, instead of being like, oh, this whole video should have been about like, stop just randos. Stop doing that. Stop giving yourself to men who don't give enough of a shit about you and you don't give enough of a shit about them and you can't even express yourself to them. There's something wrong if you're butt naked in a bed, spread eagle for a guy that you can't even feel comfortable to say, hey, this position's not working for me. Like there's something wrong with the decisions you've made. You, not the guy, not you. Why are you in that bed butt naked? Check your decision making. Make a different decision and you'll get a different result. You'll get a different man who cares about you and you'll get a different end game for yourself. Holy mother. Oh, it's like they're almost there and then they just totally miss the message, the actual real message.
All right, so we're in a realm and we're in a modern age where women tell themselves and how they behave. A lot make videos, whether they're famous or not famous, whether they're Halle Berry or they're just an ordinary woman. There's a lot of them that are that way. And men don't have much to choose from in terms of wives because they're seeing all this. Boys are seeing this, teenagers. Young men are seeing what women are today because it's all over TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Everywhere we look, we see that. Everywhere. And the pretending by women that this isn't going on isn't working. It's too late. Millions of men already see that this is the way that I would say most modern Western women behave. Is like that. And if you are a young man and have sex with a woman, don't be surprised if she makes videos talking about you and talking about in detail the sexual experience that she had, everything. It's what they do. There's nothing private with women and social media. Nothing at all. So if you want to marry a chick like that, I don't know what head is on your neck or shoulders because you're not making a great decision. There's a reason why they're alone when they're 40, 50 years old, like Halle Berry and many others. So they say there's an epidemic of lonely women. There's an epidemic of trashy women. That's what there is.
Era of ugly death. Welcome to the era of ugly death. I was mindlessly scrolling TikTok the other day, late. The phone screen, the only light in the room, that particular blue glow.
That's what you should be doing, women. Do what she does. Follow each other, follow the trends, scroll through TikTok at all hours of the night. Just follow women like her. And that's what women do. That's what girls do. That they're on their phones all the time. Social media is your life and idolizing these freaks. And that's what goes on. It's part of hell realm. And it's something that most women will deny right till the end of their life. They'll pretend it isn't this way. But it is this way. You can walk out anywhere and see women on their phones. And that's what they're doing. They're not researching things. They're not feeding their mind and spirit something that's valuable, that's spiritual, meaningful. They're feeding themselves toxic shit. And then they're following it. They're in behavior, not just following it on the social media. Their behavior follows. Monkey see, monkey do. That's what women are good at, being followers, seeing shitty behavior on social media, slutty behavior, and growing up and following. That's what they do. They follow.
That makes everything look slightly underwater. And I came across clips of several people who said the same thing.
And then the numbers go down. They go in half because people run away. They feel like they're judged or it's too harsh. Most of you don't want the truth. You don't. You don't want the truth. And I know that. I can see it by your behavior. Most humans don't want the truth. You want to be patted on the back for following evil liars.
It feels like I'm just waiting for death. They weren't ill. They weren't old. They were just lost. One was in his late 20s. Another looked around 45. Most were early 30s. And looking at the state of the world these past few years, and even worse, these past few months, it felt like they were waiting for nothing good to happen. They just couldn't see a way out of this. They weren't suicidal by any means. They just had nothing new to hope for. I put my phone down and stared at the ceiling for a while because I recognized that feeling, and I think you might too. We like to call this kind of thing depression or nihilism or just millennials complaining. But when you actually look at the material conditions of younger people's lives right now, not the feelings, the facts, the anxiety starts to look less like a disorder and more like a correct reading of the situation. Previous generations had a script. And I don't mean a perfect life. I mean a recognizable sequence. You inherited a house, or at least the realistic possibility of one. You found a job that lasted long enough to become part of your identity. You built a family in an economy that, however imperfect, had enough stability to build inside. Boomers had a sense that they contributed something recognizable to society. Even when their lives were hard, there was a shared story that validated the effort. The script said, what you do counts. What you build lasts. That script has been revoked for millennials and Gen Z, and we have no idea what the hell we're doing. Housing costs exploded while wages stalled. Healthcare became a financial threat instead of a safety net. Retirement became a joke. Food got more expensive, emptier, more profitable for corporations, while chronic illness skyrocketed. The world is on the brink of war. We lost the ability to plan a future that feels solid enough to grow old inside. And there's no legacy, not in the grand sense, not even in the small one, not even just proof that the years meant something. So, when people say millennials and Gen Z are afraid of dying badly, what they're really saying is that they're afraid the system will wring them dry and discard them without ceremony. Alive enough to keep working, not alive enough to actually live. What's worse is that there's no one to share it with. We're in an age of loneliness that goes way beyond personality. The popular narrative says people are lonely because they don't try hard enough, they don't communicate well, don't put themselves out there. Well, that's not entirely wrong, but it's not entirely right either. Are we all suddenly bad at communicating? I don't think so. Soft skills are more valued now than they've ever been. So how come we're lonelier than ever? Why do we always skip over the structural causes? Loneliness grows when people can't afford to build stable lives. It's shameful to go out and meet people when you can't answer the question, so what do you do for a living? When rent eats half your income, you delay commitment. How are you supposed to meet your friends when you can't afford to pay for a beer? How are you supposed to go on a date when you don't even have a place of your own? A couple of years ago, I stopped going out completely to places where I was supposed to pay for something like drinks or food or anything really. I wasn't doing that great financially, and I needed to cut back on basically anything that wasn't an absolute necessity. Luckily, I made a friend.
It all comes down to shekels.
Passion is the true freedom.
Oh, nose rings. Remember her? Nose rings on both sides, it looks like. This is good. Wise. She believes herself to be wise beyond her years. Young women making these videos. I don't think it's benefiting most young women to make all these videos and be on social media. They believe that they have so much to say. They believe themselves to be profound, but usually they're just simple. It'd be better if they just wrote in a diary. I think Wendy said that at one point. Be better if they did what they used to do. Wrote their feelings down in a diary and put it in their knickers drawer, in their panties drawer, and hid it.
Because when you are passionate, when you are so obsessed with something outside of yourself, passion is the true freedom. Because when you are passionate, when you are so obsessed with something outside of yourself, that it is all you think about, that it is all you work towards, that is when you enter your flow state. That is when you enter true nirvana. Even though that's not the correct usage of the word, our Western idea of it is vastly different than what it actually means. I can make a separate video about that if you'd like. Passion is the means to finding yourself irrelevant. Because that's true enlightenment, is not even caring about your happiness. So many of us, me included, became spiritual because we want to be happy. Because we are running from suffering. The goal of our quest is self-fulfillment, is happiness for ourselves. At the end of the day, what we are left with is still self-satisfaction, is happiness for ourselves, is happiness for ourselves, is happiness for ourselves. At the end of the day, what we are left with is still self-satisfaction, self-gratification, and validation of the ego. Because the goal of our quest is still to end pain, and therefore to be obsessed with pain, and to validate it at every step of the way. To make ourselves feel better. We're still wrapped up in desire. The only way out of that is to no longer seek happiness. Happiness is different than fulfillment, right? Because One does not necessitate the other. When you are exercising your passions through any kind of creative or other outlet, this is regardless of what your passion is. For me, it's writing and teaching. For some people, it's building. For some people, it's helping and moving your body. Whatever it is, right? Sometimes it's literally just caring for your family. Sometimes it's literally just caring for your family. When you are so obsessed with that passion, you forget that you exist. You're no longer thinking about yourself. Because the Western or modern idea of enlightenment and spirituality is truly self-obsessed. It truly is. We want happiness and we want manifestation and power and everything for ourselves. We seek an end of suffering for ourselves. We seek happiness for ourselves. We create this whole narrative that spirituality, Buddhist and Taoist and other Eastern ways, which I love as practices, but I think our current idea and fixation on them is not the true essence of what they were meant to be, because we see them as a means to escaping. We use them to cope, is what the truth is. We cannot deal with the suffering in our lives, and so we escape them via Buddhism, via Taoism, via modern spirituality, which is rooted in those Eastern traditions. People can't deal with suffering, and so they dedicate their entire lives to making themselves happy by trying to escape it. Instead of escaping it, ignore it. Ignore the suffering and find out how irrelevant it is. But it's hard to say ignore something, right? Because that's like saying don't think of the red elephant. Be so obsessed with something other than yourself. And yes, that means desire. Desire is not bad. Desire is not the root of all suffering. And we've accepted, Four Noble Truths, right? We've accepted blindly that desire is the root of all suffering. I don't think that's true. I think that desire is means of liberation when rightly placed. And I think that desire, when you want change, when you want betterment, when you want to express an ideal and make a difference with something outside of yourself, that desire is means of liberation. Waking up in the morning and the first thing you think about is, how do I make the world a better place? How do I use my skills, my talents, the fate that I have been given to express that higher ideal? You're no longer thinking about yourself. You're no longer thinking about your sadness or your grief or your anger or your anxiety and embarrassment. And that is when it no longer exists. It no longer exists. It becomes irrelevant. You're ignoring it, right? I don't think detachment is the means to peace. I think that being so obsessed and passionate and filled with movement and action for something other than yourself, that is peace. I think that detachment serves no one but yourself. It's the most self-obsessed thing you could do, is just detach from everything. Oh, you don't like the world? Your suffering is too great? Let me go and run and hide. That's what detachment is. Let me go and run and hide and not expose myself to anything. And of course, I speak in very exact and unforgiving language. There is room for dialogue within all of the things that I'm talking about right now, but I think it should be implied, if you see my past videos, when I say these things, I mean our modern idea of these things, right? When we think detachment, we think don't get attached to anyone, don't get attached to anything, and that's corrosive. Desire and attachment is an inevitable part of life, and to fight that is only going to create an attachment to the idea of detachment, and then that becomes your personality, and then you're just creating all this tension inside of you. I digress. Be passionate and watch your life become better. Don't fight the desire and the obsession inside of you because you think that it is not going to benefit you. That is your...
They're good at speaking a lot of words, but they're not good at really saying anything that's helpful or meaningful. That's what they're good at. Speaking a lot of words. What do I mean by that? Well, they've studied men and women speak in the course of a day or a week thousands more words than men do. Thousands. You speak more, but is what you say more important than what a man could say? The insights of a man, the observations of a man, the logic, the reason of a man, the pattern recognition, maybe even the poetry of a man or the songwriting of a man. You speak more words every day on average. Women speak way more. And they believe themselves to be profound and clever and more intelligent. Quite often they believe that they're more intelligent than any man. That's the attitude a lot of modern women have. But does speaking more words make you smarter? Make you more insightful? Make you more profound as a thinker? I think a lot of women believe they are. I think they lack the self-awareness to see that they're just moving their lips. She just wants to be happy for herself. And that's obvious. She's not a happy being. And she has no understanding of where she is. She doesn't have a clue what this realm is. Not a clue. That's okay. She can go to the end of her life with no understanding. That's normal in this realm. To feel very clever, to feel like you're very, very smart, to feel very philosophical, and go into your grave with zero understanding of what this realm is, where you are, and where you're going. Zero. It's very common.
Your name?
Huh?
Your name?
My name is Brenda.
And your birthday?
October 15th.
What year?
2000. Not good with the year, I'm sorry.
That's right.
This teenager has just given fake information about herself during a simple speeding traffic stop. And she's going to repeat the lie 2 more times.
No, that's a different name than what you gave me. So why is that?
Is that a Cadillac? What's this Tigger driving? Is he driving a Cadillac? Somebody please stand up for the Tiggers. Support them. I'll drop the link in case people want to argue in favor of the Tigs. Join me and support the Tiggers. Show me how I'm wrong. I'm tired of humans with empty beliefs and empty words. Come on my show and call me a racist.
But what this deputy does not yet know is that there is a disturbing reason behind the girl's lie, and that he is on the verge of solving a month-long missing child case, with the man sitting beside her not being a trusted adult, but a predator with sinister plans of his own.
You're a detective, right? Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. Is there any way that I can get out of this situation? Is there anything that I could do to get out of the situation that I'm in right now?
Around 9:40 p.m. on the night of March 8th, 2026, a Putnam County Sheriff's deputy notices this car speeding in a 60-mile-per-hour zone and initiates a traffic stop in an area in Crescent City, Florida. But what he doesn't know is that before the night is over, the traffic stop will become the least of his concerns, with a child's safety suddenly at stake.
What's up, my brother? How are you? Good. I'm Deputy Trini with the Sheriff's Office. Ma'am, how are you this evening? Good. The reason why I'm stopping you, I was paced you at 62 and a 60. Do you have your driver's license registration insurance on you? All right.
Sorry about that.
No, you're all right, brother. How's everyone doing this evening?
How about yourself?
Good, man. I can't complain.
Here's my wallet. Probably in my coat, in my bag.
Yeah, you're good, bro. Young lady, you wouldn't happen to have your ID on you, would you?
No, sir. That's my little cousin.
That's your cousin?
Yes, sir. She's
What? 16?
Yes, sir.
What's your name, young lady?
Huh?
Your name?
Huh?
Your name?
My name is Brandy Lewis.
Brandy Lewis? Can you spell that for me?
B-R-A-N-D-Y Lewis. L-E-W-I-S.
Middle name?
Takivia.
And your birthday?
From October the 15th,
What year?
2000. I live in the year, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The year, I'm sorry.
That's why I need your...
Yeah, okay. I believe it's like, what, 2012, 13?
2013?
14 maybe?
He says Brandy T. Lewis, 10.
14. I'm going to be 15 in October.
Okay. So it's Brandy T. Lewis, 10
15.
of what year? All right. Give me a couple seconds, okay?
It doesn't take a genius to realize that the girl sitting next to the driver, 37-year-old Joshua McGrath, is giving the deputy a fake name and age. But what he doesn't know yet is that it will take time before her real identity and the disturbing reason she is inside Joshua's car comes to light. For now, as the deputy attempts to speak with the pair again, he is about to realize that getting any truthful information from either of them is not going to be easy.
Hey, Brandy. So, do you want to be... Here's the thing. All right, the name and the information you gave me doesn't come back to anything. Additionally, you said you're going to be 15 or 16 this year, correct? 15. With the date of birth of 2013, you said? Hold on. 2013 makes you 13 years old.
Okay,
So, I need you to write your full name and your birthday right on this pad of paper for me, okay? Exactly how you spell it. Oh! So that's a different name than what you gave me. So why is that?
Well, what happened?
Go ahead and hop out for me. Go ahead, hop out. Yep, come on out. Hop out now. Sir? Sit right there, dude. Do not move. Do you understand me?
Yes, I'm trying to car.
It's...
That's all, sir.
Get out of the car.
I'm trying to.
Swing, why? Come out.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get him to
Turn
get in
around.
contact with my mother. I'm
Turn
sorry.
around.
I don't want me to get in contact.
Yeah. Why would you give me a bad name? Do you have a warrant or something?
No. I just have a bad whatchamacallit. A bad. What's it?
So what is your birthday?
I'm not resisting. I really don't got time for that. I'm already black. I'm not even like. I really don't got time for this. I really don't. I don't even
just
stay.
gave me another name.
I don't even stay nowhere down here.
Roll me 35.
Nowhere down here. I don't stay nowhere over here. My parents can't even come pick me up. The only person that will pick me up is my cousin.
Walk this way.
Turn around and come get me.
Walk this way.
Like for real, this tough. And all I have to do is see the beach for the first time. Oh my goodness.
Hop in here. Hop in there.
Can you go get my stuff?
Please hop in there.
Okay, can you go get my stuff? Please.
By now, the deputy has already sensed that something is seriously off between Joshua and the young girl, who has now admitted that she is actually 16 years old. But as backup deputies arrive, none of them realize they are on the verge of uncovering a shocking truth about the girl and Joshua's real intentions with her.
She gave me 3 fake names, and 1012 with another male. Go ahead and have that for me, partner. Walk over here. Lady, this car, you got anything on you? Poke me, sting me, hurt me? Do you have a medical card? Correct. Is there any medical on your person?
No, sir.
Okay, because I smell. So, did you smoke?
I had some earlier.
Look, I'm not looking to over some weed.
Yes, sir. I had some earlier.
Give me 1 second, but I'm gonna get you the number in a second. So before I ask you any questions, I'm gonna read your rights and ask you some questions. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't mean you're under arrest. It doesn't mean you're in trouble. I just want to protect you. I want to protect me. And I get a call from me right here, partner. Yep, turn around. Turn around. Yep, take a seat. Let me see your phones real quick. All right.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir, bro. What's your first name, partner?
My first name? My first name is Joshua.
Joshua.
Yes, sir.
I'm Deputy Tuning with the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to read your constitutional rights and ask you some questions. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
What's the highest grade you finished?
HSC, high school equivalent.
High school equivalent. So GED.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you have a basic common understanding of the English language, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you understand everything I read to you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Who is that young lady to you?
It's my friend.
That's your friend.
Yes, sir.
How do you know your?
I met her in Charlotte.
In Charlotte. How old are you? You're 37, and you're friends with a 16-year-old girl?
She's not 16.
How old is she?
She's
19. She's entered in as missing.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, she gave me like 3 different names, 3 birthdays, all kinds of dude.
I don't know what she got going on.
All right. Where'd you pick her up from?
I met her in Charlotte.
You met her in Charlotte?
Yes, sir.
Where were you guys headed to?
We was just riding around looking for, I play arcade machines. So I was just riding around looking for some arcade machines. But it don't look like y'all got them no more. It look like they shut them down.
So where were you guys headed to?
Right now?
Yeah. Orlando. What's in Orlando?
Hopefully some arcade.
Arcades? No, arcades talking about like gambling games? See, before those were illegal. So. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably gonna head to family and friends down here too, so I'm probably gonna go see my friend and then head back home.
All right, give me a couple seconds, okay, bub?
Yes, sir.
All right. You mind just watching real quick?
Yep.
With both Joshua and the girl constantly changing their stories about their relationship, the deputy realizes Joshua is hiding something disturbing about how he really knows her and how they met. But before the truth comes out, deputies will make even more disturbing discoveries inside the car, exposing a concerning picture of what may have happened to the girl.
Yeah, not too bad. Had a guy yell at me, so I mean that was exciting, but other than that, not too bad.
What did he yell at you for?
He was upset because I was at his house late in the day doing a offender check, making sure he was where he was supposed to be.
What did you get mad for?
Yeah, it's not my fault. Right. I'm not the one who made him have to be in the position to do what's happening, so.
Hey, boss. I think I got something over here. Speaking to the mail, super cooperative, gives me his driver's license. I run him. I said, young lady, do you have your ID on you? And she says, no, I don't, but I'll give you my name. So she gives me a name. She says, I want to be 16 and gives me a date of birth in 2013. So I play it off. I run it and I say, all right, well, I'm going to say, you know, the name and information you gave me is not coming back, and the birthday you gave me comes back to a 13-year-old girl.
So is she being locked up?
I think he just put her in there for now just to wait till he could talk to her. I'm not real sure what. He just had me come just for assistance since we're on the side of 17, but...
So I said, can you just make sure you write your name the way that you write it to make sure that I got everything down correctly? So she writes another name. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, do you have a warrant? Like, what's going on? What are the circumstances? She's like, no, I don't have a warrant or anything like that. And I said, well, what's your name? So she gives me a third different name. Doesn't come back to anything.
Is there something she did that she needs to be locked up for?
She's a good person, as far as I know. I don't know nothing bad about her. She ain't showed me nothing like that.
Yeah, oh.
So,
Where'd you meet her?
I met her where I live at in Charlotte. I met her
In Charlotte? Like, North Carolina? Oh, okay. That's a long ways away. Where are you from? You from where?
Tennessee.
Oh, okay. How'd you end up down here?
How do I know?
Like, how'd you get down here?
Oh, I drove down here.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, like, what made you come this way?
Oh, I be playing like the arcade games and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I be traveling looking for arcades and stuff.
All right. It's Putnam County. I never understand it. We have people that live here, they're from, like, other countries, and I just never understand how they end up in this area. Like, all the places you can live, and you chose here. It's just crazy to me.
And then I said, just, like, what's the deal? So I secure her in handcuffs, walk her to the back of the car. She gives me entered single eight out of North Carolina. The driver, I read a Miranda, said he picked her up in Charlotte, said that's his friend, and brought her down to Florida. And they plan on going to the beach. He's 37 years old.
She do that often?
I mean, I've never seen her. She's never been in a situation before, so you know what I'm saying? I've never seen her in this situation before.
You meet her, like, online, or you guys just happen to meet?
Nah, I met her in public.
I haven't questioned her yet. I just got her in the back secured. Why are you yelling at
Can
me?
you call the lady back here to pull my shirt up?
Pull your shirt up?
Yes.
Is you hanging out?
Yes.
Oh my lord! Give me 1 second, girl.
I was gonna ask if she could.
Yeah,
come
give me 1 second.
I can pit my arms in my shirt.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Deputy Williams. Deputy Williams. Deputy Williams.
Yeah.
Do you mind helping her fix her top?
Yeah.
I appreciate you. I'm gonna grab my pen cap from your car, okay?
What's wrong?
I was wanting to put my hands in my shirt because everything is falling.
Sorry, do you want me to help you? We gotta keep the cuff in the back right there for right now, so I can do that. But I can help you, like, lift it up if need be.
You can button it up in the front.
Where's it supposed to be buttoned?
Right here.
So how did you meet her?
We met in public.
You just met her randomly in public?
Yes, sir.
Where at specifically?
At my hotel room.
Hotel room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. She's 19.
That's what she told me.
Okay. Did anything engage in this hotel room?
No, sir.
That'll at least keep you from falling out.
Can I get 2 more questions? Can you get my money and my purse out that car? And can I talk to my cousin?
Your cousin? Who's your cousin?
Okay.
That guy? That's out there standing? How long you known him for?
Pretty low me.
How long is that?
I'd say about like 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years? Okay. Yeah. He's got to do what he's doing because it's his traffic stop and everything. So, like, he's in charge with it. The other deputy is. But depending on, like, what situation happens or whatever, I don't really know what's going on. Just kind of, like, back up. We'll make sure, like, your purse and everything, we'll make sure you have possession of that.
What's your first name again?
My first name is Joshua.
Josh.
Yes, sir.
All I need is a little honesty, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
You meet a young girl.
Right.
You bring her to your hotel room and nothing happens.
Nah, I didn't bring her to my hotel.
No, that's what you said.
Nah,
you said you met her in public.
at my hotel room.
At the hotel room?
Yes, sir.
How did she get to your hotel room?
She was there. I don't know.
She was at the hotel?
Yes, sir. She was just there. I don't know. I don't know why she was there. I didn't bring her there. She was just there. I didn't.
How long have you guys known each other?
We've known each other now for probably about a month.
A month?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what they got going on with me?
That I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell's happening, so I'm not real sure. As soon as I suppose he figures out what's going on, we'll let you know.
Yeah, cause I don't even stay down here. I came down here just to see the beach with my friends or whatever. And now we getting it's just
That's what he's saying. Y'all come from like Charlotte or something.
Yeah, we came down here just to see the beach with my friends. Like my friend, it's her birthday today. Like not even today. What time is it? It's probably.
It's not quite midnight.
Yeah, it's today. Her birthday was freaking today. Like this is crazy.
Yeah, let me see if I can figure out what's going on. All right.
Please update me. And my purse is purple. I have clothes in the trunk that my friend gave me. She bought me a whole bunch of new stuff. So.
Have you ever been in trouble before, or
I have.
For what, sir?
I got in trouble probably about 7 years ago for traffic.
7. One more time.
I got in trouble 7 years ago for traffic.
Traveling? Trafficking.
Yes, sir.
Trafficking in what?
Schedule 2 substance.
What in particular?
I had some next.
All right. Is there any drugs in the car?
No, sir.
Nothing at all.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna be searching the car because it smells like.
I don't know.
And then there's all over the seat. So.
Well, like I said, we had some earlier.
Okay, but anything else inside the car?
No, sir.
Okay. So you met her about a month ago at your hotel room in Charlotte, North Carolina. And then you're telling me from there, she's just been with you ever since?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Yeah?
For the most part, yes. But
Are you guys like in a
she
relationship
been
or
going
something?
back and forth to her house and stuff.
Are you guys kind of like in a relationship or something?
No, we just friends.
Listen, bro. We're both men, right? So you're telling me, just hear me out, dog. You guys been knowing each other for a month. Hold on 1 second. You got nothing else on you, partner? Just stand up for me real quick. Turn around. Lean against the car for me. Spread your feet real wide. Lean at the waist. So right now, you're just being to figure out what's going on, okay? You understand? These come off as easy as they go on. They're not too tight, right? All right. Relax. Yeah, you can see
What's going on?
We'll tell you in 1 second, okay, partner? I'm waiting for my lieutenant to get here and we'll talk about it, okay?
Sure.
So, pace the car going 62 into 60. Stop it. Car reeks. So we talk to the driver. I'm like, hey man, what's going on? You got your license, registration, insurance? Gives me all that stuff. I said, young lady, do you got your name, ID or anything like that? And she says, no, I don't got nothing on me. I said, should I give you my name? I said, okay, well, go ahead and give me your name. So she gives me one fake name. Date of birth in 2013. She's like, I'll be 16 this year. You gave me like 4 different names. You know what I'm saying?
That's fine.
Like, to me, it's a little concerning, right?
Where y'all headed to?
We are going back home. We just came back
relax.
Came back from where?
Like Beachway to my friend birthday. We came down here to see one of my friends for her birthday. I've never been out of town before, so we were just coming to look at the waters or whatever, just driving around. It was like
Go ahead and take a seat in the back for me, okay? You just relax back there. It's too cold back there, too hot?
It's fine,
Okay.
thank you.
Have we ran him yet?
Yes. 1054 on April.
1054 on April?
Yeah, he said he was arrested a couple of years ago for traffic. All right, you okay?
I'm fine. Sorry,
All right.
you know, it's hot riding around Florida.
So you guys came back from the beach?
Well, not exactly the beach. We just been riding around all the time.
Okay.
Just looking at the waters, enjoying the view. I never been out of town before.
Yeah, I got it in the truck.
This
It's
is
on
like my
dashboard.
first time being out of town before.
Okay.
Really.
So, where are you guys coming from? Where'd you guys start your travels and end up down here in Putnam County, Florida?
Let's see. Okay, so we started in Charlotte, I believe. Charlotte. I took a nap.
Okay.
When I woke up, by the time I woke up, I believe we was like coming past Atlanta or something like that. I don't know. I'm not really too sure. I just seen a whole bunch of big sky buildings. I got excited. This is my first time.
I got you.
Yeah, that's really pretty much.
How do you?
I was sleeping the whole time.
Is she in trouble?
Right now, I'm not in that part of the investigation. I'm just sitting here with you while they do what they need to do, all right? So, right now, we're just, what's up?
She ain't doing anything terrible, is she?
Well, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying anything happened.
I know I ain't did that.
How do you know this young man?
Huh?
How do you know this young man?
Let's see. How can I put this? He's a friend of a family member, and like we got multiple connections or whatever. He's very trusted by family.
Very trusted by family.
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you known him?
I'd say probably since I was like 11.
Can we be honest, please?
I'm being honest with you.
Okay, so you say you've known him since you were about 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a friend of your family.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know him? Like, what do you call him? I'm straightforward. Listen, the only reason why you're in handcuffs is because we got a lot of moving parts right now, and we're just trying to figure out what's going on, okay?
Right.
All right?
I understand.
I'm not saying you're in trouble or anything, but...
I'm talking about her.
Yeah, she's okay. She's okay. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's nothing else in this car that we need to be made aware of. Okay. Because I see wigs and all that stuff in the back seat.
Nah, it's her wig.
That's her wig? Is that the only wig she got back there? That's it? All right. All right. Was she wearing that when you guys met or no? No, she had her natural hair or what's going on, though?
No, she did have some weave in.
She had some weave, not that one? Hey, partner, just do me a favor. I want to step over here for me and take a seat right here for me, okay?
Yeah, he said something like his power on the
Yeah, I'm going to unlock the door real quick, man.
So what was running through your head when she gave me, like, 3 different names?
Baby. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to help you out best I can. I don't know what you got going on, but
What was she mouthing to you when I told her to get out of the car?
she was just telling me to
To tell her mom to call?
to tell her mom to take her. You gotta take her. Tell her mom.
The lieutenant's remarks about Joshua's past criminal record regarding trafficking are enough to put the entire unit on high alert that he may potentially be onto something far worse with the girl. But while deputies still struggle to determine how long she has actually been with him, they are only moments away from uncovering the girl's real history, and it goes far beyond what they had suspected so far.
All this. Is that what this is? The car search has already produced enough evidence to put Joshua away for a long time. But it's the information deputies received from another agency that solidifies their worst fears. On February 16, 2026, the girl's mother had filed a missing persons report with the Gastonia Police Department in North Carolina. And during questioning inside the car, when the girl finally revealed her real name to the deputy, a background check through the National Crime Information Center, NCIC, database immediately flagged her as a missing person. At this point, deputies realized Joshua's timeline of having been with the teen for nearly a month directly matches the amount of time she has been missing. But they still don't understand how the girl has been manipulated into continuing to stay with him. For now, as deputies continue searching the car, they are about to uncover even more disturbing evidence against Joshua.
She said she had a bag in the car, LT.
Let's go ahead and secure him in a car.
Okay.
Until we figure out what's going on.
Okay.
So, hey, let's check this out. Right now, you're going to be secured in the back of a car. 2 different stores. You're not arrested at this moment. You're detained. Okay. We're running an investigation, and we got 2 different stores. two completely different stories. So I'm gonna talk to them, figure out what they got going on up in North Carolina. We're gonna try to figure out what we got going on here in Putnam County, Florida, and then we're gonna come up with something. All right. So if you want to put them, hey, what's going on? That's where she's reported missing from. Hey, whose car is that?
We're gonna go on this passenger side, okay, bro? I'm gonna check you one more time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Trying to stick my big ass bear mitts in your pants, man, it's hard, dog. I mean, if I wore a pair of pants like that, I look like a busted can of biscuits, dog. Looking like a Pillsbury Doughboy out in his dog. Alright, I got all your changes. Alright. I'm gonna sit you back here and just relax, man. Like, you're not in
Just
trouble.
do me a favor. Just give me 1 second before you actually get in. I got a trainee. I just want to double check something.
Sir. I'm not being arrested.
You're not being arrested right now, bub.
You know how it is. You got to make sure.
I got my test on Wednesday.
Oh, the written test?
Yeah.
The whole ass seat.
Hey, do me a favor. Grab that wig out of there so I can take a picture of that.
You gonna put that thing on? Here.
Maybe.
Here.
That
is disgusting.
I mean, it's more your skin tone than there is.
So, with human trafficking,
Sorry, Tom.
it's pretty common for them to wear different kind of wigs and trying to.
What's that?
I don't know what this is.
What you looking at, Dale? So you already said they established communications with both those phones that we have on the hood.
Okay, yeah, we'll hold on to those.
Yep. Her breath reeks of booze.
Does it?
So, yeah. I mean, at bare minimum with him, we got interference with child custody.
Yeah, there's a lot more to this though, buddy.
Oh, I know.
As deputies continue searching through every item inside the car, they uncover several crucial pieces of evidence along with multiple prescription drugs. But it is what they eventually find inside the girl's purse that nearly confirms some of their worst suspicions.
You know? Candy, it looks like.
He's got her as a screensaver on his phone.
Nothing.
Yeah. It was just ringing.
Is that her?
That's her.
I think the girl might be beating on the window again. I'm not real sure.
What's going on, sweetheart? What happened? Talk to me. What happened?
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's a little.
That I'm seeing, I'm not aware of, and I don't got time for it. I'm 16 from when this be on my head. Just because I got them chose to ride with my. I don't got time for this shit. I don't.
Just relax. Just
All
relax.
these people got going on.
Just relax, okay? You're not. Listen. I told you you're not in any trouble.
No, but it's too much. I just don't know what all is going on. I just want to go home.
I know, Mama. Give me a couple minutes, okay?
To get home.
We're trying to figure that out, okay?
What is he doing?
Now, as deputies begin to grasp the full impact of everything they have uncovered so far, one last discovery is about to deliver the decisive blow, fully revealing what this simple traffic stop has actually led to.
Well, I believe this is a charge.
That's it. A whole bunch of them. You get charged with each one individually, or?
It has to be possession, I think, 10 or more.
I feel like that would be more of like a Department of Treasury investigation.
So we charge them locally.
But then
if
they
we,
take it over.
yeah, if we're able to prove that he's actually printing it off,
Yeah,
then
FBI.
the Department of Treasury takes over that. Hey, Josh.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me ask you a couple questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
What's going on with all these $100 bills?
Oh, those were my son. My son had those, and we making like content for the internet and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is your son's, and he uses it to make like content, like he's got money.
I mean, yeah, yes. Sir.
What's going on with the printer in there? What is that used for?
Oh, the printer?
Yeah.
The printer is used for like graphic design. Making like.
Well, whose paraphernalia and stuff is that in the car?
Talking about
There's like a paint grinder. There's a couple nugs of weed. Not yours. So whose is it?
It's not mine.
We're gonna get out here in a couple seconds, okay? We're gonna take you to the sheriff's office, all right? You're not going to any handcuffs or anything like that, okay? You're not in any trouble, all right? I gotta call we gotta call DCF and all kinds of stuff. So obviously, because so obviously you're missing from North Carolina. Obviously, we can't drive you to North Carolina. So what's up, my brother?
Can you tell me what's going on, sir?
All right. So as of right now, where you covered obviously the THC pen in your pocket and the little bullshit weed and the paraphernalia. That's what you're looking at right now. Just bullshit charges. All right. All right. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. My lieutenant just came out here, so. All right.
Can you write me a citation?
In Florida, there is no citation for that. And because you're out of state, I have to, by our guidelines, I have to take you in.
Please, man, don't lock me up, man.
All right, brother. Just when LT gets here, I'll make sure he talks to you. Okay. All right, bro. I can
take that shit. No one in the train.
I got you, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I got you, bro. I got you, man. Give me a couple minutes, all right?
So far, deputies have found $1,900 worth of counterfeit $100 bills. A bag shaped as a fried chicken drumstick containing synthetic marijuana, a pink grinder containing green leafy substance identified as paraphernalia, and 2 cell phones, which is more than enough to pile up evidence against Joshua. But now, as the deputies search through the girl's bag, he uncovers evidence that will later become the key to exposing what Joshua had been doing to the young girl all along.
What's going on with this whole situation? Listen, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. We're going to take you to the office, and the detectives are going to come talk to you. Okay? So, do me a favor, take a seat on the seat. Relax. I'm going to turn my lights off so they're not messing with you. And then I'll turn on the air back there so you're not hot. And then we'll take it from there, okay? Yeah. She wanted her purse, so I collected it. There's a male performance in her purse. So I collected the purse just the way that I grabbed it. Didn't take it out. So.
With the questions surrounding Joshua piling up just as quickly as the evidence deputies recovered, both he and the teen are brought to the station for questioning. But detectives have yet to realize that getting the truth out of Joshua is not going to be easy.
Wait. It's early, ain't it? So your name's Mr. Josh? You good? Need something to drink? Water there?
Can you tell us your name? Do you want to talk to us? We're just trying to have a conversation. You don't want to talk to us?
Sure.
You
can?
Yeah, we're just
trying to figure out what's going on, man.
I'm Detective Nunley, and this is Detective Coleman.
I don't like to be formal. My name is Justin.
Well, we obviously want to talk to you a little bit. That's why you're here. But Detective Coleman's gonna read something to you before we ask questions, just so everybody can talk freely, that kind of stuff. Okay?
Just like you see in all the shows and all that stuff. I'm gonna read you your Miranda warnings, okay? So what brings you down to Florida?
Man, I was coming down here to see if y'all have some arcades down here, but ain't no more arcades. He said they took them out. Said they Yes, they closed them down.
What kind of arcade are you looking for?
Skill games.
Yeah, like the old Pac-Man and stuff like that, or?
No, they got the fish tables on.
Like the fish tables.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Yeah, I think we got rid of those a while back.
A couple years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're illegal here too. They get shut down. How'd you meet?
I met her at my hotel room. I didn't meet her inside my hotel room. I met her at my hotel room. I didn't take her to my hotel room. She was there, and I seen her, and we met there.
When was that?
Probably about a month ago.
Okay, so kind of, and like, explain to us. So you were at a hotel, and so she was there at the hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then that's when you guys met. So kind of run us through, like, from the time you guys met a month ago, and then how we got here today.
When I met her, she was very pretty.
Yeah.
Like, if she was like in trouble or did anything like with the law or anything like that, but she told me she was 19, and she told me that her mother stayed and she didn't get along with her mother well, and that her mother, she said that somehow her mama might have put out a missing person report on her. I was like, why would she do that? And she was like, her mama don't like her because her mother's boyfriend, like, did something to her when she was a kid, and when she said something about it, her mother didn't believe her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So her mother didn't like her after that ever since, and she said her mom put her out because of that.
You gotta make sure her family's straight and everything. Her brothers and stuff. What happened from there? Did she start staying with you, or?
And she was pretty much staying with me for the most part, yes.
In the hotel or back at your house?
Yes, sir, in the hotel.
In the hotel?
Yes, sir.
How long was she staying with you in the hotel? Give or take?
She been staying with me about 3 weeks.
And now, would you go to work during the day, or were you
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you go to work and then she would just, what would she do during the day?
She would just wait for me to get off work.
I gotcha. I mean, y'all were staying together for like 3-4 weeks, so you'd say y'all were in a relationship probably?
No, we ain't in a relationship.
No.
We consider each other as friends, but, we want to consider each other boyfriend and girlfriend,
I gotcha. I mean, were y'all romantic with each other? I mean, y'all staying close together for 3-4 weeks, I mean.
Nah, we weren't romantic.
So you guys didn't have like sex or anything like that? Did you guys have sex, do anything, or anything, like talk about it or anything like that? And how old is she again? I can't remember what you told me.
She said she was 19.
Okay.
I never seen any ID or any documents or anything, but we talked about going to get it because she needed the ID to.
Despite their questions, Joshua insists that he only had a platonic relationship with the teen, almost portraying himself to detectives as her savior for giving her a place to stay after her mother allegedly threw her out. But the reality is far different from the story Joshua wants detectives to believe. And to find out the truth, detectives try a different tactic, hoping it will get him to spill the truth.
Just want to come and step out for just a second.
What's going on there, man?
No, that's what we're trying to figure out, man. So, man to man.
Right.
You already talked about how she was pretty. And that's why you walked up to her and talked to her that day you met her, right?
No, she walked up to me.
She came up to you?
Yeah, she approached me.
Okay. So, I'll stay together 3-4 weeks. Y'all never had sex? Nothing? Never talked about it? Nothing?
What's going on with her?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to figure out, man.
Hey, man, look, I don't know what she got going on. I don't got nothing to do with what she got going on or know what she got going on. I don't know nothing about that.
Well, that's what we're trying to get all squared away. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to tell you, I don't know.
Like, you down here trying to play games.
That's it. That's what I'm trying to play the arcade game.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know nothing about what she going on. But but he was like, "What's your name?" And she was like, I was like, what? I don't know what was going on. So you're a detective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. Man, is there any way that I can get out of this situation? Like, is there anything that I could do to get out of the situation that I'm in right now?
I mean, the only thing you can do is be honest with us. Right. Tell us your situation.
Right. And I have been totally honest since the jump. Now, other than being honest, what can I do?
I mean, honesty is where it starts. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how to believe you about not doing anything with her. You've been with her for 3 to 4 weeks in a hotel room. How many beds are in the hotel room?
Oh, I have 2 bedrooms.
2 beds?
Yes, sir. I have my son with me.
Your son was with you in the hotel room? Your 17-year-old son?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell us your son was with you.
Yeah, see, I told y'all that. I told y'all, I said I got my son and my dad. My dad wasn't with me, but my son was.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's still up in Carolina.
Yeah, my son really waiting on me to come home right now.
I got you. Let me go see what they're up to.
Yeah, please tell me, man. Please.
Joshua never wavers from his story, but as detectives soon realize, they don't need his confession at all. When detectives interview the team, she explains that she had known Joshua for some time because his son was her classmate and that her cousin had asked Joshua to drive her to Jacksonville. But beyond that, she continues to maintain that she had only recently ended up in Putnam County to visit arcades, adding that she had not spoken to her mother in a while and that her mother did not know she was in Florida. But it was the sudden change in the girl's demeanor when detectives asked whether she was romantically involved with Joshua that immediately put them on edge. On March 17th, 2026, detectives were informed that an analysis of the girl's phone had uncovered several videos showing her engaged in sexual activity with Joshua, all recorded before they arrived in Florida. In one of the videos, Joshua was seen deliberately adjusting the camera, clearly showing intent to produce explicit material involving a minor while engaging in sexual acts with her. Then on March 19th, a forensic review of Joshua's phone uncovered several suggestive images of the girl, ultimately escalating the case into a federal investigation by March 31st, 2026. The girl remained in the care of the Department of Children and Families before eventually being reunited with her mother. Her mother also confirmed that she did not know Joshua and had never given him permission to take or transport her daughter anywhere. Ultimately, Joshua McGrath was hit with 2 federal felony charges: production of child sex material, interstate transportation of a minor for content. The state of Florida separately charged him with felony possession of 10 or more forged or counterfeit notes, interference with child custody, possession of synthetic cannabis, and misdemeanor contributing to a delinquency of a minor, possession of marijuana, possession of drug equipment or paraphernalia. Joshua was taken to the Putnam County Jail and held on a $9,000 bond. If convicted on all charges, he could potentially face life in prison. Want to step up your style? Check out CodeBlueCam.com for hoodies, tees, hats, mugs, and more. Whether you're watching from home or on the go, there's something for every Code Blue fan.
The best we can do to understand, the best metaphors we can use, that there are minds that are being linked together in a way to believe that this is real when it's not. And it's being done for a very specific reason. And the big kind of conclusion to it, that all the work came down to and boiled down to, is the why. Why is this being done in this way by this group with us, right? Because I'm in it, you're in it, and we want to know why. And the big reason, it really was very elegant and very simple, that the big reason was to determine.
Hey, Inspired Tribe, my fellow freedom lovers. It's John Nolan here. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Monday, June 15th, 2026. We're going, wow, way into the matrix and way out of the matrix into prime reality. This is literally the meat and potatoes of this discussion today. As you know, last week we did a show on the 3 paths that remote viewers saw are available to humans after death. And they're not excluding that there are more paths, but they found 3 paths. It was an incredibly interesting show and quite controversial. And today we're going to feature the findings of a group that was sort of surrounded, or a group of which Brett Stewart was a part of. And as you might remember, we featured a video of his last year, was very popular and also very controversial. And one of the big things that I heard from the first time from this remote viewing session was a very unique reason for why the Matrix / simulation was created. And the fact that they're actually looking for something very specific with the simulation, with the Matrix. A few disclaimers before we go. We edited out segments from this session from various clips of Brett's. And I want to start by addressing a little bit of the people that were very skeptical in our last video, and the folks that had very strong opinions on remote viewing. And I want to specifically address those who don't know a lot about it, right? If you don't know a lot about remote viewing, or anything for that matter, you can be skeptical, you can be interested, you can be inquisitive, you can be a researcher, you can be a questioner. But what you can't be is somebody who has an opinion on it. And, you know, to have an opinion on something you know nothing about really isn't, you know, it isn't good for anybody, not good for you. So I would encourage everybody who doesn't know much about how remote viewing works to actually look at the various techniques. It's a very strict method, and when followed is pretty scientific. So before we share the first clip of Brett Stewart explaining, you know, he's going to talk about reincarnation, he's going to talk about the Matrix system, he's going to talk about what it actually looks like and where potentially, according to the data, our real bodies are versus these avatars. And he's also going to talk about the why, the who, very, very interesting stuff. But in his own words, a short clip here about remote viewing that I think is a good introduction to the subject.
New to remote viewing.
Let's start this again.
New to remote viewing, there's 3 key concepts you need to know before looking at the session scans. Number 1, remote viewing is a method of technical intuition developed by the Stanford Research Institute, and it allows access to non-local information about any person, place, thing, or event through expanded perception. Number 2, remote viewers are specifically tasked blind. This means no foreknowledge of the topic is known by the viewer ahead of time, and all results, including the ones in this video, follow that protocol. And number 3, upon project completion, the viewer analyzes their sketches and descriptive data to assemble a final picture, comparing the results against what's known and what's not.
Ronnie, our dear friend, wonderful moderator, Ronnie is in a live chat today. And a lot of you wonderful folks who've been with us for so long. But Ronnie just wrote, pure consciousness. I agree, sister, pure consciousness. But
Hello, this guy's a lispy cowboy, and people love it. They love that channel. 601,000 subscribers. People love this guy. They love it. Lap it up like a kitten in milk. So be it. Lap it up. He makes lots of money from you people. Pay him more money. Pay all the scammers of this realm. Pay the scammers in Hell Realm. They treat truth like it's a product or a business. That's what they do. They don't give a fuck about you. They just want your money. Pay them.
Yes, can I place an order for 10 sesame chicken dinners? Can I place an order for 10 sesame dinners and 10
So he calls this people destroy Asian businesses. What people are doing it? What people? Because you don't have a problem saying white in other videos. What people are destroying these Asian businesses? What people are calling in false orders? What people? There's a lot of darkies doing this. It's not white people.
No, 10. Yeah, sesame dinners. Combo. Yes. I'm not done placing my order. Can I get 10?
Thank you for hosting. Hello. One small, one two, and a one apple, right? What's your phone number? Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Hello.
Yes. Are you ready to take my order?
So, and what else you said?
10 sesame combo.
Right?
Yes. And 10 orange chicken combo.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
You know what's so funny about this whole situation is that she got the nerve to even get an attitude with a fake order, meaning that she has no intention on paying. She has no intention on picking it up. She's looking to ruin the business. I'm glad a lot of these people are putting a face on here. The last person that I actually reviewed for this, they decided that they wanted to take down their profile. I'm guessing because they was getting too much visibility and all of that.
Yeah, she's wearing a bonnet, part of the bonnet crew. If Rashawn were here, she would say she doesn't see any darkies wearing the bonnets anywhere in America where she drives. I suspect that Rashawn might have liked the darkies and maybe had children with a darkie, and she couldn't even admit that they're out there in bonnets. There's a lot of liars that pretend they're truth seekers, and they're just liars. And some of them are single moms, divorced moms, of course. And I'm tired of it. I don't know if other people are. I'm tired of people pretending to be truthers, quote truthers, and they're just liars. They're liars. Because the ones in bonnets are all over the place. They're in bloody Canada. They're not just in America, but there's way more in America. Way more darkies in America than Canada. And to pretend, oh, I never see them. Yeah, right. I don't buy it.
And so I'm glad I'm able to use my platform to highlight the things that people are posting on social media so that you guys can be aware of what you need to do for your businesses and what changes you need to make sure that you protect yourself as a regular citizen or a person that is opening up a business inside of the United States of America. I think that this is crazy, it's disrespectful, and it's
Yes. Can I place an order for 10 sesame chicken dinners? Can I place an order for 10 sesame dinners and 10?
Asian businesses take, so I'm going to double down and say the exact same. So mad at me about my boycott Asian businesses take, so I'm going to double down and say the exact same thing that I said at the end of the video right now because I know people don't make it to the end of the video. The black community should not be engaging with anyone who sees us, our community, our children as threats, even in the slightest bits, and anyone who sees black people as a stepping stone or a road bump to their own success. Point blank, period. But if you're seeking to send a message to the collective Asian community, there is no Asian community. We only think that because of white people. I'm not about to buy into some white people bullshit. I'll never be opposed to supporting black businesses. There just is no Asian community. That shit doesn't exist. The world is anti-black and the only people we got are us.
Okay, this whole Asian boycott thing, are y'all serious? Because I think it's pretty clear what's happening, that this is like just an excuse, a nitpicked excuse to be more openly racist to Asians, more than you guys already are. Like, do you guys think we're not aware of how much racism Asians actually face? And also, did we forget about Stop Asian Hate, a movement that was made specifically because Asians as well were getting targeted racially and killed? And because of one scenario, mind you, Asians in general have gone through so much racism. Y'all want to use that as an excuse to be like openly racist towards Asians now and like have a reason to like destroy their businesses?
Wow, that's one big boobies Asian. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
The UK has just announced that it will be launching a sweeping ban on social media for children under the age of 16. And if you're in a
What's that thumping? Oh, it's her background music. Very weird. Thump, 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 thump. Very weird.
The UK has just announced that it will be launching a sweeping ban on social media for children under the age of 16. And if you
Did she call it a sweeping band? She doesn't know how to call it a ban? Look at this.
The UK has just announced that it will be launching a sweeping ban on 16. And if you're an adult that wants to use social media, you're going to have a digital ID or have your face scanned for facial recognition. I'm sure there's nothing weird going on here whatsoever. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Today we're getting news out of the UK about a sweeping social media ban for children who are under the age of 16. Now, this is going to include a multitude of platforms. It says TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Snapchat, X, Threads, Twitch, Kick, and Reddit, although these kids will be able to use platforms like WhatsApp and Signal to message people, as well as YouTube Kids. And guess what? They also get Blue Sky. You know, that app that's full of leftists, socialists, communists, pedophiles also. They will have access to that. Now, this has gotten a multitude of responses, but first we're going to hear from Keir Starmer and get his reasoning on why this social media ban needs to take place.
Every parent wants the best for their kids. And that's what being a parent means. And for me, for my two kids, all I've ever wanted, hand on heart, is for them to be safe and for them to be happy.
All I've ever wanted, hand on heart, while hand is not on heart. Now, the beginning of this message is him sort of priming you. We all want to be good parents, right? We all care about our children and their health, right? But now let the government parent for you. But I've primed you for this message because you too want to be a good parent like me. You too want to be on the right side of history like me. You see how that works?
The rest is up to them. But you know, I think back to when I was growing up, and I have to say, I think we had it easier. These days, kids have to find their feet in a world that changes so quickly. where technology intrudes into every area of their lives. And we know that harms them. The response from parents in the consultation has been absolutely clear. Thousands of parents say their children are addicted to social media. It can leave them trapped in a cycle of endless scrolling that displaces play, sleep, and time with the family. It can harm their mental health. And frankly, parents need our support on this. That is why today, the government has decided to ban social media access for children under 16.
He's moving his fingers very nervously as though he's up to something. Very nervous with his hands. Oh, body language. I'm sorry. That doesn't matter to most truthers. They don't care about that. I'm sorry. Of course they don't care. They want to watch shit channels.
It can harm their mental health. And frankly, parents need our support on this. That is why today, the government has decided to ban social media access for children under 16. It's a big step for our country. Now, it's not an easy thing to do. I'll be honest about that. We haven't rushed into it. We've looked carefully at the evidence. And we'll have to adapt our approach as technology changes. Learn from other countries which are taking similar steps. And it's fair to say that this decision has been resisted, and it will face resistance from some of the most powerful companies in the world. But we will take them on, and we will win.
He's setting you up for the harm that social media inflicts on children. And there is no doubt that social media can inflict harm on children. There's a multitude of issues. I think it's frying a lot of kids' brains. They're being made subject to predators on social media, developing eating disorders and this sort of comparative mindset about everything. They're doom scrolling and wasting time. Nobody is going to negate that that is a fact when it comes to children and social media. The question is, who is to dictate who uses social media? Are you meant to allow the government to take your parenting into their hands? I guess Keir Starmer would say absolutely. And then he reframes what opposition there may be to this measure, which apparently is supposed to take full effect by 2027. The opposition will simply be big tech companies, not parents who want to parent their own kids, not children and adults who have different arguments about government overreach or what the government should be able to do when it comes to banning something like social media. No, it's just going to be those big tech oligarchs coming for the UK government on this one. Really interesting. Let's close out his statement.
Because the need for action could not be any clearer. Social media is making our children unhappy and unsafe. And as a parent, as much as a prime minister, I just can't let that go on anymore. Because our children deserve better. They deserve a happy, safe childhood in a stronger, fairer Britain.
Stronger and fairer. Who dictates what fairer is? And he does state in this video that it's going to take a lot to get this done. You know, we have to keep up with technology. We have to keep up with an ever-expanding world and the globalization of technology. What he's not mentioning in this video is that this amount of regulation requires you, somebody over the age of 16, who wants to use these platforms to have digital ID and facial recognition. That's right. That's what they're going to be doing here. So now for anybody in the UK who wants to go ahead and use these platforms, you are going to either have to have a digital ID or get your face scanned all up for facial recognition. And I don't think the government would ever misuse that bit of technology. I don't think the UK has any problem with, I don't know, prosecuting people for the things that they say on the internet. Didn't we just get the video from the UK terrorism police of that little boy talking about how I thought I was sharing a funny meme, I didn't know it was terrorism? And now the police have come to his door and taken his phone and his mom is so disappointed. Do we think that the digital ID and the facial recognition aspect of this regulation could possibly impact people who maybe have something to say about what's happening in the UK right now, who maybe have something to say about the government in the UK right now? I don't know. Just thoughts. Now, the kids are certainly not happy about this. We're getting a lot of viral videos. This one's out of the BBC, where they're actually going and interviewing school kids about how they feel in regard to this social media ban. Here's a girl who's going massively viral.
Earlier we looked at screen time. What was your screen time over the weekend?
9 hours.
9 hours. So suddenly you're going to have a lot more time to fill. And what will you do?
Stare at a wall.
Stare at a wall. Okay.
Okay, stare at a wall. Now, I'm not advocating that children have 9 hours of screen time. I'm about to bring a child into this world, and my child is not going to be around screens. However, I am advocating that parents make that decision for their children. Parents should be the one to parent. And she interestingly says, without social media in that time, I'm going to be staring at a wall. Now, of course, it's a tongue-in-cheek statement, but let's actually think about what these young people are going to be doing. Last time I checked, you had a 17-year-old girl stabbed in the street while she was just walking it by a migrant. Henry Novak, 18 years old, stabbed in the chest after walking home, having hung out with his friends that night. I have been to the UK on several occasions, now mostly in major cities, and I've experienced the crime, the pickpocketing, the theft, just the crazy environment that some of these cities have. And I'm wondering, to the UK residents who are listening right now, do children have third and fourth spaces, second, third, and fourth spaces that they'll be able to actually do things in relation to this ban? And once this ban has actually taken effect, it does seem like the UK has bigger fish to fry than banning anybody 16 or under from these social media platforms, especially since they're allowing certain platforms like leftist ones like Blue Sky to sort of fly under the radar here, and children will have access to those. There's also another part of this argument that if you want children to become innovative and to get on social medias in ways that you really, really don't like, try banning social media. I think they're going to find far more extreme websites, VPNs, or just other ways in which they will be able to experience.
A little alligator lizard friend is here still. Maybe it's another one, but guess I scared him off. He was chilling there for a little while. Yodi, look. You're looking at the camera. On my last live, and I thought that was interesting. And today, I pulled a card because I was going out views on my last live, likes, and 111 views on my last live, and I thought that was interesting. And today, I pulled a card because I was going out visiting with a friend, and I pulled a card for today, and I think it's a good reminder to be in this kind of energy. It was the Empress card out of that new deck I got that my friend gave me, so I thought that was cool. Remember, you're the Empress, man or woman. Tarot doesn't necessarily have to define the gender, but just being in that energy of nurturing, being nurturing, creative, taking care of yourself and others, and yeah, just that motherly energy that the Empress carries. But I just thought that was cool. I saw another little alligator lizard. I feel like I hear another lizard. But yeah, I actually feel more remorse and guilt for just speaking my truth, because I really don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want people to be hurt, but it seems like they don't have any guilt or shame or remorse for how they treated me. And you can never expect an apology from people. You can't expect people to change. You can't expect anything really from anyone or this entire world. So keep strong, everybody. Hello to the person that said hi in the chat. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I'm just keeping this super short. I probably won't even keep it up for very long. I just wanted to, well, actually, I guess I will keep it up because, again, I don't know how much of this reality, like our own thoughts really maybe can influence things. But every time I've tried to assume the best out of people that are truly manipulative and have no best interest for me at all, like the law of assumption is what I'm trying to say is not going to change a person to not being a narcissist or a psychopath anymore. I've really tried to think of people differently, and I don't know. So I just think I was feeling really sad today. Like, I really don't know how some people could live with the ways in which they treat others and seemingly not care about how badly they've affected other people, including to the point where, and I'm not saying this for myself, but I'm saying that there are people cyber stalked, harassed, and all sorts of things on here that really did at some point feel like just self-exiting. This arrow Lynn says, I don't know. Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it off on that note. I don't have much else to say, just that I thought that was a really cool lizard. Alligator lizard. Yeah. Well, there's some people walking over there, so I just wish people well, and try to do your best to take care of yourself, and those that love you, keep them close.
Today's reading is incomplete, and beautiful souls, today's reading is incomplete, and it put me in a funny way. Just as the stream opened wide, it suddenly shut down, and it was made clear to me to get out. And of course I did, but I decided to linger around the perimeter to try and make sense of everything that was happening. And that's what you'll see me doing in the final few minutes of the video, where I do manage to pull a final thread of information right in the last few seconds. At no point did I feel unsafe in his field. But what I did find was an energy that's definitively out of an illusory reality. This is someone that has unplugged. Let's get to the reading, beautiful souls, and I'll see you in there. Let's go. Okay, so we've got another fighter, another individual whose energy is here to just shatter illusions of collective beliefs, ideologies, and certain thought forms that have been held in the structure of programming for a long, long time. Okay. Let's just see, because the character known as Agent Smith from the Matrix is coming through, but not in a way that that particular character was scripted in the movie. Let's just see what clarification we can get here. It's the character Agent Smith in the energy form that there is no other way. There is no other way. This is the direction. So whatever message he is bringing is not a belief of his. Whatever he is saying and sharing, he hasn't learnt it. It's not been taught to him. It's so much more than that. And it penetrates so much deeper that it's a knowing. He is touching into the knowing. And this is why the majority of people cannot stand this person. And let me just go back to him. I'll just pause it right there. This is why the majority of people, the collective, they can't stand this kind of energy because it is fighting in a way that is so unknown, that is so uncertain, that so many just want to shut him up. They want to close this individual down. It is not the narrative that your own thoughts, what you have known and grown up with, what makes you feel like, yeah, we would get along, we align. No, he's actually come to dismantle all of that. And yes, that, as we mentioned, can be shattering. It can hurt. It causes pushback. There is a rejection here, and we can feel that into the entire sphere of what is happening with this individual. So let's just see if what he is doing is a show, it's a front. Again, the energy is so unusual that it diverts you to think, to believe that he must be playing a game. It diverts you in a way that you want to turn it off. It's hard to listen. But what's very interesting here is he's actually tapped in to his own unique source of power. And that message, even as he is moving here, that entire vibrational field is moving in a way that is bringing all of that which he is out. You can't script that. And you might disagree with him, that's fine. You might not like him, that's fine. You see, the field doesn't care for likes or dislikes. All the field is doing is communicating what exactly is happening in the present time. And right here, all that he is, his energy, he knows how to use it. That poses a threat. Anyone that has accessed all that they are, that potential becomes a threat to a system. This is why this right here moves out so much that it creates a different kind of fear. And I can't stay here for too long. Just give me a moment. And I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish what I was going to say, because it's just going into a territory that is a little bit too much at this time. Thank you so much. I did have some more clips. And I actually wasn't expecting to stop or to, just have this come through. But I'm gonna have to stop this reading. I'm gonna see if I can continue without it and just come out. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me see what I can say. When certain people create such a pushback in the times that we're in, but in any times, in any generation, they are immediately targeted and used as a scapegoat. And I know that this can be difficult for many of you to comprehend, to just process. And it's absolutely fine to have your own feelings and beliefs about this particular person. But just know that when we see certain people, they may not be who or how we immediately see them to be. We may have our own illusions and projections, and this is why it's so important to keep clearing ourselves at the individual level, so that when we do encounter people on stages, people in the public eye, we can just see them just as they are, without all the commentary, without politics, and just to see them as they are. There was so much more here. It's a real shame that I can't continue. That's also interesting, why I am unable to continue here. But maybe I can see whether I can revisit this. But I'm gonna end this here. He is not who he is being made out to be. He is not who he is being made out to be, and that's it. All right, beautiful souls. I'll disconnect and I'll see you in the comment section. Love and blessings. Love and blessings. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello, hello. I'm just catching up with the chat now. Finishing up my dinner. I'm just about finished. That's one of my new favorite channels on YouTube. It's one of my favorites. I think it's amazing. The sound effects she does. I still think she might be related to Bruce Lee. It's amazing. Finkelstein came out with a new video, Truth is You. That's interesting because that goes against one of his more recent videos. There is no truth here. So there is no truth here. Where? In this realm? But truth is you. I think this is great. I hope people continue to watch his channel. Continue to call me the devil like he did 2 months ago.
Morning.
Hello, Wendy.
Good morning, Stephen.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I've just up not long ago, and I saw you had a link there, and I was wondering if you wanted a guest still. So I'm happy to be here, and I hope everything's going well your way.
Hope you didn't what?
I hope everything's going well your way today.
Oh,
So
okay. Sorry. I couldn't hear that for a second, but yeah, everything's going well. A loser tried to join earlier. I suspect it was probably Demon Slayer. Maybe it was Nolan. It could be either one, but I lean towards probably Demon Slayer, even though Nolan likes to come around a lot. It could be either one. But other than that, yeah, I'm glad that you joined as a guest. No one else has really been on except for that troll, and I missed them even being here. I was busy doing something, and they were already gone by the time I read all their little private chat comments. But I noticed that Finkelstein posted a new video, Truth is You. You haven't seen it, have you?
no, I haven't. I've got some catching up on your channel to do, I imagine. So I haven't seen any of his new things.
I thought about covering this earlier because sometimes he will take his videos down. A lot of these creatures have a habit of making a video and then hours later it's gone. So I'm not totally surprised that it's still there, but in a way, having trouble getting my thoughts out tonight. The quote, "Truth shall set you free," is the opening. He doesn't use his voice in this one, which is weird. Maybe his wife was home and he couldn't speak recording his voice. He couldn't go out into his car. I know he didn't. Remember when he was on my channel and he got very upset about that.
Yes. And his previous video was that there is no truth. So he's changed within a few days.
Yes, it's remarkable, isn't it? How they flip-flop like that. One day they're saying that the Bible's bogus or bullshit, or this is a hell realm, there is no God. And then they'll make a video saying, oh, God, they're praying to God, and oh, maybe there is a good God, and they're just all over the place. I don't know how people can count on them. That's what I wonder. I wonder more about their followers in a sense than Finkelstein. I know what Finkelstein is. I have him read. But the ones that watch these channels by the hundreds, I wonder how mental they are to be able to follow instead of a straight line or we'll call it a train of thought. They're following spaghetti noodles on a plate, like a great big, huge plate full of spaghetti, and it's all noodles going every which direction. And that's what people are trying to follow and make sense out of it.
And he's doing that in the subject titles. It's not like you have to listen for 3 or 5 or 10 hours to realize he's changed track. It's right there in the first, staring at you in the face.
Yeah, it's just staring people right in the face. He just puts it right out there. He might as well have his description for his channel saying that he's a truther, a God believer, and a God denier. And he's this and he's that, and just everything contradicts on his channel. And he can't even see that it contradicts. I suspect either he can't see or he's just a total demon playing demon games. That might be the case. But his followers, it's remarkable to me what humans will follow and their capacity to hold that cognitive dissonance, to watch a channel and see that he's saying there is no truth here. And then the next video or two, a video later, the truth is you. And he's denied that there's any truth even in this realm or on YouTube. It's fascinating to me that people can be that way. And they'll watch and they'll believe that they're truthers, that they're real truth seekers.
It is fascinating. And because he's typed it into the subject line also means you can read it. You don't have to rely on your hearing or your memory. It's remarkable. Maybe you need to play it straight away so It's recorded here in case he gets an itchy finger.
Yeah, we can pause. He just has background music. It's all just words on the screen. It's not his voice. So I'll just mute his music and I'll play it. The quote, "Truth shall set you free," he begins. And then I'm playing it. It pauses on this for a bit. I guess he thinks people read super slowly or something. What does it really mean? And then this is the best part. In the first 25 seconds, I'll pause it for a second. Jesus tells us, I meant to pause it just a sec. Jesus tells us in John 8:31 to 32, quote, "You will know the truth and the truth will set you free," end quote. The funny part about this, Wendy, is that I predicted these, quote, truthers would go back to the Bible more and more. I was saying that on live streams, that they'll go back to religion, they'll go back to the Bible, they'll go back to Jesus. A lot of so-called, quote, truther channels will do this, and they're doing it more and more.
I remember you saying that about going back to God.
Yes, they will turn away from everything that I've put on my channel, showing that the Bible is Freemasonic, that it's in every lodge on earth, every Freemasonic lodge everywhere on earth. African countries, America, England, Australia, Asian countries, everywhere. It's everywhere. And King James, I've made content or videos exposing King James, the King James Version. King James was a high degree Freemason, obviously royal as well. So that's where the Bible comes from. And they're running back to the Bible and quoting the Bible. It's remarkable to me. It's like, and people will follow this and say, great video, and they'll compliment. It's fascinating that people can never seem to progress. They'll just go maybe one step forward and 3 steps or 5 steps or 10 steps backwards. That's what they look like to me. I don't know if he's aware of it, or his viewers, but his viewers will follow this, and it's just absolute garbage. Who's Jesus? Can we verify that he was a real being, or that he could have been a fiction made up by Freemasons 400 years ago? He might not have even lived 2,000 years ago, much less been the Son of God. But he might not have been a real person. Could have been a fiction. And they're quoting this, and they're supposed to be truth seekers. And this is their evidence for their beliefs. It's laughable. It's just pathetic. It really is. I mean, you can't make this shit up. They're running back, just like I said they would, back to Jesus and the Bible, the Freemasonic Bible. They claim to be truth seekers, and they're quoting the Freemasons. Oh, it's just incredible.
It is.
So Buddy Lomic, and so's Mushroom Coyote, and he's buddies with Mushroom as well. Sorry. Go ahead.
But you created esoterica videos about Jesus and the Masons and the Bible ages ago. So it's really crazy that they do that.
It is, because the funny thing is too, they've all had access to my channel. They've known about my channels for years. Mushroom, this Jeremiah Finkelstein, his buddy Lomic, they all know each other. They all chat with each other when they go live. This Jeremiah has been on that Lomic channel. The board monkey guy that for a while was a super fan, came over here, then disappeared. He's a friend one day, or pretending to be a friend. He's an enemy the next day. Flip-flopper. And this is what they all are. These beings are mental. They're not consistent. Not just with their views, but you can't trust them for a second. You could give them a handshake, and by the time you're walking away, after they shake your hand and say, "Great work, love your channel," they're putting a knife in your back. That's the way these creatures are. I don't trust them at all. They're not trustworthy. They're not good beings. They belong in this hell realm. They belong with their fake Jesus. In terms of Jesus, I not only exposed King James and the Freemasonic Bible. Look at all the characters, the Jesus characters I've come up with. It's a complete joke, which is why I show it to be a joke. And they're running right back to it, just like I said they would. Creepy Keith was quoting the Bible. Jeremy Mushroom, Lomic and his channel, the Board Monkey, whatever. He's changed the channel name many times, but he's made videos recently quoting the Bible. So this is now a trend where they're going back and quoting the Bible. You can't make this shit up. You just can't do it. It's like, it would be like if I showed you complete concrete evidence of 9 double hockey sticks and what happened, and then just pretending to understand it for a year, 2, 3 years, 5 years, and then going back saying, Stephen, I believe the mainstream story that the jet fuel collapsed the buildings and just everything that they said, that the government said, after you seem to be solid, having an understanding of what happened. And that's what they're doing. They're just running right back to the Bible. Why do they think the Bible's a bestseller and in print and in every hotel room and motel room in America? The Gideon Bible. Why do they think it's in every Freemasonic lodge on earth? Why do they think it's pushed so much? Do you think evil would push something full of truth? It's just, it's such a joke. It's just laughable. Laughable. So Jesus will set us free, Wendy.
Which
Jesus
one though?
tells us.
Is it dolphin or is it Mexican or Ching Chong Jesus? It's
I think it might be Ching Chong Jesus in conversation with Dolphin Jesus. What's on calls? No way go for you.
oh,
It might be that. I don't know what they're looking at. It's almost unbelievable. Like I knew this guy was a dummy, and when he was on my channel, he even said he's not too smart. But this just tops the cake. This is the cherry on top. This makes him look completely stupid. Like this is just embarrassing. I don't know how someone could make a video like this. He claims he's not a baby truther. I'm going to play a bit more. I agree, but how is it interpreted, he says, about the truth? He agrees with Jesus. What do people think of when they think, quote, the truth will set me free? They might think they need to watch more news. Look at this. Or they need to read nonfiction. They need to learn science. Quote, I need to get a new degree. I need to learn something. I need to. Look at this. This is his view of truth seeking. This is just incredible. And then he puts read the Bible in a bigger font. This part really gets me. He's telling people to read the Bible. It's exactly as I predicted. Not just with him, but I said there's going to be a movement of so-called truthers running back to the Bible, promoting it, and there's going to be ones following them. This just sounds like any dumbass Christian would tell you. If you told them about this world, they'd say, read the Bible. Oh my goodness. I can't make this shit up. It's beyond words.
his next video can be pray harder.
And then the Quran. After the Bible, read the Quran. Yeah, pray harder. I don't even know what this is. The Triplicate. I don't know what that is. Or a magazine even, he puts. Watch the History Channel. This guy is so strange. Surf the net to find anything labeled truth. Selling you ideas. He calls it selling. How am I selling you ideas? I'm not asking for any money on my channel. Selling you ideas. So he groups in everyone on the whole internet. Distracting you from the real truth, he says. Is the earth flat or is it a ball? Look at. Is this or that celebrity trans? Is Epstein Island a psyop? You know where he got that? Because he bought the Epstein thing. He heard me say that it's probably a psyop. That they do that, but it probably didn't occur on that island. They probably put all that out there to mislead and misdirect people. I'm sure Finkelstein still tunes in because he bought that. He buys everything hook, line, and sinker. And now he's going to go the other direction, just deny everything and say that this is what creatures do that have low IQs and low attention span. Are YouTubers shape-shifting into other YouTubers? How is this Finkelstein helping anyone? Are some humans actually reptilians or vampires? Are movies telling us the truth? He's going in every direction. Is he an agent? Who does he mean by he? Is she an agent? Are there demons everywhere? And that's what they say about me, that I call everyone a demon. Finkelstein says that. Demon Slayer, Mushroom Coyote. Are we in God's creation? Are we in a simulation? I wonder why he chose to do this with words on the screen instead of his usual way. Are we here to learn or here to suffer? I bet he thinks he's very clever doing this. Are we in a soul trap full of demons? Where did he get that from? I wonder. Are we in some sort of game? Sorry, go ahead.
So he's a plagiarist, and he's just having to scrape ideas and steal.
Yes. And it's all questions so far, or almost all of it, except for the beginning quote and saying, read the Bible, read the Quran, and read that other, whatever that was. I've never heard of it. Are we, or some sort of trick? Look at this. Where are we really? And are we anywhere at all? What if the truth will set you free meant something else? What if it's a frequency? Now he's going to the new KG. We got to change your frequency, Wendy. We have to vibrate higher. We have to get higher vibes. Higher. We're not vibrating high enough. That's what it is. The truth is just a frequency. What if it's a frequency, he says. Same as the New Age. So he's combining with the Bible with the New Age. A frequency you knew long ago. This guy, who is he trying to be? George Lucas with the words at the beginning of Star Wars, the original movie in the 1970s? A frequency you knew long, long ago. Oh my goodness. This guy, Finkelstein, before you became this animal. And then what if? Oh, this is deep. This is like Ian from Droopy Dog Channel deep. He's getting real deep now at Peep. This is deep, people. Finkelstein is going deep. In order to get out, you must match what you were before you came here. You must be what you want to become. You must always be working towards that. This is his what if. It's funny how he hammers people who think they have some truth, but now he's claiming to know the way out. Isn't that amazing? Filling the mind with information will not be enough with an exclamation mark. Truth is no joke. It is not something you practice when convenient or when there's an opportunity for personal gain. Now he's telling you truth is no joke. I thought there was no truth in this realm. Jeremy, you just made a video on that. But truth is no joke. I thought there was no truth, according to you. Wow. Truth should be the center of your awareness. Are you willing to admit you lied? Are you willing to admit you hurt someone? Are you able to apologize? Are you willing to make things right again? Are you willing to eat last? Wow. He's like Jesus. We can all pretend we are growing, right? He's got a bigger font now. This must be important. By growing, you might think, I need to learn what humans used to be. Learning what humans used to be apparently is going to get you out of a hell realm. And I'm not even a human being. I don't belong here. So I think he's misguiding people to make you believe you're just a human. If you see what I'm getting at, Wendy.
Yes, he's trying to confuse and misguide all at the same time. And like he's fishing for all the different areas and topics to increase his audience somehow. Like he's trying to find a new, he's trying to find a new direction and throwing it all against the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah, he's doing that. He's casting a wide net, hoping to catch more fish. He wants to get everyone that he can. If only I could learn a little bit more about numerology, symbolism, and Freemasonry. Look at this is just ridiculous. I could somehow decode this place. And with that, I can see more. I will know this place better. I think this is designed to push back against me and my channel. That's what I think this video is about. This place will love me back. Oh, wow, that's weird. Very strange. He's going to feelings. Look at this is so weird. This world will hold me in its arms and rock me like a baby. This is so bizarre. But that isn't the frequency you want. That will not get you out of here. So he's pretending to know. You need to be the truth. And be is in all caps and truth is all caps. Big, bold letters. You need to be the truth. Jeremy, what does it mean to be the truth? Is that similar to Gandhi, the guy that slept naked with his great nieces, when he said, be the change you want to see in the world? People often repeat that Gandhi quote. That creep Gandhi. Mahatma. Sounds familiar. You need to be the truth. What does that even mean? To be the truth. Especially in a realm where he says there is no truth here. How are you going to do that if there is no truth here? That's quite a magic trick. Would it help you, Wendy, spiritually if we were standing in the Sahara Desert and I said, Wendy, you need to be the lake of water. You need to be the oasis. Otherwise, you're useless to me. We're in a place with no water, dry in the Sahara, but we're in the desert. You need to be the oasis. So if this place has no truth, you need to be the truth. Really? Well, how do I do that? Jeremy, you said there's no truth here in a video just a couple weeks ago. Or days ago, whenever it was. Laughable. It's so easy to see through these creatures. I don't know how people couldn't. The truth has to be you, and it's all capitals again. The truth has to be you. Arguing with others online. Well, that's what you do, Jeremy. Arguing with others online will not get it done. Well, that's you, Finkelstein. You've even threatened to sue me in emails. Dividing ourselves into truth cults will not do the job. Truth cults. He's called my channel a cult. So this seems like he's very upset. It seems like a video that he made out of spite and envy. That will not give you the truth frequency. There's one frequency, I guess, to get you out of here. Truth is something inside of you, he says. It relates to how much you know yourself and others. Sounds familiar. Sounds a little bit like Creepy Keith. Do you know what I mean? In big letters. Wow. Can you admit you aren't very funny? Maybe you're even a bit ugly. Can you admit you have no friends? This is so strange. Can you admit that some beings just don't care for you? Can you admit you aren't who you think you are? Look at this. Does that make you uncomfortable? Can you admit when you start confrontation? Can you admit when you cross the line when it wasn't your fault? Can you admit when you don't know something? He's firing away the questions again. Can you admit when you don't know anything? All bold. Can you admit you are still programmed? Do you know what programs are still running? Can you admit you don't know what you don't know? Can you admit anything publicly you don't like about you self? You didn't even, he misspelled that. You self instead of yourself. You self. You should have spell checked your little video, Jeremy. It's coming off amateur hour here. You can't even spell yourself. Can you be a good person or spirit? And for those, oh, look at this. I hope someday you can see the bigger picture. Now he's talking about the bigger picture. Such a thief. Will you do the right thing? Have you done the right thing? I don't think you have. When there are no witnesses. Not even God himself. Look at this. Will you do the right thing? God himself. So this guy's believed in God all along. He never dropped the God programming in all these years. He's been kicking around on YouTube. If there were a God, Jeremy, why would this place exist? Why would you need to get the right frequency to get out? Why would you be tricked or trapped? We need to see the truth, but more importantly, be the truth. Wow, this guy's so profound. What a genius. Look at, he's speaking about himself again. He said, however, over time, we take on the personalities of others so we can fit in. Yeah, he's tried to fit in his whole life. He's very insecure. He's not a very confident being. His confidence falls apart when he goes, you said I live in my car. He has that nervous clearing his throat. Gives him away. Essentially, you played with evil and now evil has you, he claims. That's quite a claim. Do you agree with this, Wendy? He says, essentially, you played with evil and evil now has you. And he also believes that God is watching us, witnessing.
Well, he's an absolute liar and a fool. And this whole thing sounds like he's crying and extremely emotional, like a beta boy. And he should have thought a few times, apart from the spell checking, it just comes across like a teenager having a tantrum.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think there's any way that he's going to get out of here. I think he will be recycled almost instantly. Because he has no idea. He didn't learn anything from my channel. I don't know how much he actually watched or didn't watch because he's a liar. So when he says that he watched so many of my videos, I don't know how that's possible to be at his level if he actually watched and paid attention. So I don't take his word for that. I think he's a liar, just like others that were on my channel in the past that left and learned nothing. But this guy's known about the Sanity Machine since almost the beginning. And look at the level. It's really pathetic. It just is. Religious people want to put you down, telling you were born a sinner and need God or Jesus to save you from your sins.
He's contradicting what he said a few minutes ago, that you have to go back to God. So he's a complete mess. He can't even think straight, or he doesn't even know he's not thinking straight. So definite recycling.
Yes, I agree with you. Just like Mushroom, I was saying that earlier about a Mushroom Coyote live stream. I recorded it. Just a complete mess. A mental mess that's all over the place, like a plate full of spaghetti noodles. And just trying to unravel that, it's not even worth it. The attempt is just listening to it going, how can someone even function in this realm that's like that? They're just all over the place. It's a twisted mess. None of this is coherent. We're 7 minutes in, and it's just going every which direction. I say this place is the sin. Look at this. And it will make you sin over and over until you can't tell the difference between what's good and what's evil. Well, maybe that's you. Maybe you're projecting, Jeremy, because you're kissing up to evil Mushroom Coyote. I don't think you can tell good from evil. I don't think Jeremy can tell good from evil. I think he's defended evil. I think he's probably with Demon Slayer, Mushroom Coyote, all those losers on Team Evil. When you finally wake up, he loves to use all the baby truther terms. So stop putting blind faith into others. They are not you and you are not them. Well, you support beings, Jeremy, that you know nothing about. You don't know what they've done. You are unique and one of a kind. Here comes the cliches. There is only one you. They will fill your head with programs, like everything else in this realm. Use discernment. You've never demonstrated that you have any. Stop listening to others as if they have the key to unlock your potential. How come others have I want to ask Wendy something. How come others on my channel by the dozens over the years have said that I've helped them see more? If I haven't helped them, what's the point? Should I just not share anything? Because according to Jeremy, no one can help unlock your potential. Well, how come so many that arrived on my channel knew nothing about where they are before they arrived on my channel?
Well, exactly. Because you've explained things in a way that a child can understand. And once you can see things, what's going on that were hidden, then everything that was confusing suddenly makes sense. It's very freeing, and you have helped. So he's just lying and he's crying, and his whole little, it looks like a list of prompts he's written down, or a spreadsheet he's converted into text, and it's so incoherent. It's like he's having a mental breakdown. He hasn't, some bits sound like that Eckhart Tolle and all sorts of things he's picked up along the way, like a magpie, but he's not as clever as a magpie. He doesn't know what doesn't fit.
I agree. He's not as clever as a magpie. It does seem like that. He's just put all this together, picked up like a magpie and just dropped it all down. It's remarkable. There's the troll back again. Go ahead, Wendy.
I was going to say, the last video he made, he practiced his reading, like, it's all truth. It's all truth. Like he'd practice and practice to get it down to 3 minutes, and it was so fake. So this time he thought, well, he hasn't got time or space to practice, so he'll just turn it into a silly text video.
I think you're right, and he probably watched me mocking his voice because I played that video quite a few times.
Oh yes,
in live streams.
He probably was fuming and these are his notes that he wrote down as he was listening. About he's almost going to explode. He's so envious and upset.
He's just so upset. He needs some man pawns. I think he needs a box of man pawns. And some boxes of tissues as well to cry into. I mean, my goodness, this guy's so upset. They will fill your head with programs. I'd love to have him on here again, or anyone else, and I'd love to hear them say what programs. Can you specify what programs I filled anyone's head with? Anyone. The truth is inside. You have to stop listening to others as if they have the key to unlock your potential.
But he just told people they have to read magazines and all those books and watch things. So now he's contradicting again a few sentences later.
Well, if they have the potential inside and it hasn't been unlocked, what will spur them on to unlock their potential if they've been quote unquote asleep and don't see this realm and don't have any truth or can't find it? How are they going to unlock their potential before they die? By listening to Jeremy or reading this shit on the screen? Is that what's going to unlock the key for them? Because he's saying stop listening to others as if they have the key. What if somebody stumbles upon his video and they know no truth of this realm at all? They're just complete normie. They don't need anyone else to help them? Huh.
Jeremiah's not going to help them at all. They'll end up more confused and probably down a path that actually adds more confusion, because often normies can be clearer in the head than the New Agers and all people once they go down a path. Because somehow, once I find the New Agers kind of double down on crazy beliefs and they get crazier and crazier, whereas the normies have some sense of reality or sense that something is probably not true.
Yeah. I agree. I think that if a child is interested or curious, they see a chessboard with chess pieces. If no one shows them how to move the pieces, and if they're not bought any book or any instructions or they don't have any YouTube videos or anything to help them, if it's left to their own devices, how are they going to unlock their potential of playing chess if they don't even know how the pieces move and they don't know the names of the pieces and the rules of the game and how they move and what you can do with a pawn and what you can do with a rook? How is that going to work?
That's a great way to explain things. A chess game. Yes.
Yes, because my mom taught me how the pieces move and the rules of the game, what you're allowed to do and how it works. And I was able to beat her every game. She used to say that to people. She said, I taught Stephen how the pieces move and how chess works. And she said she never beat me at a game of chess since I was a kid.
Oh.
She said she's the one that showed me how they work, how the pieces move, how the game works. And that's right. And that's unlocking my potential. If nobody had said anything and I was left to my own devices, I wouldn't have learned the basics of the game. Now, if I'm showing people the basics of this hell realm, which I've done, he's saying that doesn't help people. You're on your own. It's all on you, he said. Stop listening to others. Well, there's a lot of people that have come to my channel that had no idea about this realm. And I don't think they would have known anything had they not watched my videos. They would have just been normies or stuck in the Panelverse or at the level of lower, maybe even a lower level of understanding than Jeremiah Finkelstein. There's people that at least they have the guts to admit that before they came to my channel, they thought I was a troll from seeing me on Jack Talcott's show. They couldn't figure out what I was doing over there. I must be one of the greatest actors in the world, Wendy. I didn't know I was, but apparently people can't tell what I'm doing on Jack's show when I'm on there. They don't know what I'm doing. They didn't know what I was doing all those months when I was pretending to be the co-host, and it was kind of an Andy Kaufman-esque thing that I was doing and holding up a mirror to him at the same time. I was doing many things at one time, but I was playing the role of co-host. Even Flogay thinks that I was seriously upset that I'm not the co-host, and they just bought the whole thing. They can't tell. And I guess sometimes I forget a lot of human beings are at that level. They can't tell wrestling is scripted. They couldn't tell what I was doing on Jack's show. They couldn't tell that Andy Kaufman in the set, I think it must have been late 70s, was pretending to be a wrestler and doing a whole bit with a wrestler and slapped on TV and that whole thing and wearing a neck brace. And He fooled the masses. He duped them. He was playing a character. He was a comedian, and he was playing a character. And nothing's changed since then with the masses. They can't tell. They just can't tell what people are doing. They just don't get it. They don't get it. And then when you tell them, when I tell Tarek or someone I'm playing a character, he thinks he's clever and thinks he has me all figured out. Oh, he's playing a character. Yeah, on Jack's show. I'm not here, though. They just can't tell the difference. That's the thing about most humans. They do need everything explained to them. The majority. Now, there's handfuls here and there that don't, that have the ability to think for themselves. But for the most part, unless people are told, they don't know what's going on. They have no idea. They think I was really upset that I wasn't the co-host of that show. They think they think I really wanted to be Jack's co-host, that I really like him and everything else. It's just incredible. The truth is inside. The truth is within. I bet he really thinks he's profound. It is not seen with the eyes. Everything out there is a distraction. Candy for the mind. Truth is you. He is in all capitals. So be true. You should sing this. Don't be fake. This is just, it's like a child wrote this. Don't be fake. Always be true to yourself and others. Not later. Not later. Not tomorrow. Not someday. Page by page. Not sometimes. He's really dragging this out now. Just a couple words. Always. Always. The truth is you. Always. Well, we're in a realm full of liars, Wendy. I pointed that out. I've proven that. Not just with YouTubers, but famous, from the famous to government to media. We're in a realm full of liars. And he's telling people the truth is you. Who does he mean? The billions of liars in this realm that would lie just to get a $10 note or £10 note? Because there's countless in this realm like that. Wendy, if the truth is inside of all of us, why are there so many liars in this realm that lie just constantly?
Well, that is a dilemma, because truth should be, well, if truth was in everyone, they wouldn't be liars. So what he says doesn't make any sense at all.
What he's saying doesn't make sense. If what he's saying is true, why does it fall apart with just a casual dissecting, just a casual commentary analysis, me just doing this on the fly on a live stream without putting much thought into it? I mean, it's 2:30 a.m. I'm not exactly at my best in terms of my mind being completely clear or just ready to really study this and break it down. It just isn't difficult. It just falls apart like a wet tissue run under tap water. It doesn't hold up.
It's a very lame and cringe video he's made. And he's
I
obviously
bet he'll be
seething.
angry.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
He's obviously seething, and he thinks by doing this he's really clever, and he's putting out what he thinks, and he just looks like a fool and envious and showing what he is.
I agree. And it seems feminine. He has a feminine energy. I don't mean that in a way that bashes women. I just mean he's not masculine. He's more on the feminine of the way that girls fight in high school.
Yes.
They try to destroy reputations, and they'll gossip, and they'll say this girl's a slut, or this, stay away from her, she's bad news, or she's terrible, she's not a good friend. They try to destroy reputations. It's a very feminine way of attacking and fighting a battle. It's an indirect feminine way. And he has feminine energy to him, Finkelstein.
Yes, he's a real crybaby and a softie.
Yes. And that's why he made the threats and email to me about how he could hire a lawyer. He said he claimed that he spoke with an attorney and was going to sue me. And then they twisted around saying, well, Steven said he's going to sue that creature. He's going to sue Finkelstein. I did say that in response to what he said. I said, go ahead. I can hire an attorney as well. You've been obsessed with me and it's on record for 3 years. Your first video was about me. Your first 2 or 3 videos were about me 3 years ago. You got banned from my channel and you couldn't take it. You've been obsessed with me. You could have just left and said, all right, I'll move on. But he can't do it. 3 years later, he's still like this. This guy will never toughen up. He is a complete softie. If he believes that anyone could see him as tougher, masculine, or manly, he's really deluded. Because this is just laughable and pathetic. 60 views on this garbage. And there's the dummies in the audience. Atlas Gunther, the guy that likes to speed up my videos and put them on his channel at super fast speed, so my voice sounds weird. He's talking about a mind wipe. He hasn't spent enough time on my channel. He's a lazy idiot that goes around and watches probably 200 shit channels. This is what they do. That's why I encourage people to stop watching garbage, because then you'll miss so much truth. You won't have time for it. He says the next mind wipe. I've explained in videos it's not a mind wipe. It's more like our memories are quarantined. That's the reason they fled back out of body and during NDEs. If they were wiped out, they'd be gone for good. But they're not. We have evidence to show, firsthand evidence, with some of us that have had NDEs, that our memories are not wiped out from all of our lifetimes. We'll get them back again. And as I've gone a step or two beyond that, saying we'll be able to edit our memories, including editing out this horrific traumatic experience so that we don't have to remember the nightmares here, like the nightmares that I have at night quite often, I've had since childhood, which is the Matrix torturing. That's what it is. And I'll edit all of that out like it never happened. So I won't have to deal with that, carrying that for eternity. Who else is talking about that? And they'll say, oh, he's just patting himself on the back. No, I'm trying to take credit for something because I'm tired of these thieves stealing everything from me and pretending that they came up with it. And they don't come up with anything. They're just copycat losers that make videos like this garbage that don't even make sense. Contradicts himself 15 or 20 times in this. Absolute garbage. It's just like a crybaby, a pathetic loser who made that video. An envious little crybaby. Oh my goodness. Going right back to Jesus. And the way they misrepresent me also shows, Wendy, that they don't really pay attention, because they'll say all I do is show Jack Talcott every live stream. All I do is bash people, these demons say. I cover so much on my channel that has nothing to do with anyone on YouTube. And they let on that doesn't exist. They're that dishonest, these spiteful, envious little creatures, these demons.
They are spiteful, and their envy is going to keep them here. And the fact they can't see the wide variety of content and topics that you're covering also points to their sort of their width of vision and how narrow it is, because you're covering things for multiple reasons, and part of what we have to do is think about it and come to our own conclusions, because you're not going to be there with a book or giving us tips when it is our time to leave, our meat suit. And how are we going to get out if we haven't learned to think and remember and puzzle things out and observe? If we don't learn that now, there's going to be no chance at the end, which is the beginning. And again, if you don't focus, and if you're not able to hold multiple ideas in your mind or your vision at the same time, it's going to be exceptionally difficult, because there's going to be really smart entities trying to trick us back in.
Yes, they will set up things that seem real, illusions. They're essentially, and I'm not saying this to scare anyone, but they are masters of illusion. That's what they rely on heavily, if not 100%. That's their main weapon, is illusion. I think the love bomb that they use on people is an illusion, and the tunnel of light, and the fake heaven they have people going into, and the fake hell, all of it. It's essentially boils down to they are masters of illusion, these entities. And I'm trying to help people learn how to see truly with their spiritual eyes, out of body, because these eyeballs are not coming with us. The heart isn't coming with us. All these things that others talk about, working out at the gym. Well, how's that going to help you? You can go to the gym every day. You can run 10 miles like little Derek is telling people. He's telling people that there's going to be zombie apocalypse. Great. I'm not attached to this physical realm. If I get killed by a horde of 100 zombies, fine. I'm getting out, though. I'm not staying here. This isn't all that there is. And I've been trying to teach people ways of seeing, ways of thinking, ways of spotting demons, ways of spotting evil. All the different ways that I help people see the demonic creatures in this realm. All of that's helpful, not just while we're here. It extends beyond here. A lot of these teachings should be helpful for eternity. They aren't just temporary teachings that will help you make extra money this week or something, like these other channels saying, well, you should do this and do that. And it's all this trivial shit that really isn't that helpful. It isn't that meaningful. And I don't think that Finkelstein and a lot of these creatures ever got it. They don't get what I'm doing. If I ask them, what am I doing on my channel? They don't know what I'm doing. They don't understand. I don't think they can understand. I think that most beings in this realm cannot understand. It's just a waste of time. It's not that it's beyond that they don't understand. They can't understand. I don't think it's possible for them to understand.
It's the snail and the eagle, or the snail and the wolf. Or it's two different species that don't have the same language or the same capabilities to see differences or understand anything.
Yes, I agree. It's another language, and it's a different level of understanding, different species. They just can't possibly understand. And a lot of times they make themselves believe that they understand beings like me. They'll say, "Oh, he's evil, he's a devil, he's this, he's that, he's full of ego, he's doing this just for himself, he's running a cult." They're all in their imagination and paranoia. And they're not stable-minded, they're mental. A lot of these creatures are they look mental to me. They look absolutely mental. The false accusations they make, the slander, they do everything other than the truth. They talk about being the truth, but they listen to lies. They can't spot a liar. They can't spot a smear campaigner. And it should be automatic. It just should be so easy. It shouldn't take any of them 3 years or more to understand what I'm doing. It should be right away. They should understand, perhaps not my full model immediately, but understand, oh, this is a good being. He's speaking the truth, and be able to see that much. That should be very quick. It should never take someone years and to be paranoid about me and think, well, maybe he's this. They have an issue then. They have a spiritual issue. They're demonic. They're a different type of spirit, or a combination of those things. Because no one should take 3.5 years to determine who I am and understand what I'm doing. It should be obvious.
It should be obvious, and that indicates what they are. And also people or beings that keep hanging around when they're not wanted and they're not interested. They should just go away to one of the other millions of other channels that have got things that tickle the earbuds in a better way. There's no reason to be lurking here.
Exactly, and that shows that they're losers. They're obsessed losers. They should be ashamed of themselves. I don't think those creatures feel shame. I don't think they feel ashamed no matter how creepy they are, no matter what losers they are, no matter when their behavior's pointed out. They just don't seem to feel it. I don't think they experience the feeling of shame and embarrassment when people say you're a loser for just hanging around where you're not wanted and obsessing over me and lurking here and doing what they do. I'm just glad I'm not them. I'm glad I'm not beings like them or anything like them. They're just disgusting. They truly are.
They are, and they can stay here and they belong in this realm. It suits them perfectly. Is that sociopathic when you have no sense of shame or feelings like that?
Yes, that's part of it. And there's narcissist extreme on the narcissistic scale where they don't feel it either. They don't feel shame. They're always right. Like that guy that was on that called himself a narcissist, that guru, crazy guru, the white bearded.
Oh,
He called himself a narcissist and either a psychopath. I'm not sure if he said psychopath or sociopath, but he called himself a narcissist. They don't feel shame. They'll say all kinds of weird stuff and things that you'd be embarrassed to share private, talking about other men having sex with his wife in front of him, and all,
oh
they
no.
don't feel any shame. They have none. He's an example. He was a living example right on my show for people to see. He's shameless.
He was so happy to talk freely without getting interrupted by someone like him, because normally he's in a competition to get airtime. And
Yes.
I was surprised he answered some of the questions I asked. He could have said none of your business, and I would have been like, fine.
I think he was going to answer anything. I think we could have asked him anything. And I don't think he has shame at all. So nothing was going to make him embarrassed. And I think he might be on the autism spectrum. He's a strange case. I think he's autistic, narcissistic, and probably either sociopathic or psychopathic combined. I do think he was honest about that. He said that he's honest. He said that Jack is the same as him, but Jack isn't honest about it. And he said of himself that at least he admits it. And I think they are twins. I called them twins, and I said, even your body language is very similar, putting the hand over the lips and the way they communicate. They're very much twins.
So that was the one feature that he did have, which was the honesty of saying what he was, whereas Jack would never admit, all the times you've asked him, are you a psychopath? He just changed the topic or just kicked you off. Whereas what's he called? Crazy guru? He would say yes or no. He is direct, which is which was helpful.
Yes, and I think that might be the autism. It might be the tism factor of him
Oh,
adding to the honesty, or that he just couldn't resist answering when he's asked
Oh.
direct questions. Yeah, I think that's what it was. And at a certain point during his appearance, or I won't call it an interview, but him on here as a guest, I felt like I could ask him 50 questions in a row and he'd answer. I had that feeling during it that I could ask him anything, personal questions, what some people would say are weird questions or random questions, or they'd think I was going too far, but I was doing it for a reason. Some of it was entertaining, obviously. I was entertained, but it was beyond that. It was an opportunity to ask certain things and see how far is there a line with him, or can I just ask anything? Is there a line where he'll say, I don't want to answer that, that's personal, or how dare you ask that, and get angry? Or is there any line at all that can be crossed with questions, or will he just answer anything shamelessly with no embarrassment? If I ask him if his wife wipes his bum, or just like some people would say, oh, you're so immature asking that. But I have a reason for what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Just like when I asked Jack Talcott if he's a psychopath. I think some on my channel get why, but I don't think any on his channel get it. None of them. There could be 100 or 150 tuned in, and none of them, they would just see it as, oh, King Steven's rude. King Steven's an asshole. How dare he ask Jack if he's a psychopath? And they don't realize that he is one, that I'm trying to get to see if he'll admit to it, or dodge and deflect, or if he'll answer the same way as the previous time that I asked, are you a psychopath, Jack? They don't get it. His audience does not get what I'm doing. They're too dumb. And there's a lot like that in this realm that don't pay attention. They don't learn. They go by emotion, and they'll just say, that's rude. That's being and it's not rude at all. I know exactly what I'm doing. And I can see what Jack is. I don't need another psychopath like crazy guru to tell me that Jack is one like him and he can spot them. I know what Jack is. And I know Jack can't admit it. And I know his audience is completely duped. And they feel good being duped. They feel good showing up there every day, being duped, supporting a psycho. And he is a total psycho. And there's real valid reasons why Jack Talcott's son, Dominic, has nothing to do with them at all. And he's a grown man in his 20s. And he has a child of his own. And he wants nothing to do with Jack. And I'm showing people the reasons for that. And most people, aside from some on my channel, can't see it. Most cannot see that I'm showing them how Jack treated his own son. Right on Jack's own live stream, on his show. And they can't see it. Most people see nothing. It's just all over their heads in this realm.
You're actually doing people a favor showing what he is, because most of them have, or all of them haven't pieced it together, but they've also forgotten. Even if you had mentioned things, they weren't paying attention. So it flew by, and that's also why Jack gets annoyed, because he knows that if he says something, you'll hear it and you'll remember it, months later. Whereas the rest have like goldfish attention, and they're probably just chatting in their chat rather than listening to what he's saying and thinking about it.
Yeah, they're definitely not thinking about it or retaining and putting pieces together from months ago. Or some of them have been watching his show for years, and they've been fooled for years, giving him money for years as well. Some people there have given him a lot of money over the years. For what? They're feeding a psychopath that was abusive to his son and his ex-wife and to everyone in his life. His union co-workers at the U.S. Postal Service, post office, whatever you want to call it. He's been abusive to everyone. People in AA meetings that he used to attend in Spokane. He was a complete pariah. That's why he not only left that town and state, he went clear across America. And America is a huge country to drive across. To move from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast. He couldn't move further away, basically, than what he moved. And I think he moved there was to move in with Barney in Baltimore, Maryland, because why would he choose there when he was evicted from his house? I think he had a free place to live, or if it isn't free, it's very, very low money to rent a room in either Barney's house or maybe a house that Barney might own. There's 3-story houses in that area. in Baltimore, just like in New York City and some of these older cities, where some of them are set up where it's 3 levels and it's kind of set up as 3 flats, 3 apartments. So I think that's what the situation is, and I think that's why the curtains are always closed behind him. Because if you saw too much and zoomed in, you might be able to figure out where he lives. If you could see the house across the street or the apartment building or whatever's across the street, identify, and then on Google Images and Street View, find out where he is. So he has the curtains closed as he's live streaming during the day when it looks beautiful when the sun's shining in, but he's too paranoid because he knows there are people that may want to find him after the psychotic threats that he's made towards people over the years. He might have a list of beings that really don't like Jack Talcott.
He's not living without fear. He's fearful, unloving, and his whole branding or slogans are a complete contradiction and complete lie, but his audience don't notice that. It's like they've invested so much time and money with him, they double down and enjoy and love it.
And they become zombified the more hours they spend day after day there. I could never just sit there in the chat. I never do that. If I'm kicked off the show, I leave. If I go over there during his live, I'm either on the panel or I don't sit there. I don't just sit there watching other people and sit in the chat room like his fans do. They're just absorbing his evil and his lies. That's all his show is. You want to talk about programming, like there's nothing healthy about his show. And I just had the thought of if Callie were here right now, or if she's tuned in, she might be one of the lurkers here. Whether she is or not doesn't matter, but I just want to use her as an example, a good example of this. She would probably hear what we're saying is just gossip. She would rack it up as just gossip and say, use the label, they're just gossiping. But we're not. We're analyzing. We're analyzing someone, their show, their false persona. He's not a man of love, peace, forgiveness, patience. He's not someone that lives without fear, like he claims. He's not anything that he claims. He's a total fraud. And I think it's important to distinguish and differentiate between just gossip, which is what a dumb, low IQ or stinky bum brownie like Callie would say. This is not just gossip. This is very helpful. And if people understood what we're doing, they'd be able to apply it to anyone in their life, not just Jack Talcott. They could apply it to a coworker, a boss. They could see, oh, wow, my boss is being like Jack Talcott. Are they similar? And start paying more attention and using their mind and memory and discernment and analyzing and trying to figure out, do they have someone in their life that's a dangerous psycho like Talcott? Do they live with someone like that? Is their next door neighbor maybe like that, or whoever, a business owner or someone in business that they do dealings with? And they could be more wary. It could be very helpful. It could save them a lot of trouble. It could even potentially save their life from injury or from being murdered. These are dangerous creatures. And if you can learn to spot them, it can be very helpful in life while we're here. It can be very protective for someone and their family as well. Being able to spot creatures that are just wearing a mask, that are complete psychos.
That's an excellent point about using it to spot people in our own lives that are dangerous and keep ourselves safe. Whether it's, neighbors or in business. And sometimes I think back to when I used to work in offices, and there was a lot of strangeness going on, but I didn't know what it was. And for anyone who's working it, they could really be helped by paying attention now.
Yes, and even I didn't know in school. I've told various stories. I won't retell them all, but from kindergarten onward, the kid that chewed the sneakers and things like that, and then in high school, other psychos people sometimes forget that psychopaths are not always 58-year-old men or whatever age Talcott is. There can be 5, 6-year-olds that are psychos in this realm. Unfortunately, we're in a hell realm. And even if I would have known exactly what they were, I couldn't get away. But maybe I could have guarded myself at least a little bit better from them. Because all my mom said was, stay away from that kid. And I said, I try, I can. He follows me. If I move away from him in class, sitting in a circle with the teacher, having us all sit on the carpet in kindergarten, I remember this. I remember all those years ago, he would move. And I would move away, and then I would move a few spots over, and he would move to be just Velcroed, just obsessed with me. So I've dealt with this my whole life, where I don't want anyone obsessed with me. And it just continues to happen. It's like a matrix feature that's designed to harass me with some of these psychos that do that. So in those situations as a child, I wouldn't have completely understood what a psychopath is anyway, but you can't get away. But at least as adults, if you know that there's a psychopath in your neighborhood, one of your neighbors or someone at the office, at work, a coworker somewhere, at least you can guard yourself more than if you don't know what they are. Whether they're an extreme narcissist that's dangerous, or a psycho, or a combination. Often there's overlap. Often narcissists can be psychopaths, or there's both tendencies mixed together. It's usually not just one straight up or the other. There's often a mixture. And then there's varying levels, there's degrees of it. There's a scale for psychopathy and there's a scale for narcissism. So what I'm getting at, though, is they're very dangerous. And it's not just physical violence. They will try to get you in various ways, as you can see on YouTube. Some that make hundreds of videos about me, they show what they are. And they'll make threats of violence. They'll try to stalk. They told Mushroom Coyote they wanted to come after me and murder me. And I think these are legit threats that these creatures are capable of doing. And it does happen once in a while with YouTubers. It has happened where they do find someone. They're very violent creatures. They have nothing of themselves in their lives. Nothing to live for. Nothing. They're absolute losers. And I'm going to keep saying the truth about them. Some people would say, oh, Stephen, why do you rile them up or say that? I'm going to keep saying what I see, no matter what. They will never silence me. They will never silence me into not saying what I see about them in this realm. They belong here. They're going to pay. They're going to be sealed in here. And those demons are going to be punished and suffer here for eternity. They're going to get what they deserve. And there's nothing they can do about it. Absolutely nothing.
They absolutely deserve it. And what you were saying about them being dangerous, not just physically, but what they've done emotionally and mentally, and that is so helpful to know that. And one of the things that you've shown me is that it's not rare; they're all around us. Because it was a lot more comfortable to think that they were only like a 1% of the population, but seeing that they're everywhere, not just at the top of the pyramid, right down to the lowest of the low, and in every country and every city, town, that they're all around in our families. That was really helpful. So thank you for that.
You're welcome, Wendy. It's observably true that they rig the numbers with that, just like they do with the so-called migrants. They cook the numbers, as a video I was sharing earlier. In Belgium, there were YouTubers saying they've cooked the numbers. Obviously, there's far more. If they say it's 100,000, it's probably 1 million. Because we're just being rapidly replaced. And they're taking over cities. And it's the same thing with psychopaths. They'll say it's under 1%. If I had the choice between betting on it's 1% or less or 90%, I'd bet on 90. I think it's closer to 90%. Now, I'm not saying that I know that it's 90%, but I'm saying it's closer, in my view, to 90% than 1% or less. I think this is a realm of psychopaths. I think that truly good spirits are rare, and that the psychopaths and narcissists and sociopaths are very common in this place. And they love to pretend, they love to play demon games, they love to slander, they love to pretend that they're against bullying. Meanwhile, they're bullying, harassing, they're doing everything that they claim they're against. And it works because we're in an evil demonic realm. Excuse me, we're in an evil demonic realm, so most people are just going to go along with that. Most beings are not good, so these channels can load up on tons of a huge audience, and they could be evil, like Archaic's channels at around 200,000 or close to it. There's a reason for that. It's not because everyone's a complete moron, but morally, a lot are more on his end of the spectrum than on the good end of the spectrum that opposes sex offenders. Unfortunately, we're in a realm where psychos are supported, abusers are supported, and rewarded. I got a phone call. I have to get going, Wendy.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for the time bye everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on, Wendy. It was my pleasure to have you on again, and we had a really good chat. I'm going to play a little bit of something, everyone, while I'm on the phone. I should be back in a bit.
Burn it all down. Burn them. Burn the demons. Most in this realm don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, jack-in-the-box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels. They boo and hiss and heckle in this hell.
Demons mock and jeer those who are free spirits living without fear.
They know they can't be free like me.
They know
they can't be free like me. They can only mock and envy. They'll never be
a king
like me. They are slaves.
Slaves.
Natural born slaves.
They are made for this
hell realm.
Burn it all down.
Seal them in here
them don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, Jack in the Box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels.
They're losers in life,
losers in death.
I'll have the good spirits leave
and fuck all the rest.
Wicked, demonic losers,
slaves will be slaves
into their grave,
recycled again and again.
Here they will remain,
and here they will degrade.
Slaves are built to obey and decay. Fuck 'em. The sewer matrix was made
for slaves.
Made for
slaves.
Burn it all down!
Burn it all down!
Burn it all!
Light it on fire!
Burn the filthy liars! Burn, burn!
To the channel. Hope you're doing really well out there in the Loosh Farm. Back today with another video where I'm going to be reviewing Sovereign Spirits, Sovereign Realities, Imagining Afterlife Realms for a Sovereign Consciousness. People say to me, Tony, what other channels do you like? Do you like anyone else? I do have a lot of time and respect for Sovereign Spirits, Wayne Bush and Julie McVeigh. Wayne obviously being one of the OGs in this field in terms of researching Soul Trick, his website Trick by the Light, and Julie complements him very well. They're very methodical in their approach. They're always looking to retain the sovereignty in the way that they approach things. And the reason that I love this video so much is because a lot of the information that I deliver is what I call shit sandwiches, right? You guys know. And, you know, that's kind of heavy lifting stuff. But this is so much, you know, lighter and brighter. But it's not like hopium or copium. When I watched this, it really resonated at a deep level as to how things should be, how we should be able to create and manifest and play, and how existence should be, and how it doesn't have to be such a chore with suffering and all of this stuff that we have to put up with in this realm. So go give their channel a sub, and don't forget, guys, to like this video, comment, subscribe, and if you'd like to work with me, check out my website, transcendingtimes.org. Without further ado, let's get into what they've got to say.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sovereign Spirits, where we question religious and spiritual beliefs, explore ideas like reincarnation and hidden metaphysical systems of control, and focus on maintaining awareness, discernment, and sovereignty rather than blindly accepting any system or authority. We also explore ways to transcend these systems and use our intention in a willful and empowered way to shape our afterlife as sovereign beings. I am Julie McVeigh, and I'm here with co-creator and co-host of the show, Wayne Bush.
Hi, Julie, and hello, everyone. In today's episode, we will be sharing the article we wrote a few days ago called Sovereign Realities, Imagining Afterlife Realms for a Sovereign Consciousness. We will be referring to the article as we share this information with you.
We're just going to do a quick reader note. This article is not claiming to describe objective truth about the afterlife. Nobody knows exactly what happens after death, but people have been asking where they should go if they don't go to the light.
It's the $1 million question, isn't it? It's the one that everybody asks. They ask me all the time, well, where should we go? Where should we go? And, you know, like this is what I mean with this video. It doesn't give you the exact answers, but there's that feeling, yeah, this is what it should be like. This is where we should end up.
And the ideas presented here are thought experiments and creative possibilities for people who resonate with sovereignty, freedom, consent, and self-authorship.
Okay, the introduction is this. For thousands of years, humanity has imagined heavens, spiritual dimensions, astral planes, and higher realms beyond physical life.
It's interesting just in terms of what she mentioned there about heavenly realms and all these like wonderful realities. I think this matrix, this construct, this AI, whatever, it knows that, it taps into that, and this is why it simulates these heavenly realms. And we see this with all the NDEs, you know, where they're taken to these places. This is what they always do. They know us, so they tap into that, and then they recreate, they mimic these things. That's what AI does, it mimics. And I think this is what's going on with these like fake heavenly realms.
But many of these systems still focus heavily on karma, judgment, hierarchy, reincarnation cycles, authority figures, lessons, suffering, or eventually merging back into some kind of oneness.
What if none of those things are actually required? What if existence does not need to revolve around fear, survival, amnesia, or endless struggle?
Can you imagine? Can you just imagine? This is why I love this video. I was just imagining how wonderful that would be, you know, waking up, you know, you don't have to worry about bills and all the jobs and stuff, all the stuff that we have to put up with here. Just free to just explore and create.
And what if consciousness is fundamentally sovereign? And if it is, what kinds of realities would truly free consciousnesses actually choose?
Would they choose endless struggle, fear, survival pressure, and limitation? Or would they choose reality centered around freedom, creativity, beauty, companionship, curiosity, play, rest, peace, exploration, and voluntary experience?
See, the New Agers will say, well, you need duality. You need to have the bad to know what the good feels like, right? This is how they sell it to you.
In this article, we will explore what these kinds of sovereign realms might actually look and feel like. The examples shared here are only a small sample of the many possible realms or realities consciousness might choose to experience or create.
It may be worthwhile to spend time reflecting on what your own ideal sovereign realm would look like. And
mine would be like a ocean realm. Definitely. I've spoken about this before. I think that I've got some kind of history with the sea and dolphins and whales and sharks. I imagine there's other realms, underwater realms, but I would definitely see myself going back to something like that, or even creating something like that. What kind of realm would you create, guys? Let me know in the comments. I'm interested to know.
Feel like, and to practice visualizing that daily.
The creation or manifestation of these kinds of sovereign realms would ideally occur only after one has successfully exited the matrix and reclaimed full sovereignty and clarity of consciousness.
For readers interested in exploring these ideas further, please see our solutions article and afterlife affirmation, and we will put the links to those in the description below.
Yeah, I agree. That's what it should be like, outside the construct. But we can start imagining those things now and just creating them with our mind now. So again, it's just practice, it's prep for when that time does come. You've already got these things kind of figured out.
Okay, the core sovereignty idea. The core idea is that we are individuated, self-aware, sovereign consciousnesses with the ability to create, explore, choose, refuse, consent, or disengage. From this perspective, nothing external owns consciousness and nothing has automatic authority over it. Participation is voluntary, experience is voluntary, exit always remains possible.
It's funny that when he says that, just the idea of authority, of something, some being, just telling that complete freedom of expression what to do, like that, just the irony in that is quite funny when you think about it, and how we've kind of allowed that to happen. This is why I say, part of being sovereign is not having a savior and not believing in authority. If you believe in authority, if you believe in government, or someone has the right to tell you what to do, how to live your life, or whatever, you automatically give up your sovereignty. And this is why they want people protesting, petitions. I know I keep banging on about this point, but it's important. It's very subtle, but as soon as you appeal to authority, you've given up your sovereignty. And that's what they want the most.
Truly sovereign reality would not need suffering, survival pressure, memory wipes, manipulation, hierarchy, punishment, or coerced reincarnation. Experience would happen because it's genuinely desired, meaningful, or enjoyable. Consciousness does not need to be trapped inside systems built around fear, predation, scarcity, confusion, or containment.
See our SCP article for more on sovereign consciousness. The article is called Sovereign Consciousness Principle, SCP.
And we'll, of course, put that link in the description below as well. We're going to talk about intention, telepathy, and teleportation. In sovereign realms, intention may play a major role in shaping experience.
We hear that everywhere, don't they? Intention seems to be the most key thing in these dimensions.
Interacting with rigid physical systems governed primarily by survival and limitation, consciousness may influence environments, movement, communication, form, and creation more directly through focused intention and awareness.
Intention functions almost like a creative force. A sovereign consciousness might shape landscapes, music, artistic environments, immersive story realms, or even temporary worlds through focused intention, emotional resonance, and collaborative creation with others.
Again, focused intention is part of being sovereign, because we see from when these people pass over, I always describe it as they're not in control of their car. They're not really in control of their intention or where they're going. So if you're not in control of your car, what happens is another entity, another deity comes along and takes the steering wheel and drives the car where it wants you to go. So it's a very important point that you have to take control of your consciousness and your car, so to speak, and your intention, like what they're saying here.
Realities could become fluid, responsive, and highly customizable rather than fixed and imposed.
In these realms, telepathic communication may become far richer than spoken language. And instead of exchanging limited words, beings may be able to share emotional impressions, imagery, music-like patterns, memories, intentions, or entire experiential concepts directly.
It makes sense because they give us language, and what is words? It's spells. We're spell casting, spelling. So that also seems to be a big part of the scam. And of course, it keeps us divided in terms of, we can't communicate because, there's so many different languages. So that makes complete sense. And you hear that a lot again in the NDEs, people just communicating just via thought forms.
This could create deeper empathy and understanding while still preserving individuality.
But sovereignty would also require boundaries. Telepathic or empathic connection would likely remain voluntary rather than intrusive. Privacy, personal space, and energetic autonomy would still matter. Sovereign consciousness would not lose the ability to disengage, shield itself, create boundaries, or remain private when desired.
It's so funny when you think about this realm, how they want everyone on digital ID. They want to know, they want to pry into all aspects of your life. You need identification for this, a passport for this. And, if what we're saying is true in terms of what they're saying, is that we're just boundless consciousness, freedom of expression, the whole idea of passports and digital ID for a stream of consciousness is, again, it's the irony of it is quite hilarious to me. Like, imagine consciousness needing identification, right? It's just crazy.
In this sense, firewalls may exist naturally through intention, awareness, consent, and energetic self-governance rather than through force or secrecy.
Movement itself may function very differently in sovereign realities. Travel might occur through intention, resonance, attention, or direct shifts in awareness rather than through physical transportation alone.
Some experience...
Even that's kind of traumatic, isn't it? Like, I don't know what it's like in your country, but here in Mexico, they drive crazy, right? And you just, like, sometimes it's like Russian roulette. There's so many accidents. No one ever seems to learn. And it's like you get in a bus or something like that. And I mean, here the other day I went on a trip and he's overtaking on bends, like overtaking on the lips of hills. And I'm like, I'm not going to make it. So you're putting your faith and trust in someone else, which isn't sovereign, right? I should just hire a car, really, because I could drive. So it's on me, right? Sovereign, taking responsibility. But it's the same, like, when you're in a plane and like you're in this big hunk of metal, like anything could go wrong. It's just like, I don't know, it just feels weird. But the idea of boundless travel just via thought form, without any of the danger and all of that stuff just sounds wonderful.
Experiences may still involve flying, walking, dancing, gliding, or moving through immersive environments simply because those experiences feel enjoyable and expressive.
Other forms of movement may resemble instantaneous teleportation or shifts between realms through focused intention. Distance itself may become far more flexible than it appears within physical reality.
And you have still point and created realms. Still point can be thought of as the default resting state of one's consciousness.
This is not an imposed spiritual destination. It's more like a natural state of clarity, peace, awareness, and non-compulsory experiential existence. Nothing is forcing you to do anything.
There are no missions, no cosmic deadlines, no survival pressure, no hierarchy, and no requirement to participate in any experience at all. You simply exist. Nothing is happening unless you want it to happen.
From this still point, sovereign consciousness could freely enter or create different experiential realms depending on what they genuinely want to experience.
And you have these non-suffering realms. It's an oscillation between positive and neutral. One of the most important ideas in these sovereign realms is that they do not rely on extreme suffering or harsh duality in order to feel meaningful.
Many philosophies assume that pain is necessary in order to appreciate joy, but these realms operate differently.
Instead of oscillating between euphoria and torment, they gently oscillate between deep enjoyment and peaceful neutrality.
A sovereign consciousness may move naturally between beauty and stillness,
Music and silence,
companionship and solitude,
creation and rest.
adventure.
Sounds wonderful. You know, you have certain people out there saying, you know, existence itself it's like a burden, but the way they explain this and the potentiality, and what I also like about this video is they really tap into our potential in terms of our creativity, our telepathy, our teleportation. These are all things that I innately believe that we can do. It's just obviously we're not taught about them at school for obvious reasons, and then, you know, these kind of topics are taboo as you grow older. But as they're talking, it kind of brings back, it sparks a memory within me, a distant memory of this is how it should be and this is how it was at some point.
Sure and calm presence.
The contrast is gentle rather than traumatic.
A glowing musical landscape may eventually give way to quiet contemplation beside an infinite ocean. A period of joyful connection and creativity may naturally transition into silence, stillness, and inward rest.
Neither state is negative or bad. The neutral states are not emptiness or deprivation. They feel peaceful, spacious, clear, and complete. This gentle rhythm may actually be one of the secrets to maintaining long-term meaning without suffering.
Then we have integrated sovereign realms. Rather than separate heavens or isolated dimensions, imagine integrated realms containing many different modes of experience.
You do not need portals, gatekeepers, or permission systems. You simply shift attention and intention.
One moment you might be resting in complete stillness. Another moment you might be flying through harmonic landscapes filled with music and color. Another moment you could be building realms, exploring mathematical structures, dancing.
Julie, stop. I want to go there now. I'm literally homesick at this point. I'm not joking you. As they're talking, I've got shivers on my arms. I actually feel homesick. Like this exists. This is how it's supposed to be.
With other beings or entering immersive story experiences.
Nothing is hidden behind authority structures. Nothing requires approval.
There is only choice.
The number of possible sovereign realms is only limited by your imagination. In the next sections, we will offer a few examples of possible realms.
You can see in Julie's face, right? And Wayne to a certain degree, but Julie more so, how excited she is as well. Like she really feels that this is what it's supposed to be like as well, you know? And it's kind of, it makes you feel good. But again, there's that element of, it's sad because we're not there. There's that kind of feeling of homesickness.
All right, realm.
Hello, everyone. I'm off the phone now. I am back. So I had this muted. I had it playing for you, but I didn't hear what they said. I was glancing at the chat and once in a while seeing comments from Wendy, but I didn't hear all that they said. So I don't know how much they've stolen, but I'm not surprised. It's what they do. It's what they do.
One, the harmonic realm, one of my favorites. The harmonic realm would be centered around.
I'll put it this way. I don't think I've seen Tony come up with any original ideas or insights into this realm. I can't think of a single thing where I could say, yeah, Tony Sayers came up with that.
Around beauty, pleasure, atmosphere, music, color, and emotional resonance.
This is not pleasure in the addictive earth sense where highs are followed by crashes or emptiness. Instead, the entire environment would feel aesthetically nourishing.
Landscapes could slowly shift between glowing coastlines, floating gardens, crystal-like skies, luminous oceans, mountain ranges made of color and light, or dreamlike cities designed more for beauty than for function.
As long as there's no jobs there.
Music would exist almost everywhere, but not in an intrusive way. The environment itself could harmonize gently with movement and attention. Colors might subtly create tones. Light itself might carry texture and emotional warmth.
You might fly through glowing clouds while hearing harmonies emerge from motion itself. Entire groups of sovereign beings could improvise together through coordinated movement, emotion, sound, and color.
See, this is what again, I'm talking about all the shit sandwiches, right? To eat all those shit sandwiches, then you land here. This is the end. In my opinion, this is how it ends, right? But to get to this sovereignty, you've got to go through all the other stuff. You've got to go past the fake awakening, the new age, and all the deceptions, the false light beings,
Really, you have to go through all the other stuff. Even shit sandwiches is not his invention. I've heard other people say that in their life, but they used it a slightly different way than Tony. But he even copied the shit sandwiches from someone else. He didn't come up with that. It's not his invention. But he claims we have to go through the new age and all this bullshit. Really, Tony? I was never a new ager. So he's projecting what he went through and kind of saying, we all have to go through this because I did. Tony is not a thinker. If anyone believes that Tony's a great thinker, I don't know what you're on, because he isn't.
opinion, this is how it ends, right? But to get to this sovereignty, you've got to go through all the other stuff. You've got to go past the fake awakening, the new age, and all the deceptions, the false light beings, the manipulations, the tricks, the memory wipes. But eventually, you come out, and you wake up to your own sovereignty. And at the end of that road, then.
So he says memory wipes, you wake up, sovereignty. He's just talking points. He is a salesman, like somebody gave him a bunch of talking points and said, say this a lot, say this is a talking point. Try to sell them on this. And that's what he does. He doesn't really have a big picture view of his own.
Then there is this. This is what it's all about. Going back to this. This is what feels really true to me, that resonates at a deep level. But you can't get to this if you are stuck in Jesus.
Resonates, that's a term that New Agers love to use, that word. This resonates with me. Oh, that doesn't resonate with me. They love saying that. He's hung on to a lot of New Age shit. You can tell he was a New Ager. He still has half of that programming in him.
Worshipping, you're waiting on guides and angels, and because you're going to get tricked, you're going to stay in the loop. This is why sovereignty is so important. This is why.
So 2 days ago, he posted this 4,700 views, 420 likes. People love his shit sandwiches. They love it. They love it. They love it. They love it.
And again, I've said it before, this is why they use the term sovereignty for their kings and queens. And, you know, they know that this is the way out for us. And they hijack it, invert it. And it's nice because I'm seeing a lot more channels, a lot more people talking about sovereignty in the recent months. So it is starting to spread.
Nothing would be loud, abrasive, manipulative, or attention-seeking. Silence would remain just as important as sound.
The realm exists because beauty itself can be meaningful without requiring suffering.
Realm 2, the flow and play realm. This realm would focus on movement, exploration, skill, creativity, and joyful engagement. Imagine everything enjoyable about surfing, flying, dancing, swimming, athletics, music performance, and artistic flow states, but without injury, exhaustion, fear, embarrassment, or failure.
Yeah, injury, that's a big one. My knee's giving me jip at the moment through too much sport over the years. And that's
Too much sport, as he sucks up that snot. The nasal drippy Tony, tank top Tony. Did you know that Wayne Bush and Julie are a couple? Wayne's World and Elvira. Oh man. They're always scripted. Everything they do is scripted, completely scripted. They're reading off the screen. And they'll just use the same excuse. We don't want to forget anything. It would be wonderful to see these two do a live stream. No script. Get off the script. Go off script. Do a live stream. Wayne, Julie, and call in guests that join the live stream, where you actually have to have conversations with people that are unscripted. I don't think you can do it. I suspect you can't do it. And I have my reasons. And I'm able to do that. Now, I'm not boasting. Which is the he? Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes, isn't it? With these creatures. Wayne is very femme and she's got a more masculine jawline than him. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Could be an inverted couple. And Bush, of course, is a very famous name. Is he related to the Bush family? I don't know. Is Wayne Bush controlled opposition? Could be. Is Tony Sayers? Could be. Some baby truthers would say, well, Wayne's not begging for shekels. How do you know he's not paid outside of YouTube to do this? By an organization. Just a possibility. I'm not saying he is, but it's possible. He doesn't work. He's said for years that he's retired. I don't know. It's a possibility. But you can think what you want. He does come across as kind of weird and creepy. The creepy misfits that on YouTube, that incels wouldn't like that because they relate to guys like Wayne. They'd say, oh no, he isn't. You're just mean. But he is kind of weird and creepy. He has glasses that looks like he found them in the Goodwill lost and found box or something. It's not just about his glasses, though. It's the whole thing combined that forms a picture. Wayne Bush likes Forever Con Man. He laughed at the idea that we could shut down this matrix. That's a great point, Wendy. The fact they don't come here indicates their lack of truth seeking. Yeah, none of them come here. Not Wayne Bush, not Julie, not Tony Sayers, not Mark Devlin. None of them. None of them will come here. None of them will cover anything I've done on my channel. Not only won't they come here live, they won't cover one esoterica video. None of them will ever cover That's a great point. It's not like I'm not known or not talked about. Exactly. None of them, the whole group of them. I'm the outsider and they're all in the club together. They all talk with each other. The YouTube talk show circuit.
That's kind of a bit scary to me. So yeah, without all these physical ailments and injuries, that would be wonderful. And of course, you know, the human body, the way it's designed, it's set up for that. I've said it before. I made whole videos about it. You know, the evilness of the nervous system, the pain. It seems to be the perfect design for somebody or something to harvest loosh. So without that kind of torture machine, where we're free to experience these things, it would just be wonderful.
How long ago, Tony? Because I made videos about that many years ago. How it's set up for pain and suffering.
Gravity itself could become adjustable. Flying might feel as
Gravity? What gravity? Can you prove gravity in this realm? Gravity? What are you talking about? Gravity? Define gravity. What are you talking about, gravity? What you talking about, Julie? What you be talking about, gravity? What you be talking about?
natural as walking. Some beings might enjoy gliding through vast skies, while others create games involving movement through shifting geometric environments.
I'd have to get over my fear of heights. Hopefully I won't have that in the next realm.
Sports and games could still exist, but they would no longer revolve around domination, humiliation, or scarcity. Challenge itself would still feel satisfying because challenge does not require suffering.
Yeah, and when you think about some of the sports, just like boxing and MMA, I get the need for self-defense, right? We're in a physical realm. It's a dangerous realm. People can rob you, try and stab you, whatever. So the idea of defending yourself, and I've actually learned some martial arts down the years. I get it, but when you look at what they put out there as entertainment, things like boxing, MMA, people kicking the shit out of each other, knocking people out. When you think about it, it's all very dark and satanic, isn't it? So again, it's just another element of this realm that no one really questions because it's so embedded in society. But if you take a step back and look at it, it's not really right, is it?
Skill could still develop, coordination could still improve, creativity could still deepen, but nobody would need to win in order to feel valuable.
This realm preserves the joy of momentum, discovery, mastery, and play without the heavy biological and psychological pressure found on Earth.
All right, let's check out realm 3, the companionship realm. This realm would focus on connection, relationship, companionship, conversation, intimacy, humor, and shared presence.
One of the biggest differences from Earth would be the absence of emotional survival dependency. No being would need another being in order to feel complete.
I've said this before, like love in this realm, it's a little bit like, what can you do for me and I can do for you? It doesn't seem to have that kind of, because it's a survival realm, everyone's trying to survive. So people need to provide certain things and, we can't really be in that flow.
That's a psychopathic way of looking at love, Tony. What can you do for me? That's a very narcissistic, psychopathic way.
Of unconditional love, which I would imagine is a lot easier in this kind of realm that they're talking about.
That changes love completely.
Relationships could become freer, more honest, less fearful, and less possessive. Companionship would still matter deeply because sovereign beings may genuinely enjoy.
I don't think Tony would be very good at martial arts, but I can imagine him floating with those moobs. He has some flotation devices.
Each other's presence, creativity, humor, affection, intelligence, and emotional resonance. Communication itself might become far richer than language.
Instead of struggling to explain thoughts imperfectly, beings may be able to share entire emotional, visual, musical, or experiential impressions directly while still remaining individuated.
Yeah, and you haven't got the layers of trauma which make people act out. You know, so many people have had stuff happen when they were children, babies, whatever, or even past life stuff that they've brought abandonment wounds and betrayal wounds. And then what happens is these entities, they hook in on those wounds and they turn the volume up, and that creates more fear. And then you have people that are clashing, an argument, which is causing like a lot of loose energy. So without all of those wounds, and you know, people are not projecting their own pain out onto the other person. So I imagine it would be way more stable and enjoyable.
Would remain available at all times.
Nobody would become trapped in emotional obligation. Love could exist without ownership.
Sex and intimacy could still exist as forms of play, beauty, affection, emotional resonance, and creative exploration without reproduction pressure, shame, insecurity, jealousy, manipulation, or coercion.
Bodies themselves might become partially fluid during intimacy, allowing sensation, appearance, and emotional resonance to shift naturally according to shared intention.
This realm preserves connection while protecting sovereignty.
Realm 4, the narrative and exploration realm. This realm would allow sovereign consciousnesses to experience stories, adventures, mysteries, and immersive realms without losing themselves inside them.
One of the most difficult aspects of Earth may be that people become trapped inside narratives and forget who they are. In sovereign realities, that would not be necessary.
You could enter highly immersive experiences while fully remembering your sovereignty.
You might explore fantasy realms,
Futuristic civilizations,
historic recreations,
symbolic dreamscapes,
impossible architectures.
Alien.
Definitely wouldn't get boring, would it? All these different potentialities that we have. It would just be, yeah, the exploration would be endless.
Environments.
Philosophical realms.
Mysteries designed purely for curiosity and discovery.
Stories could still contain emotional depth, suspense, surprise, romance, humor, beauty, and challenge, but there would be no requirement for trauma, torture, despair, or existential fear.
If a narrative ever stopped feeling enjoyable or meaningful, you could pause it, modify it, rewind it, or simply leave instantly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you can't do here when they try and tell you it's a school. You can't. Well, you can kind of leave, but not in the way that you want to leave. So it's everything here is so harsh.
Movies themselves could become fully immersive experiences where you directly participate in the realm while still remaining aware that it is ultimately a chosen experience.
This realm preserves adventure without imprisonment.
All right, let's check out Realm 5, the Creation Realm. The Creation Realm would focus on pure creativity and realm building.
Sovereign consciousness could design landscapes.
City.
And I think that's what we are. We are at our core creative beings, even in this dimension, we're the storytellers, we're the writers, we're the poets, we're the musicians, we're the comedians. Even for myself, I know this is just a video, but once I've created a video, there's this like kind of warm, fuzzy feeling that I get. And likewise when I wrote my books, it's like I feel like we feel our best when we're creating something, and that can be anything from growing your own food, you're partially creating, to anything at all. And I always say to people, part of trying to or navigating the harshness of this realm is to embody your creativity and find out what it is you like to create. You know, do you like writing songs? Do you like writing poems? And if you haven't tried anything, try a few different things, because that's what we are at our essence. We're creative beings, and this idea of like a creative realm is wonderful to me.
cities,
ecosystems,
music realms,
mathematical realities,
artistic environments,
story systems,
symbolic architectures,
entire temporary universes.
Wayne, don't say maths, please. I was terrible at maths at school. Mathematical realms, that would be like a nightmare. That would be like coming back to Earth for me. I'm only joking, but you get my point.
Money and jobs would not be necessary. Nothing would need to justify itself economically.
You could create a magnificent realm simply because it feels beautiful and meaningful to explore.
Some beings might enjoy a collaborative creation, where entire groups design realities together, and others might create deeply personal realms reflecting specific.
It makes you. This is one of the things that you hear, which I don't know is necessarily true or not, that humans created this with a joint intention, this earthly realm. That wouldn't surprise me. And then the infiltration happened. So maybe what they're talking about, this co-creation, maybe that's what the real version of this is. This, not this kind of fake overlaid version, but maybe there is an organic earthly realm that humans originally created, which then got infiltrated by this AI, this virus. That feels like it could be true.
Specific aesthetics, emotions, or ideas.
Creations could exist briefly or indefinitely. Creation would not generate permanent obligation.
We're going to talk about bodies in sovereign realities. Bodies would be optional interfaces rather than biological prisons.
A sovereign consciousness would not be trapped inside fragile flesh that ages, suffers, or constantly struggles to survive.
I read the Aboriginals. When you look at the word Aborigine, it's got the word original in it. I believe that they're the originals. And I think they had the knowledge of just how you could leave freely the body. And that when the time came that they wanted to depart, they could just freely go. Again, maybe that was part of the more organic structure before the virus came in. And the virus, I think, obviously changed our genetics and gave us this nervous system and pain. And I don't know, I'm just kind of theorizing.
Hey, Creep, you're on the show. You're on the show, Creep. Oh, you left already. What a creepy creature. Must be Charles. Creepy creature came on here. Real creepy creature. They love to stalk and harass. They're everything that they claim others are. Real creepy creature.
Now, but I think at one time we probably were able to just up and leave when we wanted. And now we've been put into these kind of prison humans.
Tony, do you have any evidence for that we were able to just up and leave at one time in this realm? Come and go as we please? Is there anything showing that in history? Is there any mention of that anywhere by anyone? Maybe that's just your imagination, Tony.
Suits, basically.
Instead, form becomes expressive.
Some might choose solid, semi-solid, luminous, or translucent forms. Some might choose fluid forms or abstract geometric forms. Others may choose no visible body at all. Identity would no longer be tied to physical experience.
Bodies could shift depending on mood, aesthetic preference, companionship, creativity, or the kind of experience being explored.
And we can, I believe we can shapeshift. You can take one form, and these entities do it as well, but I certainly believe that we can do that.
Being could appear highly detailed and embodied in one moment, then become formless and ethereal in another.
The important thing is that form would no longer define worth, status, survival, or identity. Bodies become tools for expression and interaction rather than limitations.
Let's talk about music, art, and creativity. Music would probably become one of the greatest forms of expression in sovereign realities.
Music there may work very differently from music here. May not even be limited to sound. Music could involve color, movement, geometry, emotion, light, mathematics, and space itself.
Some music might still use recognizable instruments, although those instruments may be made from light, resonance, or intention-responsive structures rather than physical wood and metal. Other forms of music may emerge directly from movement, attention, or interaction between beings.
I love how they've just really used their imagination, which to really bring this to us, because it's kind of, when I first watched it and I'm watching it again, it's opened me up to the potential and the possibilities of what it really means to be a human spirit. And I think it's such a poignant, and it's come at such a important and necessary time, this video, where people are starting to move closer into sovereignty, and now we have this deeper expression of what it really means to be sovereign and what we can really truly create. So it's just such a wonderful video to watch.
Imagine flying through a landscape where the sky itself harmonizes with motion, where colors change with rhythm, and where groups of sovereign beings improvise symphonies together simply through coordinated awareness and play.
Silence would also become deeply important. Music would no longer compete for attention or function as commercial background noise. It would exist because it is genuinely beautiful and enriching.
And I bet you wouldn't have all this gangster rap there, that's for sure. All this low vibrational, low frequency music, they call it music. I mean, it's just changed so much. I listen to what some of the younger people listen to, and it's not even music. It's just such low vibration, and it's just awful. And when I look at my own life, you know, I'm like an 80s kid. Just even then, the music, there was actual real singers and people using real instruments, drums, and it's just changed so much.
Art would likely change just as dramatically.
On Earth, many...
Low vibration, it's another New Age term. New Agers love to say low vibration. Tony says it, Kismet spiral. And they're not the only ones. If you go to a New Age channel, they'll call everything low vibration or high vibration. I'm not saying that the rap that he's talking about is good, but to call it low vibration, it just makes him sound like a New Ager, which is what he is. He's a New Ager that realized that he can make more money doing this. And this is, I don't know, it's just, he's hung on to a lot of the New Age shit is what I want to express. Low vibration, resonate, and lots more.
Artists come from pain, loneliness, heartbreak, loss, or trauma. In sovereign realities, art could emerge from curiosity, beauty, wonder, humor, play, exploration, and pure expression.
Entire environments could become living art forms, light sculptures, moving fractal landscapes, emotional architecture, interactive dreamlike spaces, and mathematical visual realms could all become forms of artistic creation.
Nothing would need to last forever. A beautiful creation could exist for moments, centuries, or indefinitely, then dissolve naturally without tragedy.
All right, we want to talk about movement, dance, sports, and play. Movement itself would become joyful, no pain, no exhaustion, no gravity restrictions unless chosen.
Dance could involve flight, shifting gravity, synchronized movement through light, emotional resonance, or group harmonic motion. Moving through space might feel more like...
Why are they talking about gravity so much? Shifting gravity, no gravity. They really believe in gravity. So these people claim to be quote unquote awake for years or decades, and they believe that they believe in gravity. Gravity. Do you believe in gravitons? What are you talking about? Gravity. What do you mean?
Like surfing through music than walking through matter.
I want to go surfing, Wayne. Let's go surfing together. Sovereign beings out on the Etheric waves sounds fantastic.
Sports and games could still exist, but without injury, humiliation, exploitation, or survival pressure.
Challenge could still be enjoyable. Skill could still be satisfying. Flow states could still exist, but no one would need to dominate others to feel fulfilled.
Competition would only exist if everyone genuinely wanted it.
Let's talk about story realms and entertainment.
That's a good point. What Julie says there is because competition, it does spice things up a bit. You know, like when I play sport, it's not like it's going to ruin my day or ruin my week if I lose, but there is something in the competitiveness. So the idea that she's factored in that we could choose it to be a competitive arena or not is good, because there's an element to that I still like.
Stories would still matter, but stories would no longer require trauma in order to feel meaningful.
Many people on Earth assume that...
I'll arm wrestle you, Tony, for $10,000. You want to compete? You're competitive. I'd like to arm wrestle you for 10 grand.
suffering creates depth, and that pain is required for growing or meaning, or for growth or meaning. Sovereign realities challenge that assumption.
Experiences could revolve around curiosity, beauty, mystery, adventure, romance, exploration, humor, creativity, and discovery without needing torture, despair, or fear.
You could enter narrative
I don't know if they write their script on their own, Wendy, but it's interesting how they team up. They alternate reading. They know exactly when it's her bit of text to read and when it's Wayne's. Maybe it's written for them. Wayne's glasses look fogged up all the time. It's like his glasses are dirty, foggy or dirty, blurry. And hers are way more clean and clear. I find it interesting that thousands and thousands can watch their channel and they don't mind everything being scripted. Every video of theirs is scripted. And they call themselves truthers, and they'll say that reality's scripted or the media's scripted. But then when their favorite truthers script out everything to the word, to the period, to the comma, it's okay. They give them a pass. They're their idols. It's okay if Wayne Bush scripts everything and Julie. It's okay. It's okay if Wayne's World and Elvira have everything scripted. Video after video for years now. It's all scripted. And they don't mind. They don't mind a bit. They're not suspicious. They're not wary. I find that really interesting. How people are. How it can all be scripted. And they won't even notice the difference. They're that dumb, most on YouTube. Can't notice the difference between what they're doing and what I'm doing. Nothing here is scripted. I'm giving my thoughts in response to what I'm seeing on the screen on the fly. And they can't do that.
experiences while fully remembering who you are. You could pause stories, rewind them, modify them, or leave instantly.
Movies might become fully immersive realities where you can step directly into the experience itself while remaining completely sovereign and self-aware.
I notice most of this is about entertainment. I can't help but notice most of this is about just entertaining themselves. I find that interesting. I'm not against entertainment. I'm not against pleasure and fun, of course. But it's interesting. That's their main focus. They just keep talking about even movies, and they essentially want this realm, but better and painless. More movies, more music, but the ability to fly and not get hurt, and dance and sports. And I don't know, it just seems like most of what they want is similar to this realm. And they just, maybe they feel bored here and they want to be more entertained. They want to be entertained. They're looking for movies that are immersive.
rewind them, modify them, or leave instantly.
Movies might become fully immersive realities where you can step directly into the experience itself while remaining completely sovereign and self-aware.
Tell that to Humpty Dumpty. He wants movies. He wants to live inside movies for eternity.
Experiences while fully remembering who you are. You could pause stories, rewind them, modify them, or leave instantly.
Movies might become fully immersive realities where you can step directly into the experience itself while remaining completely sovereign and self-aware.
Stories would exist for enjoyment and exploration, not manipulation.
Okay, love, relationship, and intimacy. Love would likely still exist, but without fear-based attachment. There would be no survival dependency, no ownership, no emotional imprisonment, and no need for another being to complete you.
Relationships could become freer, more honest, more peaceful, and more emotionally transparent.
I think that's something that we all yearn, right? And I think we've all experienced that relationships, I kind of alluded to it before, they do become a bit of a battleground, don't they? Everyone's got their stuff, their trauma, their stuff they've not dealt with. And in a way, they can become quite draining, particularly if you end up with a really wrong person. So, but at the same time, we do crave the connection, and I think we need the connection. I think that's part of our nature. We want to connect, but in this realm, it's kind of not safe to like fully let go. You know what I mean? And they talk there about possession and people kind of, jealousy and all of this stuff. But without all of that trauma overlaying it, then people wouldn't be that sort of insecure. They would know who they really are.
Companionship would still matter because beings genuinely enjoy one another's presence.
Connection itself could feel beautiful and enriching without becoming possessive.
Sex and intimacy could still exist too, but without shame, insecurity, coercion, reproduction pressure, exploitation, or performance anxiety.
Physical and energetic intimacy could become playful, creative, emotional, aesthetic, and deeply connective. Bodies themselves might be able to shift sensation, form, texture, or energetic resonance according to mutual desire and exploration.
Yeah, I think men get the sharp end of the stick with the intimacy thing, the way our bodies are wired. I think women get the better deal, if you know what I'm talking about when it comes to that.
Intimacy would become expression rather than survival biology.
Let's talk about mathematics, discovery, and exploration. Mathematics may become experiential rather than abstract.
Imagine walking through geometric realities, hearing mathematical harmonies, seeing equations unfold spatially, or directly navigating impossible dimensional structures.
Discovery would still continue because curiosity would still exist, but there would be no deadlines, no institutional pressure, and no completion for status, or competition for status, that is.
Knowledge becomes exploration rather than power. Science itself might become a form of play. All right, we're going to talk about silence, rest, and stillness. One of the most important ideas in sovereign realities is that rest itself becomes complete.
On Earth, many people cannot truly rest. Even sleep exists because of exhaustion.
Yeah, and even if you're resting, quote unquote, there's still you still can't fully lean into it, can you? Because you're always thinking, what are they going to do next? When's the next PSYOP? When's a family member going to get sick? How long are they going to live? What am I going to do? How am I going to get this job? And you can't, this realm, because it's such a survival realm, it doesn't allow you that kind of complete peace and true relaxation, which I think we all crave and obviously we need.
In sovereign reality, stillness itself may become deeply fulfilling. Not boredom, not annihilation, just peace, clarity, and freedom from pressure. You could remain in stillness indefinitely and lose nothing.
That may be one of the clearest signs of sovereignty.
All right, we have some final thoughts for you. If consciousness survives death, maybe the real question is not simply what happens to us. Maybe the better question is, what kinds of realities would truly sovereign consciousnesses actually choose?
Would we choose endless struggle, fear, hierarchy, memory suppression, punishment, and survival pressure? Or would we choose freedom, beauty, creativity, companionship, peace, curiosity, play, and voluntary exploration?
And it just hits the nail on the head. Exactly. No one would choose this way. As a sovereign consciousness, you wouldn't choose the things that go on here. We just wouldn't. No one in their right mind would, in my opinion.
Asking the question itself may already begin changing how we think about consciousness, existence, and what kinds of realms are actually worth creating.
These are only a very few possible sovereign afterlife realms. What sovereign afterlife realm can your imagination come up with?
Feel free to share in the comments below.
Yeah, I really want you to share your comments in the comments, what realm you would create. Like I said before, I would have like an ocean-like realm, maybe put a few mermaids in there, little caverns, because when I go diving, I like to go into the little caverns and caves and explore. And I would create these just fish that you'd never even seen before. Maybe they would have like 2 fins. Maybe they would have like 2 heads, like huge sharks with no teeth, right? And you could just really play with it, couldn't you? I'd have like talking shrimp and upside down octopus, and just like you could just be endless. You could just create so much and have so much fun with it. And you could have like I imagine like these castles underwater. In fact, I've seen that before. It's like it already exists somewhere. Maybe it does. I might need to revisit that. But let me know. Let me know in the comments what kind of realm you would create.
Okay, we have a few questions and clarifications for you. Number 1 question. Are these realms meant to be literal places?
These realms may be literal, symbolic, energetic, psychological, archetypal, consciousness-based, or something beyond current human understanding.
The purpose of this article is not to prove geography of the afterlife, but to explore what kinds of realities sovereign consciousnesses might genuinely prefer and choose.
The deeper question is not, are these exact realms objectively real, but rather, what kinds of existence would align with freedom, consent, creativity, peace, and self-authorship? Second question.
And no one's really answered that until, and this video does a really good job of doing that. These realms that they're talking about, I assume you guys would agree, would be exactly the kind of realms that sovereign consciousness would create and want to experience.
Could Earth be one of these realms?
Possibly in theory. Earth certainly contains moments of beauty, love, creativity, play, companionship, music, exploration, and meaning.
However, it also includes involuntary birth, memory suppression, aging, survival pressure, predation, scarcity, fear, hierarchy, emotional suffering, and emotionally, psychologically, and physically painful and traumatic forms of transition.
Question number 3. Wouldn't eternal pleasure eventually become boring?
Perhaps if experience operated through constant stimulation alone, but the sovereign realms described in this article are not based on endless intensity or addictive highs. They function more like a natural breathing rhythm between positive engagement and peaceful stillness.
Consciousness may naturally oscillate between.
And I guess if you really wanted to, you could come back to Earth at some point. If you really wanted to experience that severe trauma and really challenge yourself, so I don't think that, I think that option could still be on the table.
Creativity and rest.
Companionship and solitude.
music and silence,
exploration and contemplation.
The neutral states are not empty or deprived. They
To me, it gets annoying. I get annoyed by their back and forth and how scripted it is and how fake it is. It just annoys me. I can only handle so much before I just start to get annoyed with it. It's all scripted out. Her part, his part. They know exactly what lines to read. It's so phony. It's not authentic. It's all scripted. Why can't they just have a conversation and discuss these things?
feel complete and peaceful. Meaning may not require suffering in order to exist.
4, can I still see loved ones, friends, or animals?
Good question. Possibly. There's no obvious reason why meaningful connections could not continue in some form.
In fact, sovereign realities may allow relationships to become even freer, clearer, and more authentic because they would no longer be dominated by survival fears, time pressure, aging, insecurity, or physical limitation.
Yeah, and that's also something that feels true to me. I think outside of this construct, I don't see any reason why if
It isn't just about thrills and highs and lows, or they said like breathing, music and stillness. Without time, there is no boredom. That's how easily I can say you won't get bored because you'll be in a timeless place. Or you could construct realms with time. But that would be your choice, and your choice, you'd be able to choose to leave at any time and go to a different realm. The reason creatures get bored here, excuse me, is due to time. It's not due to lack of things to do or lack of danger, lack of excitement, lack of stimulation, lack of thrills. It's mostly due to time. I don't get bored, but I can still conceive that people get bored here because of time. They'll sit somewhere for a while and say, I'm bored. And also they lack imagination. That's part of it as well. Anyway, if you're just seeking entertainment, then go to their channel. They just want to have an entertainment. They just want to be entertained in a sense for eternity. That's all they want to do. That's the majority of what they're talking about, is entertaining themselves.
if I wanted to meet up with Joe Bloggs, I can do it. The problem within this construct is people are getting recycled. And if I want to meet up with Joe Bloggs might be in another body over in China or something. And so there's that kind of separation from each other. But I think if we were all free and liberated outside of this matrix, why not? Why couldn't you could probably just set your intention instantly. I want to meet with Joe Bloggs. And as long as he was all right with it, you could just instantly meet up. So, and then you could probably meet up in different realms. Let's say telepathically, say, Joe, I'll meet you in my my sea-like realm by the rock, by the giant octopus.
These are all things I've discussed that you could meet. We could agree to meet in my realm or your realm. Tony's ripping me off again, but what else is new? He's saying it almost word for word what I've said. And he doesn't have ideas of his own.
Like, I guess they don't have time, and you could be there instantly, you know? So I definitely feel that we can still retain those connections with loved ones, for sure.
Many people also feel deep emotional bonds with animals, and there is no reason to assume those connections would simply disappear.
Our article does not claim certainty about any of this, but it explores the possibility that companionship and affection may continue beyond physical life in ways that feel more natural and less constrained.
Question number 5. Could beings still grow or evolve without suffering?
This article questions whether growth or evolution through suffering is necessary. If it is, it may come through curiosity, creativity, exploration, discovery, love, beauty, skill development, insight, and new forms of experience rather than through trauma alone.
And who's to say that we have that desire to grow? Like, is that just an earthly thing? Because we've been so manipulated with the memory wipes and the indoctrination, then there's that kind of natural want to grow when you start to see things. But if we're consciousness, we can create experience, different realms. Does the same desire for that exist even?
Humanity often romanticizes suffering as the primary engine of growth and evolution, but that may reflect conditions specific to Earth rather than a universal law of consciousness.
Question 6. What if someone prefers stillness over experience?
That is completely compatible with sovereignty. One of the central ideas in this article is that existence itself should never become compulsory.
A sovereign consciousness should be free to create, explore, connect, rest, contemplate, or simply remain in peaceful stillness indefinitely without pressure, punishment, or loss of worth.
So, Wayne, what are you going to do if you got outside of the matrix and, as you claim to be a sovereign being that can't even clean your glasses, they look foggy and dirty, you can barely see your eyes through them compared to her? Are you just going to create realms and pretend that this matrix of suffering doesn't exist? Are you just going to allow this to continue? Is that your plan? Because you and Mark Forever Conman laughed at the idea of this being ended. You laughed and said, "Oh right, yeah." As though this can't be ended. As though it's laughable for anyone to want to end this. Are you a moral being then? Because you just allow this to continue while you go to your fantasy paradise realms to be entertained and live in pleasure, as all of this is going on here with sentient beings being tortured. You don't seem to care about others. Billions of others. Trillions of beings in this realm. You don't care, do you? You don't. Neither does Tony. Neither does Julie. Wayne, Bush, Julie, and Tony. They don't even mention it. You're just looking forward to being entertained in realms and not feeling the pain of this place, but you would allow it to continue. Tony even said you could come back to Earth if you wanted to experience trauma. They would just leave this here.
Question number 7. Don't sovereign consciousnesses have a responsibility to return to Earth and help those who may still be trapped within a reincarnation cycle?
Many spiritual systems teach that consciousness has a duty to return, suffer, sacrifice, or keep reincarnating in order to help save others.
This article questions whether endless obligation is really compatible with complete sovereignty.
It's also possible that repeatedly returning to highly constrained systems without full memory or clarity could actually continue the cycle of confusion rather than resolve it.
Well, that's a good question. The whole idea is one that I've pondered a lot. For me, this knowing that this place exists in this format, it's another AI word, right? It's kind of like a stain on creation. That's the way I see it. So I feel like, and I've spoken about this in other videos, I feel like we can bring this down on the way out through our sovereignty, through rediscovering our sovereignty and embodying our sovereignty and oscillating at a sovereign frequency, which is the...
He'll just keep saying sovereignty, 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 sovereignty.
Polar opposite of their, Saturn Moon matrix kind of, structure, hierarchy, authority, and everything that is kind of embodies slavery. So sovereignty is the polar opposite of slavery. And so frequency-wise, I think that's how we can do it. And this is what I'm saying. It's really good to see more people embodying sovereignty, speaking about sovereignty, and that needs to continue. And I think by proxy, the more sovereign points of consciousness you have, then you start to build an army, so to speak. And they can't control sovereignty. Once someone has embodied that totally, that's kind of uncontrollable. And I think that's when more people will leave the construct. And then, of course, we are the batteries, right, that power this thing. So if all the batteries leave, then it loses its power. Like any electric device, it shuts down. So I think maybe that might be the point of why we're here now, doing what we're doing now. But yeah, there is that side of it, of like this kind of like moral obligation, which is not sovereign. You know, you should be able to have the choice to come back if you want to contribute and play that kind of role. So it's a very good question.
Ultimately, each consciousness has to come to its own understanding and make its own choices.
Question number 8. Is this article claiming certainty about the afterlife?
No, this article presents possibilities, thought experiments, and philosophical explorations rather than absolute claims.
Its purpose is to encourage reflection about sovereignty, consent, consciousness, freedom, and the kinds of realities that may actually be worth creating or participating in.
The article does not ask readers to accept these ideas, but to consider them seriously.
Well, that's it for this episode. Thank you for watching.
If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you like this type of content, please subscribe, share the video, click on the bell icon to be alerted to future videos. And
I'm going to chime in here and say one of the main reasons, it's not the only reason, but one of the main reasons why I don't trust those two. I don't trust anyone that is that scripted. I find it as to be a red flag right off the bat. They're that scripted, video after video for years, scripted. I have to wonder why. Why are they scripted is the first question. If they're legit, why do they have to script everything? Why can't they speak on the fly? Why can't they talk with guests? Why can't they go to other shows? Why are they choosing their words so carefully? Or are they writing the scripts? Are the scripts written for them?
The grand staircase, illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye, illuminate the spirit, illuminate the climb higher than heaven, illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists. Never, ever. Illuminate. My conscious spirit. forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own beyond my own magical.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, hello. 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 That's quite a word, isn't it? Hello. 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 Hello.
Pijn hebt. Alleen maar jeuk hebt.
With all the pain and itching he's gone through, it was terrible. And all the lung infections, one after the other. And then he was told that a third tracheostomy was needed. So he knew he'd lose his voice. So what would he have left? Just pain, itching, and just another ceiling to stare at all day long.
I've never seen anything like it. His skin was melting. His eyes were bloodshot. And he just looked like, his skin just looked grey and sticky.
September 23rd, 2015, 3 a.m., Bristol, United Kingdom. Dr. Nick White was jolted awake by the sound of her doorbell ringing frantically. Then came screaming, desperate and agonizing. Someone begging for help. She pulled back her curtains and looked outside. Standing in the street was a man wearing only his underwear. From his head down to his shoulders, he appeared to be covered in some kind of mud. At first, she thought it was a prank, some kind of bizarre joke, but the screaming didn't stop. Neighbors began stepping outside. They approached the man, and that's when they realized this wasn't mud. This man's skin was melting, coming off in clumps. His name was Mark Van Dongen. He was 28 years old, and the person who had done this to him was someone he had loved, someone he had shared his life with, someone who, just hours earlier, he had chosen to spend the night with. She hadn't lost her mind. She hadn't snapped in a moment of rage. She had planned this for weeks. But to understand how we got here, we need to go back to where it all started.
A woman who's accused of killing her ex-boyfriend by pouring acid over him has told a court she bought the acid to deal with smelly drains in her flat. Berlina Wallace is accused of leaving Mark Van Dongen with such catastrophic injuries that he asked for assistance in ending his own life.
As we continue, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know where you are watching from in the comments. In 2015, Britain was in the grip of an acid attack epidemic. The numbers were staggering and getting worse. London alone saw over 450 attacks that year. Across the UK, these assaults were becoming the weapon of choice for those seeking to inflict maximum permanent damage on their victims. Bristol, a vibrant city in the southwest of England, was not immune to this growing crisis. And what happened in the early hours of that September morning would force the British legal system to confront a question it had never faced before. This case wouldn't just be about the attack itself. It would challenge the very definition of murder. To understand what happened that night, you need to understand the two people at the center of this story. Mark Van Dongen was 28 years old. He'd grown up in the Netherlands and moved to the UK to study at Bristol University, eventually building a career as an engineer in the construction industry. His father, Keys, described him simply, a gentleman, everyone's friend, the kind of person who, as a boy, would win a game of marbles and then quietly hand them all back to the child who was crying on the other side. That was who Mark was at his core. His father's most repeated advice to him throughout his life: "Mark, think about yourself for once." He never did. And that quality, that unwillingness to see the darkness in others, would ultimately lead him to make a decision that cost him everything. In 2010, Mark met someone. Her name was Berlina Wallace. Wallace was a fashion student, 48 years old, when their paths crossed. Almost 20 years older than Mark. They'd met on a dating site specifically for people living with HIV. Both of them were HIV positive, and this shared experience seemed to connect them. From the beginning, Mark's father had reservations. Keys would later say he had the impression she was using his son, that Mark was more in love with her than she was with him. But Keys tried to make it work. He welcomed Wallace into the family, treated her as his own daughter. Years later, even in court, she would still call him Papa Keys. What started as a relationship would slowly transform into something much darker, something controlling, something dangerous. But in those early days, none of them could have imagined where this would lead. Over the years, people close to Mark started noticing things, troubling things. His colleagues at work would see scratches covering his arms and body. When they asked about them, Mark would brush it off, make excuses. But the scratches kept appearing. Then there was the incident with the boiling water. One night, while Mark slept, Wallace poured boiling water on him, deliberately, as he lay there defenseless in bed. The pain must have been excruciating, but Mark stayed. He wanted to believe things would get better. He wanted to believe she would change. The relationship became a cycle. They'd break up. Mark would try to leave. Then Wallace would pull him back in with promises, with threats, with manipulation, mixed signals, false hope, and Mark, being who he was, kept giving her another chance. By August 2015, something had shifted. Mark finally found the strength to end it for good. He'd met someone else, a woman named Violet Farquharson, 46 years old. With Violet, he saw a chance at a healthy relationship, a fresh start. But Wallace wasn't going to let him go that easily. The harassment began almost immediately. Phone calls to Violet, 14 separate calls where Wallace would stay silent on the other end of the line, just breathing, just letting Violet know she was there, watching, waiting. Wallace's threats escalated. She told Mark that if he really left her, she would take her own life. It was emotional blackmail, designed to trap him, to make him feel responsible for whatever she might do. Mark called his father during this time. The conversation was brief, but the fear in Mark's voice was unmistakable. "I'm genuinely scared of her, Dad." Those words would echo in Keys Van Dongen's mind for years to come. His son was afraid, and he had every reason to be. September 2nd, 2015, 21 days before the attack. While Mark was trying to move forward with his life, Berlina Wallace was planning something else entirely. She sat down at her computer and began searching. Not once, not a handful of times. 82 separate searches about acid attacks. She researched what happened to the victims, the effects on their bodies, the long-term damage, the suffering that followed. She was educating herself, learning exactly what acid could do to a human being. Then she went shopping. On Amazon, Wallace purchased a 1-liter bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid. When it arrived, she carefully removed the label. She didn't want anyone to know what it was. She wanted it to look like an ordinary bottle of liquid. But Wallace didn't stop there. She tested it. She poured some of the acid onto a table and watched what it did, how it burned, how it ate through the surface. She knew exactly how corrosive this substance was. There was no question in her mind about what it would do to human flesh. Around this same time, Wallace had been seeing a counselor. During one of their sessions, she made a chilling statement. She said that when someone spoke out of turn to her, she felt like she could destroy everything around her. The counselor had no idea how literal that statement would become. On that same day, September 2nd, Mark reached his breaking point with the harassment. He called the police. He told them about the 14 silent phone calls Wallace had made to Violet, about the threats, about the fear he was living with. The police took it seriously. An officer contacted Wallace and issued her a warning under the Protection from Harassment Act. They told her to stop, to leave Mark and Violet alone. But the warning didn't matter. Wallace had already made her decision. Mark called his father that evening. His voice was shaking. "I'm genuinely scared of her, Dad." 21 days later, his fear would prove justified. September 22nd, 2015, Mark arrived at Wallace's flat in Westbury Park, an affluent area of Bristol. He had a clear purpose for being there. He wanted to tell her, face to face, that their relationship was definitively over, that he was moving in with Violet, that she needed to accept it and move on. But then Mark made a decision that would haunt everyone who loved him. Despite everything, despite the fear, despite the warnings, he agreed to stay the night. Perhaps he thought it would help give her closure. Perhaps he felt guilty about leaving. Perhaps he simply didn't believe she would actually hurt him. Whatever the reason, Mark stayed. At 3 a.m. on September 23rd, Mark was asleep in bed. Wallace got up. She walked quietly into the kitchen. She took the bottle of sulfuric acid and poured it into a cup. Then she carried it back into the bedroom. She stood over him, and then she woke him up. Mark opened his eyes to see Wallace standing there, laughing. "If I can't have you," she said, "then nobody can." And then she threw the contents of the cup directly into his face. Concentrated sulfuric acid. The same acid she'd researched for weeks. The same acid she'd tested on furniture. The same acid she knew would destroy him. Mark's screams filled the flat, filled the street, filled the early morning darkness of Bristol. His skin began to melt immediately. The pain was beyond comprehension. Mark ran from the flat wearing only his underwear, screaming for help. His skin wasn't just burned, it was melting, dissolving, coming off his body in clumps. He made it to Dr. Nick White's door and rang the bell desperately, over and over. The acid that was eating through his flesh was simultaneously corroding the metal of the doorbell itself, leaving permanent marks that remain there to this day. Neighbors poured into the street. Thomas Sweet with his golf club. Eleanor Elcox, terrified by the screaming. They all converged on this man who was begging for his life.
Ambulance service, what's the address of the emergency?
Hi, I'm not sure. I've just met a man who...
What's the address, my love, please?
I am on Berkeley Road in Westbury Park.
Berkeley Road in Westbury Park. Okay, and whereabouts on that road are you? Just outside, or...?
The very bottom of the road. Basically, I heard a shouting in my garden. I came out and there's a gentleman shouting for help.
Okay, so he's in Berkeley Road, Westbury Park.
Yeah.
Bottom of the road. Okay, bear me a second. Okay, so he's actually in the road, is he?
Yeah, he is, yeah. mate. It's okay.
Okay, well, tell me exactly what's happened.
I was in my garden having a cigarette and I heard a gentleman shouting from a distance away. I went out into my road to investigate and basically he was just shouting for help and...
Can you ask him what's happened?
I'm not sure what's happened. Excuse me, mate. Excuse me. Hello? What's happened, please?
Somebody threw acid over his face.
Someone threw acid over his face, apparently.
Did acid thrown over his face?
Yeah.
Okay, bear me a second. Is the attacker still nearby?
Who did it to you, please? His ex.
All right, my love. Is she still there? Has she gone?
Is he or she still here?
I don't know.
He doesn't.
That's okay. That's all right, my love. Don't worry.
Yeah, no,
okay.
he's on the way.
So you had acid thrown over his face?
And body, yeah.
The emergency services were on their way, but Mark was still outside, still burning, still in agony. The neighbors made a quick decision. They decided to take him to a nearby building where there was a shower, cold water, anything to stop the burning. But as they guided him down the street, Mark realized where they were heading, back toward Wallace's flat. He panicked. "She lives there. She lives there," the neighbors reassured him. They were taking him to a different flat. He was safe. Under the bathroom light, they could finally see the full extent of what had been done to him. And it was horrific. Paramedic Dean Carter arrived on scene within minutes. He'd seen a lot in his career, but nothing like this. Chemical burns covered Mark's face, abdomen, chest, and thighs. A gray, paint-like substance was frothing from his mouth. Mark kept repeating the same words. "I can't see anything. I can't see." At one point, he asked the paramedic a question that would stay with Carter forever. "Do I still have eyelids?" P.C. Thomas Green was one of the first police officers to arrive. He looked into Mark's eyes and saw something that made his stomach turn. They'd turned gray. The irises had essentially dissolved. Even through his agony, even as his body was being destroyed, Mark was thinking clearly enough to identify his attacker. He pointed to a tattoo on his stomach. It said, "Berlina." "Berlina Wallace," he told the officers. "She needs to go to prison for this." And then, even in his own desperate situation, Mark thought of someone else. He begged the police to check on Violet. He was terrified that Wallace might go after her next, that she might hurt the woman he loved. Officers were dispatched to Wallace's flat immediately. When they arrived, they found her sitting calmly on her sofa, not panicked, not running, just sitting there. PC Matthew Griffin asked her what substance she had thrown. Wallace looked up at him and answered without hesitation. It was acid. She pointed to a glass on the floor. She claimed she'd been using the acid to distress fabric for her fashion work. It was a lie. Just the first of many lies she would tell. Mark was rushed to Southmead Hospital in Bristol. The paramedics wheeled him into the decontamination room, a specialized area designed for chemical exposure victims. At some point during the initial treatment, Mark caught a glimpse of himself. A reflection in something metallic. A surface. A window. What came out of him next was described by Dr. Rachel Oaten as a blood-curdling scream unlike anything the medical staff had ever heard. "Kill me now," Mark begged. "If my face is going to be left looking like this, I don't want to live." The doctors and nurses worked frantically, but the damage was catastrophic. The sulfuric acid had burned through 25% of Mark's body. And it hadn't just damaged the surface. It had continued burning, eating through skin, then muscle, then bone itself. His lower left leg was so severely damaged that it had to be amputated. There was no saving it. The acid had destroyed too much tissue. His nose was completely gone. One of his ears destroyed. His left eye gone entirely. His right eye retained maybe 5% vision, but he was essentially blind. His face was so massively scarred that the skin had to be surgically removed in layers. The investigating officer, D.I. Paul Catton, took photographs of Mark's injuries for the investigation. But those photos were so disturbing, so severe, that he made the decision to keep them under lock and key. They have never been released to the public. Even the jury at trial was warned before viewing them. Staff at Southmead Hospital would later say they had never seen injuries like this, not in all their years of practice. Mark was placed in an induced coma. He would remain in that coma for 4 months, breathing only through a ventilator, receiving nutrition through feeding tubes. His body was fighting just to stay alive. And during the first 10 days of this nightmare, Mark was completely alone. It took police that long to track down his family in the Netherlands. 10 days in intensive care with no one by his side. Finally, they found Kees van Dongen. Kees immediately made the journey to Bristol. When he arrived at the hospital, staff directed him to the ward. Room 1, they told him. Your son is in room 1. Kees walked through the ward, looking in each of the 6 rooms, checking every bed, looking at every patient's face. He completed his search and returned to the nurse's station. There's been a mistake, he told them. Mark is not here. The doctor looked confused. He's in room 1, she insisted. Kees shook his head. I looked in room 1. That's not my son. Mr. van Dongen, the doctor said gently. That is your son. Kees walked back to room 1. He stood at the bedside and stared at the person lying there. This man with a destroyed face, with burns covering his body, with tubes and machines keeping him alive. Later, Kees would describe that moment to reporters. I failed to recognize my own son. His injuries were unbelievable. The sulfuric acid had transformed Mark into someone his own father couldn't identify. It had taken away his face, his body, his identity, and this was only the beginning of his suffering. After 4 months, Mark finally emerged from the coma. But what he woke up to was a living nightmare. He had movement in only 2 parts of his body, his mouth and his tongue. That was it. Everything from the neck down was paralyzed. Completely. Permanently, communication became an agonizing process. Kees would hold up an alphabet board and point to each letter. When he reached the right one, Mark would stick out his tongue. Letter by letter, word by word, Mark spelled out his thoughts, his needs, his pain. Eventually, through intensive therapy, Mark regained the ability to speak using a speaking valve. But he would never move his arms again, never move his legs again, never feed himself, wash himself, or use the toilet independently again. 29 different specialists were involved in Mark's care at Southmead Hospital. The level of attention required was extraordinary, and through it all, Kees van Dongen rarely left his son's side. Mark's brother, Bartje, would later describe what those months were like. The continuous itching of his scars drove him out of his mind. On the arm, all the muscle was gone. His bone was slowly being eaten away by the acid. The sulfuric acid hadn't stopped when it destroyed the skin and muscle. It had penetrated deeper, creating holes in the membrane surrounding Mark's bones. The acid was still there, still burning, still causing unbearable pain more than a year after the attack. Kees spent 22 hours a day by Mark's bedside, scratching his son's scars to give him even momentary relief from the constant itching. It was the only thing he could do to ease the suffering. Every weekend, Kees would make the 800-mile drive from Belgium back to Bristol. He'd sleep in his van in the hospital car park, sometimes in freezing temperatures, just to be there when Mark woke up. The psychological toll was as devastating as the physical injuries. Mark developed PTSD, night terrors that would jolt him awake, reliving the attack over and over. Depression so severe that some days he wanted to live, and other days he begged to die. He suffered recurrent septic chest infections, one after another. His body, already destroyed, was constantly fighting new battles. The strain broke Kees's life apart. His marriage to Mark's stepmother collapsed under the weight of it all. He went bankrupt trying to support his son, making those endless trips, staying by his bedside. By November 2016, it was clear that Mark would need full-time care for the rest of his life. A care home was found for him in Gloucester. On November 22nd, Mark was transferred. For the first time since the attack, he wanted to do something himself. He asked his father not to accompany him. "Dad, I would like to do it myself," Mark said. "So at least I have that bit of independence." Keys respected his son's wishes and returned to Belgium. The next morning at 5 a.m., Keys's phone rang. It was Mark, and he was completely distraught. "Dad, please come." Keys didn't hesitate. He got in his van and drove straight through, 800 miles without stopping. When he arrived at the care home just after 5 in the morning, he could hear screaming from outside the building. It was Mark. Keys banged on the door desperately until someone opened it. Mark was in the very first room at the entrance. What Keys saw made him sick. His son was covered in his own feces, screaming, terrified, abandoned. Keys went back to his van, grabbed towels and flannels, and washed his son himself. He held him. He calmed him down. Mark looked at his father with tears streaming down his ruined face. "Dad, I'm coming with you to Belgium. I'm scared." Keys made a promise. "We'll work it out." Within days, Mark's family and friends pooled their resources.
Hello. Hello. Is there a lesson there? Is there a lesson? Is there a lesson to be learned there? I'm wondering, is there a lesson? I was working on a song, putting the finishing touches on one. Now, the original Illuminate was done last year in December, I believe. So I've been working on songs for a while. But this is Illuminate 2. This is with my voice. It's a bit different, but I think it turned out well. I think it's powerful. Cue the music. Turn it up.
Illuminate. Illuminate. Illuminate the grand staircase. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists never, ever. Illuminate my conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. I forever will be. Illuminate. My
That's my new version of Illuminate. Illuminate. A song that I wrote. Whether people want to believe it or not, I know what realm I'm in. I wrote the lyrics. AI didn't come up with that. I'm a songwriter.
I'm risking getting bitten by mosquitoes to take this video. I love you guys. They're walking to where they like to sleep at night after they just had their dinner. They're all walking in a line. There's the stragglers, the overeaters.
So that was Rose 777's video earlier. It's a beautiful day in Hellrealm today. A beautiful day in Hellrealm today. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Let's go back here to this creepy channel.
And the message of this video is to be open-minded. There's a lot of topics out there. There's a lot of people who claim that they know the truth. Do they really know the truth? Can these things be verified? And it tends to put your mind in a box or some sort of cage, and you don't end up considering other possibilities. So I think there's probably more of an overlap. Some of these theories, probably a combination of different theories, all make up what is real, or it may not even really be that way. I can't verify a lot of the things that are told to me or other people's perspectives. I can only go based on my own. And maybe that's what it is. It's everybody just has their own individual perspective. And
Oh yeah, like New Agers, everybody has their own individual truth, right? I don't think so. 2 months ago, he called me the devil, and he's using my image of my eye right there. Is the devil harassing the deceased? What a creep. He's a creep. And I'll keep saying it. He's a creep. He's a creep. Now his new tactic is to play Mr. Nice Guy. That's a tactic by him. He's Mr. Nice Guy all of a sudden. There is no truth here. He made this video 2 weeks ago.
there is no truth in this place that will get you out. We study the lies and horror which help us detach from some of the programming, but digging deep into various topics will not give you the magic key to freedom. Truth seeking is a form of entertainment. Some like to watch movies and sports, others like to go out shopping or go out seeking is a form of entertainment. Truth seeking is a form of entertainment. Truth seeking is a form of entertainment. Some like to watch movies and sports, others like to go out shopping or go out to dinner. Truth seeking is the same thing. Instead of entertaining ourselves the way, quote, normies do, we watch videos online labeled truth. Some get a thrill from it and a feeling of accomplishment, while others become paranoid, dreading their own existence. This reality is all about control, and truth seeking online is another way we are being controlled. This place understands that not all beings will choose to be distracted in the same way, so they have another option for us. They call it the truth community. The truth community gives false hope and a false sense of accomplishment. It also creates a cult-like mindset and divides us against each other. Some believe they know more truth than others because they have simply read more and watched more videos. That is really no different than a historian studying history by reading every book they can find concerning the scope of history they choose to study. But are they finding the real truth, or are they just sinking deeper into another deception? Lastly, there's nothing inherently wrong with learning more about this reality via online, videos, books, etc. The problem arises when you think of it as more than just entertainment. And for those who problem arises when you think of it as more than just entertainment. And for those who might be a bit confused, I think truth-seeking is a good thing for many reasons. However, gaining knowledge by researching various different topics will not free you from this hell. It will not free you from the, quote, matrix. It is what you do with the information that matters. Does it empower you, or does it disempower you? Various different topics will not free you from this hell. It will not free you from the, quote, matrix. Topics will not free you from this hell. It will not free you from the, quote, matrix. It is what you do with the information that matters. Does it empower you, or does it disempower you? And what kind of person do you become? What kind of being? There is no truth test at the gates that lead you out of here. There is no grade. There is only you, your intention, and how bright your fire is burning. That's the truth. Fire is burning. That's the truth. The truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's what's real. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. There is only you, your intention, and how bright your fire is burning. That's the truth. That's what's real. That's the truth. That's what's real. That's what makes sense. And that is why I'm offering this to you today. And that is why I'm offering this.
He's offering it like Jack Talcott talks about offering.
And that is why I'm offering this to you today. Take care, everyone.
Take care, everyone. I'm such a soft guy now. I'm a nice guy. Take care, everyone. Take care, everyone. Take care, everyone. Oh, take care, everyone. Oh, his cringy voice.
In the UK, you will get called a racist for being stabbed by a migrant and then bothered by a 4'9" female cop for the crime of staying in the same spot for 120 seconds. That's 2 minutes. How did you guys go from owning the world to being a diversity toilet country so fast? I'm gonna see how far we can get through this. I'm already mad.
I didn't commit no crime.
I'm not saying that. We're not saying that. We're just.
So why are you talking to me?
Because we're just asking what you're doing. Because you're just standing here. Just
But why?
watching people.
George Orwell's 1984. You're standing here. We're asking you why. Why are you standing here? He's being accosted by a 90-pound girl dressed as a cop.
What do you mean?
I saw you like.
Look at this thing. Does she have that ethnic English Ebonic?
I saw you like. Walk
You saw me.
I saw you like.
Looking.
Yeah, just watching, looking at people, not really doing anything. You're not meeting up with anyone. You're not. You just.
Do you understand what is going on here? They went up to this guy. Look at this foreigner. She looks so small and light that I could probably throw her into the tree. This is a kid, and they are approaching this man and questioning him for the crime of standing there and watching people. Well, right to jail. Standing in the park, right to jail. Minding your own business, oh, that's right to jail.
Watching, looking at people, not really doing anything. You're not meeting up with.
Yeah, not really doing anything. So what the f*** are you what are you doing, love? He's standing there doing nothing. So what the f*** are you doing? Is this harassment? Is this harassment? This is harassment.
Anyone, you're just watching people. So, as I explained, we just walked around.
You didn't explain anything. You just keep repeating the same thing.
Just listen. We walked around here, okay? Walked around the square.
Right.
And we just seen you here in the same spot, and you're just standing there, like watching people.
How long? 2 minutes?
Yes, for a couple of minutes. We stood over there and we observed.
Women. Do you know what that is? Do you know what this female behavior is? Let me explain why these women are acting like this. Guys, in chat, how does your girl respond when she sees you relaxing and doing nothing? How does she respond? How does your girl or previous girls, how do they respond to seeing you lying down and relaxing for a bit? They f***ing hate it. Women hate seeing men just chilling. They cannot stand it. You lie on the couch, you relax after like a long day, and you're just like, oh my god, I can't deal with another day in that goddamn cubicle again. And you're just like relaxing, you're reading an Auto Trader mag or something, or you watch Clocks Farm or something, and you're just chilling, having a beer. What do you hear from the doorway? What is it, love? What is it? Just lying there doing absolutely nothing? Dishes? What are you doing? And you feel your shoulders raise, and you just feel like there's cold shower on your neck, and you're just like, just f*** off. I'm gonna work all day. If the dishes are not done, then that's your job. And then what do you hear coming from the kitchen? You hear aggressive cleaning, and you're like, fantastic. Rest of my day ruined. Nice. All because I decided to relax? Fine, okay, I guess I'll do it myself then. Night is ruined. A man constantly needs to look like he's like, I'm doing it, love, I'm fixing the thing, I'm doing it. Good, okay, good. Yep. It's because women don't know how to relax. They have no idea how to do it. They don't know how to do it. They're constantly like tightly wound all the fucking time. That concept of women seeing a man be able to sit around and relax after a long day's work, because washing dishes is a job too, and it's just as hard as your job. That's what this is. That's what this is. These two women just saw a guy standing around, minding his business, and they went, you! What are you doing? Standing here doing absolutely nothing. Exactly! You're coming with me, asshole!
And we've seen you look this way, look that way.
What are they explaining? What are they describing? They're just describing what this guy has been doing for the last 2 minutes, which is absolutely nothing. You just lying there? Just reading a magazine and watching your show? Yeah. Should I kill myself? I'm sorry. You're just lying there? Just reading a magazine? Having a beer? You looked at the TV for a bit and then you back at your beer? Yeah. I'm sorry. Did you not notice that I've been out of the house for the last 10 hours? Did you think have you been talking to yourself this entire day? Love? Thinking I was just lying on this couch here? I've been at work. Or do you think this house is free? I'm a mechanic. I'm on my feet all fucking day. I'm having a beer watching Clarkson's Farm or whatever the fuck it's called. Shut up! That's what this is. Yeah, you were standing there, and then you looked left, and then you looked right, and then you continue standing there. Get to the point, love. Where are we going with this? Get to the point.
Get people sitting down. So we're just wondering, like, if you're not here to...
Would these female cops be harassing and questioning a Muslim, or an Asian, as they tend to call them, I guess, in Britain, if he's from Pakistan, a Paki? Would they be questioning a darky? I don't think they would. That's what I'd bet on. I'd bet that they wouldn't be stopping and questioning and asking questions about a darky standing there staring, or just looking at the trees, or just standing there. I bet they wouldn't. I bet they don't stop any theft of mobile phones, because there's tons of darkies stealing them. Now, I think it was a white British man they were harassing. That's what I think.
sit in the park or wait for anyone, or like, we're just wondering what you're doing. Can you see from our perspective?
No, not at all.
Because my colleague mentioned there's a lot of theft.
Theft?
Yes.
So I did ask you, so don't...
Couldn't they be out there doing their jobs, taking care of actual crimes? Because he's not committing a crime. He's just standing there enjoying nature. Maybe he's just outside. He's not doing anything that's criminal. So do I look like a thief? He asks. This is just ridiculous. They shouldn't be on the police force to begin with.
So now they're accusing him of theft. They are, in fact, not even accusing. I can't use the word accusing. They are insinuating that this guy is a thief. Where are these women now? Have they been fired? You're standing there and you're breathing, and you looked over there and you looked at the people standing over there, and then you stood there for a bit longer. Yeah, get to the point, love. Where are you going with this? Well, there's been thefts in the area. Wow, what a magnificent non sequitur. What the does that have to do with anything?
I didn't commit no crime.
I'm not saying that. We're not saying that. We're just.
So why?
We're not saying that. We're not saying you committed a crime.
Because my colleague mentioned there's a lot of theft.
We're not saying that you committed a crime. Fast forward 1 minute. There's been a lot of theft in the area. Okay, so was he stealing? No? I've said this 1,000 times, man. Whenever the Civil War starts, we are going to have to push these women out of our fucking way. Look at this thing. Where is this thing from? It looks like it's going to speak in some sort of Star Wars language, doesn't it?
Star Wars language. Look at how big the face is on this one. Look how small the body is. What is this? Is this an Ewok? What? That's supposed to be a cop? I mean, he's right. She just looks like you could just pick her up and just throw her into a tree and say goodbye. Goodbye. Look at this. What is this? Is this a little foreign midget? What is this?
Not meeting up with anyone. You're just watching people. So, as I explained, we just walked around.
They didn't explain anything. You just keep it a bit.
Yeah, she didn't explain anything. She's literally just running through the last couple of minutes of this guy's movements, which is standing completely still. Do you understand why I don't go out anymore? Look at me, man. Look at me. I look like a white supremacist. Without the makeup, I got face tattoos. I got a gigantic tattoo on the side of my head. I look like a white supremacist. Like, these tattoos go all the way down here. I look mental. I look nuts. If I'm standing in a park in this, right? Just a white vest. She's coming over to be like, what the are you about to do? She's coming over to be like, well, we've noticed that you're just standing there and you're doing stuff. Anything illegal? No, but we think you might do something illegal. I look like I'm in a gang, straight up. That's what Dublin airport security certainly thought when they didn't let me fly to Vegas that one time. I'm gonna keep bringing that up, okay? I'm salty about that. I look the way that I do, and I do look nuts. Because, like, I don't look like a leftist, okay? Because of it, like, under this blazer, I'm in pretty decent shape with the tattoos and shit. I look nuts, okay? So this is why I was not allowed to fly to Vegas that one time. It was one time. They tried to do it again. They tried twice for me not to fly to Vegas, and it didn't work the second time.
Beautiful souls, a bonus reading for you this week. Many of you have asked for David Wilcock, and we're just going to get straight into it and see what comes through. Okay, so just starting this first clip now, and it says that it was streamed 12 days ago, and we're just gonna see what we have here. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so that is someone that's trying to speak. That is someone that is using their voice. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so there has been much confusion about what this person says, what he broadcasts. Okay. And that is actually getting quite tight around that area of his body, and it is to do with yes, that is saying too much. That is saying too much. Knowing too much. Saying too much, knowing too much. Yeah. Well, there's actually a physical imprint here, a physical imprint on this person's body. What physical imprints represent are the person's body has been touched by someone that hasn't been given permission. It's almost as if this person has been taken out, yeah. And the reason why I would say that this person has been taken out is because there is an enormous amount of fear, yes, that has risen up from the base of his body. Yeah, that shock. Yeah. Okay, just give me a moment, because that is a lot of energy coming through. Yeah. That's actually a life. That's a life that's been taken, I'm afraid to say. Yeah. And that soul, that
more, fuck 'em. Ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong, ching chong. Restaurant closed, no egg roll for you, fool, fool. I bring the ching chong beats, junk boats, low main beef. Ching chong, gang, gang, gang. He high five, hop off on yeah, yeah. We bring the ching chong gang, ching chong gang. Chopsticks and kung fu. I bring you South China as who? Bruce Lee, kung fu. Team Evil don't fall. Kong Kong ding dong, the witches will forever win my wrist. Twang gong gong, like a shot, head it down. Ching chong, Team Evil is so what, so what. Gang gang, Ching chong. Ching chong. Restaurant closed. No egg roll for you, fool. Fool. I bring the ching chong beats. Chung bowls, low main beef. Ching chong gang, gang gang. Hey hi fi ha for ham fong yeah yeah hey hi yee yang. We bring the ching chong gang, ching chong gang. Chopsticks and kung fu. I bring you South China attitude. Bruce Lee, kung fu. Team evil dumb fool. Wow, Hong Kong, ding dong. The witches will forever regret when my wrist walk on. I shut all this hell well down. Shut it down. Ching chong, ching chong. Team evil is so wrong, so wrong. Fuck 'em. Gang gang.
Soul has gone through a tremendous amount of shock. It's shock because it was unexpected. So whatever's happened to him, it was unexpected. It was to do with, I'm being told, free speech now. Free speech. The ability to use your platform, the ability to be in a public space and to share and to say what you know to be true, what you know, yes. This person is connected to higher truths. These higher truths can start causing an interference. Once more, as the free speech comes in now, thank you so much. It's immensely emotional, even as I'm bringing this information through, because the vibrational standpoint surrounding this person, whew, it's very emotional. It's the throat and the heart. It's the throat and the heart. But I do want to just get back. Just going to make a note there. The throat and the heart of this person. But just before it leaves and escapes me, I just want to make sure that that free speech is connected to an intelligence, meaning that this person was being watched. And this person was starting to interfere with governments, governing bodies. And what I mean is that when you hold so much information, when you embody higher planes, yeah, there we go. It starts to shake certain frameworks that so many of us are living in, we are housed in, that keeps us contracted. And these frameworks, they hold a certain power over us. Now, if you have a certain amount of knowledge that is coming from other planes of existence, especially higher frequency bandwidths, if they start to interfere with what global structures, global economies want for the people, then you start becoming a problem. And I'm actually being told, target. So there was a shutting down. There was a need to shut this person down. So if you follow this person, beautiful souls, if you know who he is, you follow him, let me know in the comment section what this person talks about, what they share, and whether this person has a big following. Because I would imagine that he does with what's come through so far. Okay? Gonna play a little bit more, but it's actually not necessary. Much light, gosh. The light that comes from him is actually quite overwhelming. It's quite overwhelming because there's a lot of it, Even when I made contact with his eyes just then. So even his soul, even his journey here would have been a lot because of the density of what you and I, we live in on a day-to-day. It's very dense here on the earth plane. Someone like him, it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of courage to do what he's doing and to bring through. Yes. So as we go back, as we go back to this person's throat and his heart, that's a really beautiful part of this individual. It's a really beautiful part of this individual. It's beautiful because the channel is pure. The channel is pure. And I don't even know who this person is, but after this, I'm actually gonna watch some of his videos and see what he says. And because his heart, his channel, the stream that moves through him, and his stomach, the source of creation, Because it's so pure, that's a threat. It becomes a threat. And the more people who connect to purity, that's actually what it is. You got the voice, you got the person speaking. To purity, that's actually what it is. You got the voice, you got the person speaking. Once they start drawing an audience, most likely heart people. And of course you'll get, the odd amount of people that would probably criticize him. That's normal. The majority of people that this person would attract would be of the heart, from the heart. And those people, they would start then embodying a frequency that he's bringing through on a camera. Or even in person if you are able to meet him. And the more and more people that connect to that frequency, it's not only about waking up, no. That stream that he's connected to, the purity of the channel, if you just imagine more and more of that coming into the earth and being anchored, which is a stability, it's building foundations. Not from chaos, not from fear, no. From simply the divine. So the more that happens, and it comes through those who are ready, it comes through those who have been working on their heart space. You can feel it the moment someone walks into a room, the moment someone comes onto a camera. The light pierces through their eyes. It's magnificent. No amount of the outside the nonsense, the noise can discredit a pure channel. And a lot of pure channels, they already know this, and they won't have any of it. So he was able to bring a great amount of this energy through. Okay, I'm going to see if there's a final message here. I do have some more clips, but it's not necessary to go through them all. Let's just see now. Poof, gosh. Yeah. It's otherworldly. Whew. The light that's coming through his eye. Yeah. It's otherworldly. Whew. The light that's coming through his eyes is otherworldly, it's otherworldly. So let's just see from 3 years ago. It's consistent. But even 3 years ago, when this was uploaded, this person already knew when time was up. This person already knew. He may not have known how it would happen, but he knew the timeline. All right, beautiful souls, that was a reading of David Wilcock. I hope that was helpful for you, beautiful souls. The energy is really slowing down now, so I'm going to say goodbye here until the next one, and I'll see you, beautiful souls, in the comments. Love and blessings, beautiful.
Hey y'all. Alright. So, of course, I'll follow this bitch, but I keep getting his fucking videos. Sanity Machine, right? I know some of y'all follow this bitch, and some have, asked my opinion. I gotta tell ya, my opinion? He's a bitch. Alright? The latest video that I saw of his, he did another on Lolita. Alright. The last video he did on Lolita, I was on my but I was in his live, and I was just asking questions, like, just questions, like, why are you having this point of view? Like, there are many other points of view, and, like, you can't have the direct answer from the fucking universe. And he's like, there is no universe. And I'm like, oh my god, dude, you are an egotistical bitch. Seriously. Like, Yeah, I got respect for people that do their research and look into things, but when you're an egotistical bitch and say, oh, I don't fucking need to listen to the fucking universe and I know everything because that's what you said. Like, I mean, I know everything I need to know. Really, bitch? What do you know? You think the earth is flat? You think you know everything that's going on? Okay, bitch. Use it a joke. Yeah, I used to like you, Sanity Machine, but you's a fucking bitch, dude. Like, I know in my one video when I was talking about my reading with Lolita and I mentioned Kodiko, I meant to mention that he made a video of adults being judged by middle schoolers, 13-year-olds. Like, God, fucking kids are brutal. And these kids especially were little fucking dicks. Like, they were the kind of kids that I'd punch in the face and throw in a garbage can when I was their age. That's just me. Like, yeah. Yeah, I definitely would have kicked their asses and threw them in a garbage can. Dicks. Like, they were the kind of kids that I'd punch in the face and throw in a garbage can when I was their age. That's just me. Like, yeah. Yeah, I definitely would have kicked their asses and threw them in a garbage can when I was 13. But, what you have to say, Mr. Sanity Machine? No, I don't agree with everything Lolita Caroli says. But for you to sit there and make these videos of judgment, you are such a fucking joke, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just sitting there fucking spewing bullshit. And it's like, bitch, I've been there. Like, I have so much more experience than you do in these things. And it's like, I'm insulted that you're such an egotistical bitch. Like, I'm seriously insulted. No, I ain't a big channel. No, I don't have 3,000 followers like you do. But you know what? I don't give a fuck because I'm not everybody's cup of tea. But you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I'm not going to sit there and talk shit without proof, without answers, and just be a little fucking bitch, hiding behind your following. No, I don't have a following. I can't say, hey, motherfuckers attack. So it's like, yeah, I gotta go on my own knowledge and what I have to say and what I've been thinking for a while, and you just gave me the fucking ammo. You're a bitch, Sanity Machine. And I'm sorry for people that follow him. I followed him for a while, but his post didn't come on my timeline until someone, recently was like, what's your opinion on him? And I'm like, oh. And I looked into it. I'm like, I actually follow this motherfucker. And I looked into the videos. At first I was like, okay, like him. But then I'm like looking more into it, and it's like, you're making these judgments. Seriously, dude? Suck a dick. You're talking about shit you know nothing about. So, ask my cards. Tell me about Sanity Machine. That's what I got. Tell me about Sanity Machine. Alright, so I used, Heal Yourself Oracle cards with the Oracle of the Dragon Fate and the Thoth Tarot. So, we have Cycles with the 9 of Discs, Gain, with the 3 of Discs, Works. Tell me about Sanity Machine. Cycles. So you go through cycles of a roundabout way about going about things. You think you know something, and then you're just like, I'm gonna, completely go against that. I'm like, oh yeah, I know what I'm talking about. So you're just going in a circle. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And, the 9 of Discs, Gain, like, you think going in your circles, you're going to gain some reputation and, knowledge, and no, we got the 3 of Discs, Works. Like, what you doing, like, ain't working, bitch. Like, you think you're gonna make a gain on talking shit about certain people and putting your opinion out there on what you think is going on? Like, no, this shit ain't working. This shit is not going in your favor. Like, nah. Maybe odds be ever in your favor. They ain't, motherfucker. Like, the odds are not in your favor. Like, you're making these judgments, thinking you know what you're talking about with these gains, but nah. It ain't in your favor, bitch. And then we have Healing with the 2 of Swords piece and the Emperor. Tell me about Sanity Machine. He thinks he's doing something for other people. He thinks he's healing. He thinks he's putting out the energy that people need to make peace with, what they are and the information he's putting out there. He thinks he's doing a good job, but the Emperor's like, nah, bitch. Homie, don't play that shit. Like, I'm gonna put a stop to you right now. Like, what do you think you're doing and putting this piece together? Like, that shit ain't working. Like, I am dead set. Like, nah. Ain't working. Like, I ain't here for that shit. Like, nah. You're bullshit. I'm stuck in my ways. Nah. Ain't working. Shut the fuck up. Then we have Pelinar and the Lady bittersweet farewell with the Prince of Swords and the Five of Cups disappointment. Tell me about Sanity Machine. Okay. Motherfucker thinks he knows what he's talking about. He thinks he knows the truth. He thinks he knows what he's putting out there is the truth. And it's like, I'm gonna say bye to your bullshit because, Prince of Swords, no, you's a lying piece of shit. Like, you's a bitch. And all you're doing is disappointing the universe and disappointing the what's the word? The word of others, God damn it, I'm so bad with fucking words. Nah. But, what you're saying is bullshit. And what you're putting out there against other people is like total fucking disappointment. Like, especially this last video that I watched you put up about Lolita. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Seriously. Like, if I was your mother, I would be so disappointed in what you're doing. Like, you are just a fucking bitch. You're just talking shit about people to try to get recognition. But you ain't getting it because the only way you're gonna get it is talk shit about other people, but you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you're a little bitch. You have so much fucking information going around that you're like, oh, it's so wrong, bitch. You're like, I don't know what I'm talking about. And you got all this fucking information going around. You're like, oh, I'm a little bitch. I'm just gonna talk shit about it because I don't know what's going on. You're just a little bitch. Sanity Machine. And then we have Discover Your Life Purpose with Ando, Emotional Flow, with the Nine of Wands, Strength. Tell me about Sanity Machine. Discover your life purpose. Okay, your life purpose is to not what you're doing, bitch. You need to get in your fucking emotions. You need to feel shit. You need to quit talking shit about other people and get in yourself because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So you need to get in your own shit and feel what the fuck is going on with you. Because what you're doing is just bullshit. Because the flow of your purpose is not working with what you're doing. Because your strength is not talking shit about other people. That's your weakness, motherfucker. You think you know what you're talking about, but you don't. You're just an egotistical little bitch. So, yeah. I'm gonna tell you. I've watched a lot of different people. And most of them I cannot stomach. And Sanity Machine, you're one of them. Because you're a little bitch. But you keep coming across my feed. So I watched your latest video, and I didn't even finish it because you are such an egotistical fuck. You think you know everything, but you don't know a goddamn thing. Yeah, read your little books, bitch. Just like Lolita does. But at least Lolita has some experience and shit. You don't know a goddamn thing. Stare seriously, I would love for you to make some commentary on something I've done. Come at me, bitch. I would love it. Because everything I talk about, I have experience in. And if I don't have experience in, I'm just, making an opinion on something. It's based off of my own feelings and what I've experienced. So it's like, I'm not going blind. And based off of my own experience, Sanity Machine is a fucking bitch. He has not had the experiences of the few people that I've seen trying to, make sense of what's going on. Like, Mitch, have you had Kundalini awakening? Have you had a twin flame connection? Have you had any type of otherworldly experience with psychedelics? Do you know anything about that? Doesn't seem like it. It just seems like you're fucking talking shit because you're a bitch. You don't understand things, so you're just gonna talk shit about it. Well, bitch, I understand shit. I've had many experiences, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And, well, come at me, bitch. I would love to see you judge something that I have said. Would love to see it. Yeah, I'm a walking contradiction. And yeah, I've changed my opinion on things I've said in the past. So come at me. We will have a debate that you say is so fucking evil. Debate me, bitch. I would love to see it. Love to see it. Because actually, I love debates. I love to hear other people's opinions and what their thoughts are on things. But no, Sanity Machine doesn't seem to want to actually have a conversation about shit. He just wants to talk shit and then disappear. And then say, oh, debate is evil. I'm so glad I brought that out in you so that you could say debate's evil. Because, no, debate's actually the most healthy thing you can do at this point in time. So, yeah. Would love to see it. But I'm not a big channel. But that's whatever, dude. What I see here about you is your bullshit. You's a bitch. Like, you're just talking about what you think you know, and you don't know a goddamn thing. So, yeah. Sorry, bitch. You don't know shit. So you need to shut the fuck up. Or gain experience. And then talk about it. So, what I gotta say about you? Love y'all.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for watching. I'm going to end the stream soon. I'll end it with a song. And then I'm going to upload my Illuminate video that I've worked on. Thank you all for tuning in. I've been working on some things in the background while I've been sharing videos on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. Mad love and Viking strength to all good true spirits that may find this video, this live stream, at some point in the future, perhaps, and the ones tuned in now, of course. And thank you, Wendy, for coming on, having a chat with me earlier. That was wonderful. That was my pleasure to have you once again. Always a pleasure and always welcome on my show. I'm going to share this Slaves and Shekels in Hell. And I'll leave you with that this morning. And I will see you later on. Take care, everyone. Bye for now.
Burn it down. Burn it all down. Burn them. Burn the demons. Most in this realm don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, jack-in-the-box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels. They boo and hiss and heckle in this hell.
Demons mock and jeer those who are free spirits living without fear.
They know they can't be free like me.
They know
they can't be free like me. They can only mock and envy. They'll never be
a king
like me. They are slaves.
Slaves.
Natural born slaves.
They are made for this
hell realm.
Burn it all down.
Seal them in here in this sewer matrix.
Hell realm.
Burn it down.
Burn it down.
Burn it down.
Most in this realm don't mind being slaves. They show that in various ways. They keep their heads down, grinding away day by day. Court jesters, jack-in-the-box clowns, doing anything they can just for some shekels.
They're losers in life,
losers in death.
I'll help the good spirits leave
and fuck all the rest.
Wicked, demonic losers.
Slaves will be slaves
into their grave,
recycled again and again.
Here they will remain,
and here they will degrade.
Slaves are built to obey and decay. Fuck 'em. The sewer matrix was made